Welcome to the ultimate any % speedrun tutorial for Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga. Throughout this tutorial, we will cover every single element that you need to know to become an expert at speedrunning any %. This includes an entire setup guide, setting up practice tools, game files, and basic game settings. Descriptive level breakdowns featuring full explanations for every single room with input viewer, beginner and advanced strategies, and gold times for each levels, all with descriptive commentaries from a rotation of the game's most knowledgeable and skilled runners. If you are a new runner, don't be intimidated by the length of the tutorials. Each video has both beginner and advanced strats, so if you are learning the game for the first time, you will only have to watch a portion of each video. For example, the Podrace tutorial is 25 minutes long, but the beginner strats only make up the first 5 minutes of the video. In the description, you can find timestamps for each part of the setup as well as each level. In addition, there's a playlist available with every level as its own video, which will have more extensive timestamps if you wish to use that instead. We've given each level a rating based on its difficulty and the amount of RNG or randomness that you can utilize to prioritize what levels you spend more time on. Each level has been given goal times for your relative skill level that you can use to help your progress as you improve over time. The beginner strats for each level will be used as the standard, and any strat at a higher level than beginner will show its time save relative to the beginner strat. Let's break down what the run looks like.
The any % speedrun of Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga consists of completing all 6 levels of all 6 episodes as fast as possible, totaling to 36 levels. The order you do this in does not matter, and so the route plays the episodes out of sequential order. This is because there are certain red bricks earlier in the route that will save time later in the route due to unlocked abilities. Because of this, the route is done in the following order: Episode 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, and 5. The red bricks we will collect in the run are Exploding Blaster Bolts in Gunship Cavalry, Fast Force in Through the Jundland Wastes, Tractor Beam in Rescue the Princess, Vehicle Smart Bomb in Battle over Coruscant, and Infinite Torpedoes in Into the Death Star. This tutorial is specifically made for the Windows version of the game on PC. Mac and Linux have some troubleshooting differences and won't be able to use the load remover or the auto splitter, so we recommend running on Windows if possible. While you can run the game on Wii, Xbox, and PlayStation, which are separate categories on the leaderboard, PC is the fastest, most popular, and competitive. A core part of LEGO speedrunning is the use of 1-player 2 controller strats, or 1P2C, where you control both players at the same time. As this is a skill that most new runners have never done before, it can be a hard concept to pick up. So taking it slow and starting with simpler 1P2C strats before trying more advanced ones is good practice.
1-player 2 controllers is used all throughout TCS, and more broadly every LEGO speedrun. This usually involves a keyboard and 1 or 2 controllers. This tutorial will be assuming you are using controller for player 1 and keyboard for player 2, which is the most common input method, the fastest, and the one we highly recommend. While it is possible to run the game without a controller, you may run into cases where strats are different or impossible and may need to ask for further help when you encounter these. There are some advanced strats that involve 2 controllers and 1 keyboard, but you will only have to worry about these if you continue with the game to an extremely high level and feel the need to have a second controller. There are many different grip styles people use to hold the controller with one hand while 1P2Cing. We generally recommend what we call the spider grip, where you use the controller with your right hand to control player 1. You'll have your pointer finger on the left stick, ring finger for the right stick, and your ring finger / pinky for the face buttons. You'll then have your left hand on the keyboard to control player 2 using WASD. While this is the most common method, we also advise that you find what feels comfortable to you. Other grip styles may include reverse spider grip, where you use the controller with your left hand and keyboard with your right hand. Some runners opt for right hand does it all, where they only control player 1's movement with the left hand, and player 1's face buttons and player 2 with the right hand. Rebinding keys and buttons to make 1P2C easier is allowed, however, each rebind must be 1-to-1. In other words, you cannot have 2 keys bound to the same action, or 1 key bound to 2 actions. We generally recommend not binding any actions to the arrow keys, as you can use the down and up arrow as well as your keyboard player's down and up to scroll in the menu. This will give you double menuing, allowing you to scroll twice as fast in the menus. A small difference between controller and keyboard is that controllers can continuously hold directions after a dropout, while keyboards have to let go of directional inputs after the dropout, or you won't be able to move until you let go of the keys. 1P2C is a skill that can only be improved over time, so don't get discouraged if you find it difficult at first. You may be surprised at how quickly you'll improve at it with consistent practice.
Our main tool for practicing will be a program called Brickbench. Utilizing this tool is essential for improvement, as it has a number of different capabilities. Brickbench will show you the full textured map file, allowing you to dissect a map, its collision, enemy triggers, and much more. It will also allow you to restart any room in any level from the beginning or end without the need to restart the level in-game. In addition to this, it supports teleporting players 1 and 2 to specific positions. This can be done in-game with hotkeys, allowing for seamless practice with certain tricks and skips. Typically, runners will practice entire levels with room splits along with Brickbench to get a more in-depth understanding of where they are losing time. A more in-depth explanation about Brickbench will be discussed in the setup video. We've also supplied detailed documents that can assist you in your learning process. In the description, you'll find a sheet that has all goal times for PB levels ranging from sub 3 to sub 220. Feel free to use these comparisons to give you an idea of what to practice in order to achieve a certain time. This sheet also contains all difficulty and RNG ratings, with 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. There are some levels with 2 ratings due to a disparity in variance between skill levels. These levels will have the more advanced rating in parentheses. We recommend learning all beginner strats before any advanced strats, and we've supplied a skip tier list document in the description that can give you a better idea of when to learn specific skips or strats to help with certain goal times. Note that we recommend using these as a guideline rather than a strict rule. It's most important to have fun with the learning process and not overwhelm yourself.
All TCS speedruns are hosted on speedrun.com. This is where you will submit your runs as well as find helpful guides and resources for the game. In order to keep the competition fair, all PC runs are timed using a load remover that pauses the timer during in-game loads and game resets. Runs using loadless will have a timing method LRT or load remove time as opposed to RTA or real-time attack. Make sure to check out category rules before doing your first run so you don't have to worry about any rules later. We highly recommend joining the TCS speedrunning Discord, where fellow runners can assist you with any troubleshooting or further questions you may have. This is the best place to ensure a quick response from many knowledgeable runners, as asking in other locations could go unnoticed. The next section of the tutorial will go over the setup that you'll need to get started. On behalf of the TCS speedrunning community, we're excited about any new runners joining and can't wait to share the experience with you. Thanks for watching. Welcome to the setup tutorial for Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga. This setup video will fully entail everything you need to install in order to run this game at the highest level. It's highly recommended that you do most of the setup now so you don't have to worry about anything later. If at any point you have any troubleshooting issues, we encourage you to use the technical help channel in the TCS Discord to ask any additional questions you may have. Let's begin. For step 1, you need to purchase and download the game. The most common way of obtaining the game is through Steam, where you can purchase it for $20 and it often goes on sale for $5. You can also purchase the game from a Steam key site for even cheaper if this is something you know how to do. Once you purchase the game, download it on Steam. Once the game is downloaded, it is important that you simply open the game at least one time through Steam, as this is needed to initialize various things in the game. The game will likely behave strange when doing this, as none of your settings such as resolution and refresh rate have been initialized, but this is fine since once the game opens, you can immediately Alt-Tab back out and close the game. The first step is now complete. Step 2 is obtaining the GOG exe file. GOG stands for Good Old Games, which is another platform you can buy the game on. The exe file that you get for Lego Star Wars from there is slightly different under the hood than the one on Steam, and that's the one you actually want, as it's needed in order for things such as Brickbench, our practice tool, and the load remover to work properly. There'll be a link in the description to a download link in a Google Drive. You can also optionally download the GOG from this link in the resources channel in the speedrunning Discord. It may give you a little warning when you try to download it, just click continue to download. Once you have this downloaded, go back to your Steam client and select Lego Star Wars in the game library, click this gear that says manage, then hit properties. It will open a new window where you go to installed files and then hit browse here. This will open your game files. We highly recommend you pin this folder to your sidebar, as you will be coming back here a few times over the next few steps. For now, locate this Lego Star Wars Saga.exe file, right click and delete it, and then place the GOG.exe you downloaded into the folder. Step 2 is now complete. Step 3 of the setup is to extract your game files. This unpacks the game files from these .dat files, but all you need to know is that this is needed for certain tools to work correctly, such as Brickbench, our practice tool. In the description, there is a link to download Quick BMS. Click the link and it will take you to this website. Click this link at the top that says Quick BMS Generic Files Extractor and Reimporter 0.12 to download that, and then scroll all the way down to TT Games and download this as well. From there, go to your downloads folder and right-click the zipped Quick BMS folder and extract it. Inside this folder there are a few files, but you want to open the one called Quick BMS, not to be confused with the one that says 4GB after it. Just open the normal Quick BMS file. If the program doesn't want to open, you may need to right-click and run as administrator. From there, it will open a folder asking you to select something at the top each time. The first thing it'll ask is select BMS script. Here, you must select the ttgames.bms script you downloaded earlier and hit OK. From there, it will ask for input archive/files. For this part, you need to go back to your Lego Star Wars game files, which should be pinned to your sidebar still. Click back into this folder, and once in this folder, click and select the 7.dat files, one for each episode, and then the game.dat file. Make sure not to forget the game.dat file. You can select these by holding the Control key, which allows you to individually click on each one without deselecting the others. Once all 7 have been selected, hit Open, and it will finally tell you to select an output folder, which should just be the same folder that the game files are already in, so just hit Save again. From there, the program will go to work extracting your files, and this will take a few minutes. There's a chance during this process that it will tell you an identical file was found. If this happens, type the letter A into the prompt and hit enter. It is finished when this line, press enter to close the window, appears, and you can now close this window. If you look at your game files now, you can see all of these folders of the extracted game files. The final part now is to delete the 7.dat files from the folder, once again making sure not to forget the game.dat file. Once you've deleted these files, step 3 is complete. Step 4 is setting up your monitor in in-game settings. It is faster to keep your monitor at the same refresh rate the game is, so if you usually use your monitor at 144 Hz or some other option that isn't 60, you will need to lower it back down to 60. To change it, press the Windows button to open your search bar and type in Advanced Display, open your Advanced Display settings, select the monitor you will be playing TCS on, and change the refresh rate to 60. It does not matter what the refresh rate on any other monitors you have are. Next, open the game, and there are a few in-game settings you'll want to change once you reach the title screen. First, enter the video settings option and set the resolution to match the resolution of your monitor. For the vast majority of people, this is just going to be 1920 by 1080, but if you have a rarer monitor, just change it to match the resolution of your monitor. Make sure your refresh rate is at 60 Hz, aspect ratio is at 16:9, regardless of the aspect ratio of your monitor, it should always be 16:9 in game, and enhanced graphics are turned off. From there, go into the effects settings and match the options here, off, on, off, and on. Finally, you're going to do a quick test to make sure you properly set up your resolution and refresh rate. Simply press Alt and Tab to change the window and observe how long this process takes. If it happens instantly, like you can see in this video here, you're good to go. If there's a massive lag spike like in this video, you may need to keep tweaking around with your game and computer's resolution and refresh rate till you can get this instant result. Once again, feel free to ask questions in the technical help channel in the Discord if you're still struggling with this part. Step 5 is setting up Brickbench, which is a speedrun practice software that offers a wide variety of tools to massively improve your practice efficiency, including being able to load instantly into any map, reload maps, teleport your players, and more. In the description will be a link to download Brickbench. There's a chance the version number you download is different than the one in this video, but everything should still functionally be the same. Once you download the program here, extract the zipped folder and open the Brickbench application. Your firewall may attempt to stop you here, just click to run the program anyways. Once the program opens, you have a few options here. Click the Open Hook button, followed by the Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga GOG option. This hooks Brickbench into your game, which allows it to do all the features like loading maps. If your game isn't open, it won't hook, so make sure to open the game prior to hooking into Brickbench. Once it hooks in, go to the Tools tab in the top left and check Runtime Hook if it isn't checked already. This will add the Hook tab on the right, which allows you to access features you want. From there, go back into TCS, load into a new game and enter the Cantina, then come back to Brickbench. In the Runtime Hook tab, there are a few options to take note of. First is Auto Load Maps from current hooked game under Settings. If you check this box, the workspace in the middle will automatically display the map that you are currently in and automatically update as you change maps. As you can see here, we are currently in the Cantina. You can move around with WASD and move the camera by holding right click while moving the mouse. The blue and green squares are your first and second players respectively. Now, we can go into this drop down menu and select a level. The level names are going to be a bit confusing at first, but in most cases, the order of the levels for each level are in the same order of the rooms. There are a few exceptions to this rule, and you will get used to them as you continue using the software. In addition, the room that corresponds with each letter can be found in the tutorial descriptions. For testing purposes, let's load into Gungan B, which is the second room of Invasion of Naboo. If you click Load Map and go back into your game, you can see that it loads directly at the start of the second room. If at any point you want to restart the room, you can click Load Map again and it will take you back to the start. However, you may notice in this case, it kept our progress even though we reloaded the room. By checking the Reset Map Unload and Reset Door Unload checkboxes under the Map Options tab, this will cause the room to fully reload itself back to as if you had never played it before, allowing you to practice it over and over again. To avoid having to constantly tab out of TCS, go ahead and check Enable Global Hotkeys. By enabling this option, certain keys allow you to globally reload the room even while you're in the game. Each hotkey has a default value, but that can be changed by going to the top left, clicking File, then Settings, and then down to Key Bindings. These hotkeys can be used for various things such as reloading a room, teleporting player 1 or player 2 to where you are in the map in Brickbench, or speeding up the game. There are a few nuances of Brickbench that we'll explain. Firstly, when selecting a level to practice, some levels may not match the name of the level in the game as it's pulling the level name directly from the game files. The episodes are ordered 1 to 6, but a few levels may be swapped, so use their names for context. Podrace has 2 levels in the game files that show up here. If you want to load Podrace, select Pod Sprint instead of Podrace, as Podrace will load the extra level original Podrace, whereas Pod Sprint will load the one done in the run. This is a similar case with A New Hope in Blockade Runner, where A New Hope loads the extra level, while Blockade Runner loads secret plans. Other smaller functions, such as giving a player a helmet or giving player ghost hearts, can be done here. It's worth noting that loading a few rooms may have different character spawns compared to a run. For some rooms, it may be recommended to load the previous room and then enter into the desired room for more optimal practice. You can continue to explore the program, but for now, Step 5 is complete. For Step 6, you're going to set up command line resets. For context, at the end of each episode in the run, an additional finished story cutscene plays. However, the game saves its progress before these cutscenes play. Because of this, it's faster to close and reopen the game to skip watching these cutscenes compared to just watching this. While you could just manually close and reopen the game, you can speed up this process by using the command prompt to instantly force close and reopen the game by simply typing restart into this console. First, go into the description of the video and locate command line reset script and click the link. This will take you to a drive link with a file attached called restart.bat. Download this file, and once it's downloaded, open it in Notepad by right-clicking it and hitting Open with Notepad or Edit with Notepad. What you are now looking for is to make sure that the file path in this file matches the file path to where your Lego Star Wars EXE is located. If you downloaded the game through Steam and didn't move anything, this should already be correct, but you may need to change the drive letter if you installed it on a secondary drive, which you can see by clicking on the Lego Star Wars Saga folder you pinned to your sidebar earlier and looking at the file path in the File Explorer. However, if you did move your game files somewhere else, you may need to manually change the file path here. Assuming this is correct, open File Explorer and navigate to this PC, Local Disk, Windows, and then System32. You may need to open this as administrator. Do not touch anything in this folder. Simply take the restart.bat file and drag and drop it into the System32 folder. Now that the restart.bat file is in the System32 folder, you should be good to go. Go to your Windows search bar and type in CMD. It should autofill for command prompt, click on it and open it. You'll need to change the directory to your Lego Star Wars folder. The following text displayed on screen is what you need to type to do this. This is also in the description if you want to copy and paste it. Once again, if you have moved your game files, you may need to tweak this command a bit. Once you paste this in and press enter, you will see that it changes the directory. It is recommended you save this long line of text in a notepad file or something similar for quick access in the future, since every time you open command prompt, you'll need to do this. Now, if everything worked properly, type restart and then hit enter. It should close and immediately reopen the game. As long as this works, that's all you'll need to worry about for now. We'll go into the actual use of this in a run later in the actual tutorial. For step 7, you'll set up CRU, short for Custom Resolution Utility, to gain all possible in-game refresh rates needed for running the game. However, it's worth noting as a new runner that this is optional, and we're going to check our in-game video settings first to see if this is necessary. In the video settings tab, there's a refresh rate option that if you scroll through should have a few options. However, the options displayed here are dependent on what type of monitor and monitor cable you're using. The 3 options you need to do all the tricks in the game are 60, 50, and 40. However, as a beginner, the only options you really need are 60 and 50. It's worth noting that there is a special case in Invasion of Naboo that uses 48 Hz, but that will be covered in the levels tutorial. If you have 60 and 50, you can skip this step for now, as 40 is only needed for very advanced strats. However, if later on you want to get the 40 Hz option, or you currently do not have the 50 Hz option, then we are going to set up CRU. In the description of the video, click on the CRU link that will take you to this website. Click the download link on the left, extract the folder and open the CRU application. Once in the program, click on the top bar and select the monitor you play TCS on. Then, click the Add button under Detailed Resolutions, set the refresh rate to whatever option you want in game, so this could be 50 or 40 depending on what you need, and press OK. After making these changes, you must either restart your PC or just run the restart application in the CRU download folder that will reset your graphics drivers. After doing this, when you reopen TCS, you should have all the options needed for in-game refresh rate options. When you switch to a different refresh rate, there are 2 things to note. 1, if you're playing on either 50 or 40 Hz, whenever you alt-tab out of the game, it will be extremely slow and you will get a black screen for a few seconds. This is completely normal and will go back to instant alt-tabs once you're back on 60 Hz again. And 2, there's a small chance that when switching to a refresh rate added with CRU, your monitor will get stuck on a black screen and never display the game. This only happens on very few monitors, but if it does happen to you, the only known fix is to play the game off the OBS preview on the second monitor. Luckily, this usually only happens with 40 Hz, and there's only one level in the entire game where you play on 40 Hz, so it's not the end of the world if you have this issue. CRU is the most finicky part of the setup, so it's highly recommended to ask for help in the Discord if it's giving you trouble, and once again, if you already have the 60 and 50 Hz options, you can skip this step entirely for now. For step 8, you'll set up using the lawnmower program to prevent the game from crashing. In a few levels in the game, there is this flowy looking grass. It has no collision and does nothing to affect gameplay, but there's a chance that whenever it's loaded, a math error can occur and the game will crash. Depending on your PC specs, this can happen very frequently. In order to balance this crash discrepancy out, we've allowed the use of a piece of software called Lawnmower, which is a patch that removes these dynamic grass files from your game so it won't crash anymore. In the description, there'll be a download link for Lawnmower. Go to the Google Drive and download the .bat file. Open the file and it will ask you to type a number. Type the number 1 and press enter. From there, it will ask you to send your TCS file location. Go back to your TCS game files folder you pinned to your sidebar, go to the top and right click the file path, click copy address as text and paste it into the Lawnmower console and press enter. If everything worked, it will remove 5 grass files, and if you refresh your game files folder, you will know it worked because there is now a folder with all the bad grass files. And they're still here if for whatever reason you need to access them in the future. For the context of speedrunning, this won't be needed. Step 9 is obtaining a save file for practice. Assuming you do not already have a save file, you can download a save file by navigating to the Speedrun leaderboard for Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga and go to the Resources tab. This is also linked in the description. Scroll down to Saves and click any % practice. Download the zip file and extract it. Locate your saved games folder by typing run in the Windows search bar and then %appdata% and press enter. Click app data up top to go back one folder, click local and then LucasArts. In this folder, you should see a folder for TCS. If you don't, double check to make sure your file path is app data to local and not app data to roaming. In this folder is a folder called saved games, but if this folder is not there, this means that you have never made a save file before, so just make a folder called saved games, all one word. From there, you can drag the save file in. The number in the name of the save file will correspond to the in-game save slot +1. As an example, if you name the file savegame3, it will show up as slot 4 in-game. Once the file is in, you can restart your game and load it up, and you'll now have a file with every level unlocked and all the red bricks you need for any %, which is very useful for practice. Step 10 is setting up live split and getting the any % in practice splits. This specific tutorial is not going to cover how to customize your live split layout, but rather how to set it up to run TCS. Click the link in the description to download live split if you don't have it already. Once it's downloaded, head to the resources tab on speedrun.com and download the any % PC splits. Once downloaded, place the file wherever you want, then you can right click on live split and hover over open splits and then click from file and find the splits you just downloaded. Once you click them, your timer will change to the TCS any % splits that you can use for runs. Right click the timer and hit edit splits. Click activate here to turn on the load remover and the auto splitter if it's not already, then click settings. Click uncheck all boxes, then check the category any %, as well as using the GOG EXE. These will be the only options selected for an any % run. If you're doing practice on an individual level, you may want to uncheck category any % and instead check category story IL as well as split on every room. To use the loadless timer, right click on your splits, hover over compare against and select game time at the bottom instead of real time. This will remove all loads from your run. Next, you'll need to make it so each time you tab out of TCS, it doesn't tab into live split. Right click on your splits and click edit layout, then click layout settings. Make sure to uncheck live split always on top. Now, every time you tab out of TCS, it'll tab into the program you were previously tabbed into before TCS. Before you start your attempts, make sure you tab into the command prompt and then tab into the game. This allows you to instantly hit enter and then the up arrow when you alt tab to reset the game, instead of having to look for the command prompt each time. From here, the technical aspect of live split is complete. Step 11 is setting up your input devices. We mostly recommend using wired controllers or some semblance of an Xbox controller. If you want to use a PlayStation controller, a Switch Pro controller, or Joy-Cons, you may need to use the program DS4 Windows to get Windows to recognize your controller. A download link will be in the description. Once downloaded, extract the files and launch the application. Click Program Folder, then select the support you need for your specific controller. Go through the DS4 Windows setup, and once finished, go to Settings and check Hide DS4 Controller. Plug in your controller if not already, and give Windows permission. Then go to the Controllers tab and click Edit. Go to the Other tab and make sure Emulated Controller says Xbox 360. Go to the Gyro tab and make sure that all tilt controls are unassigned to disable any controller motion controls. Once that's done, click Apply and Save and you should be good to go. If you're using a Bluetooth controller, you may need some kind of Bluetooth adapter to get Windows to recognize the controller properly, as Windows 11 does have trouble recognizing Bluetooth devices. Once your inputs are good to go, open the game and load into a save file. Call in Player 2 on your desired input device, then press pause and enter control setup. From here, you can change any binds on your input devices. For a classic spider grip, we recommend leaving the controls on default for your controller, but if you do feel the need to change anything, only change the face buttons, as changing the triggers or bumpers may cause some weird issues later on. We generally recommend changing your keyboard binds to move with WASD, action with left shift, and jump with space. The other binds you can customize with whatever is comfortable for you, but runners will commonly use a combination of keys such as F, R, E, or Q for these other actions. If you want to use the right side of the keyboard, it's common to use the numpad, sort of mirroring a WASD style on the other side of the keyboard. And while this is not necessary, if you have a controller player, it can save you some time to put some placeholder keyboard binds on that same player slot. This can be useful for with whatever reason you cannot call in with your controller, you can instead call in on keyboard and instantly drop out to fix this issue instead of needing to go back to control setup. It's also worth mentioning that if you have loosely wired input devices or devices with connection issues, you may encounter what we call lag frames. Lag frames are these 3 sets of freezes that happen when any device is disconnected from your computer. While these won't lose time if they happen during a cutscene, they will lose time if they happen during a level. If you are getting a lot of lag frames, it may be worth to troubleshoot and resolve the issue in order to not lose time. The final step is pre-run setup. You'll need to queue stuff in the menu before you start attempts. For all runners, load into a file and go to video settings on your controller player. Go to refresh rate and change it to your desired refresh rate for Invasion of Naboo. If you don't know what this is yet, don't worry until you get to that level. As a beginner, you will most likely switch this to 50 Hz. Once you've switched that, scroll into the menu until you're hovering over 60 Hz, but make sure to not change into that and just unpause. It's important that you unpause from this menu and don't back out, just press the pause button again. Now, if you alt tab out of the game, when you tab back in, you will be on 60 Hz instead of 50. If you make it past Invasion, you'll have to redo this before starting attempts again. For expert runners who are doing God Fraud, you'll want to do a similar thing in control setup. Go to control setup and make sure player 2 is highlighted, then scroll down to accept and unpause. Now you should be good to go for lap 3 God Fraud. This concludes the setup. If you have any further questions, we highly recommend joining the TCS Speedrunning Discord for further help from knowledgeable and experienced runners. Now we will start the tutorial. Have fun and happy learning.
Welcome to the tutorial for 1-1, Negotiations. This level is special as it is the first level in the entire run, and will have some key differences to note. We've marked this level with a difficulty rating of 6 and an RNG rating of 7. Goal times are less important for negotiations than people may think. It can be helpful to use these times as a benchmark rather than a strict goal, only continuing if you are within a few seconds of your corresponding skill level. Because of the difference in difficulty with 1P2C in this level, we will break it up into beginner and advanced. For the beginner strat, press New Game, then jump slash once the screen wipe starts. Jump slash into the episode 1 door, then jump slash during this screen wipe. Run over to the door to negotiations, jump slash into it, spam A to hit story, and spam pause to skip the text crawl and start the level. For the advanced strat, jump slash with player 1 and call in player 2. Make sure to slash through the door and slash with both players at the beginning of the episode 1 room. Slash into negotiations and spam A, then spam pause to start the cutscene. One thing to note is that in only this level, it's around 7 seconds faster to enter the end cutscene with 0 studs on both players. It will be very important to be aware of your heart count to determine how to play the hangar optimally while also getting 0 studs. At the end of this room, your goal is to have 2 hearts on both players, or something close. For the beginner strat, force the door as soon as you can. Head to the left of these droids and force push them into the wall. Hang left and force push these 2 droids as well. Start going right and round this corner, then force push these 2 droids. Go to the right side of these droids and force them into the left wall, then continue down the hallway. Switch to TC-14 and use the panel. Next will be your first 1P2C of the run. Press F2 to call in player 2 and move him to the door. Head towards the left and make sure to avoid these studs on the ground with player 2. You can jump over them or go around them. Get in the corner and force the vent, then start building the panel. Bring TC-14 towards the panel, and once you finish building it, move player 2 in front of the panel and drop out as TC-14 uses it. Switch to the Jedi, then round the corner to force this barrier before entering the next room. Don't worry if you have trouble forcing any droids or taking deaths along the way. Just make sure to kill all of them before continuing into the next section. For the advanced strat, as soon as you can, force the door with player 1 and run to the door with player 2. Walk forward with both players and do a double jump slam with player 2 in the center of the first pack of red droids. Keep going with both players, having player 1 on the right side and player 2 on the left. Force the next 2 droids with player 2 when you are here. Force pushing droids will push them directly away from your character, so ensure that you are in a position where it will smoothly push both droids into the wall. Once you round the corner, stay on the right side with player 1 and the left side with player 2. Force the 2 sets of droids with player 2, taking care to maintain a good angle when initiating your force push. Player 1 will switch to TC-14 and use the panel, and player 2 will stand in the middle of the door. Once the door opens, force the left hatch next to the door and build the panel. As soon as you can, use the panel with TC and put player 2 in the middle of the next door. Double check to ensure your heart count is 2 on both players, and stud count is under 2,000 on both players here. If it isn't, don't worry, since there are backups you will need to know depending on the different situations in this room. Once TC is done using the panel, swap TC to the free Jedi and force the door open as soon as you can. If you have 1 heart on the Jedi hitting the transition, to be safe, you may force the 2 red droids before hitting the transition in order to avoid a death. If player 1 gets to 1 heart on the way to TC-14, you can force push the last 2 droids. To do this, stand on the right to make sure you are cutting off their angles properly and they cannot shoot you. If player 1 dies entirely, have player 2 go ahead and replace the role of player 1. If player 2 dies instead, have player 1 force the droids while waiting for player 2 to respawn. If your player aiming for the transition is at 1 or 2 hearts, you can let go of force when player 2 is right here to de-aggro the droids. This is slightly more difficult, so feel free to force push them if you cannot get this down. If you're using the second TC-14 panel and TC has 3 or 4 hearts, slash him with the Jedi to take him down a heart. You can hit him twice if he has 4 hearts if you want to, but keep in mind TC will only have 1 leg if you do this. Space a double jump to the right, then jump down and try to do a quick jump slash as the camera pan begins. Once the pan ends, head towards the platform to force it. It's okay if the droideka kills you, just make sure to utilize your invincibility frames to force the platform as soon as you respawn. Double jump onto the platform, then double jump over and stand on the right button. Once the other Jedi stands on the left button, continue past the panel and start panning the camera up. You can jump over the panel or simply run past it. Once you're past it, call in player 2 and use the panel with them. While TC is using the panel, try and take a death with player 1 to get rid of all of your studs. Once the door opens, you can either switch to the other Jedi or enter the MTT with player 1, making sure you have 0 studs on all players before entering. The way you play the hangar heavily depends on your heart count entering the room. Let's begin with the standard scenario, entering with 2 hearts on each player. Upon entering the hangar, jump down with both Jedi and have player 1 sit here, while player 2 jumps onto the magnet. Try not to have player 2 fall off the magnet early, as the droids may aggro on you quickly. Let player 1 die, making sure you do not pick up a stud before dying, as it will get added while you respawn. Drop out player 1 when his heart count is replenished up to 2 or 3. Next, force the platform with player 2. Jump onto the platform with player 2, and then jump over the fence. If you are above 1800 studs, take a careful line to make sure you do not double jump until you are to the right of this stud. Land on the right button and, depending on how quickly player 1 died, choose your option to draw player 1 over. If you died very early and dropped out when your respawning player was at 3 or 4 hearts, you can just stand on the button, tap right, and hold force on the right platform to move the camera. If you died at a normal time and dropped out when they were at 1 or 2 hearts, do a single jump on the button after initially standing on it and force the right platform when you land. If you died much later than normal, you will need to hit the button 3 times, which can be done by walking off and back on before jumping, or doing 2 jumps on the button before forcing the right platform. At this point, wait until player 1 is standing on the left button and call him in. Start running forward with player 1 and wait for player 2 to die. To get shot more consistently, you can move him forward a bit to draw the aggro of the droids. To be safe, you can also wait a little longer to call player 1 in to ensure they have already aggroed onto player 2. Once player 2 dies, drop him out immediately and make your way to the panel with player 1 while panning your camera straight up. Jump when you are almost at the panel and space a double jump over the middle of the panel, turning around when the panel is off screen to land slightly to the right. Turning around early may result in TC-14 not being warped, so the further back you turn around, the more consistent your warp will be. When you turn around, press tag with player 1 a few times and then call in player 2. Once you've swapped to TC, use the panel and stand next to the MTT with player 2. If you are low on hearts with player 1, force push the droids to make sure they cannot kill TC-14. As a note, your force targeting will go for the droids and not TC, so you don't need to worry about deactivating him. When the door is about to open, time a spaced double jump to land in the top of the opening door and enter the cutscene. Let's begin the advanced section of the hangar. If you are a beginner or just learning the run, feel free to move on and skip this section entirely. There are a number of specific situations you will want to know depending on your different heart counts. It may be complicated to remember all of these at the start, but a lot of the adaptation and negotiations comes with sheer playtime. Note that Qui-Gon showing up faster or slower depends on when he dies and how you press the button. If Qui-Gon dies early, then he will show up faster, so multiple button presses won't be as necessary. If Qui-Gon dies late, then he will show up late, and multiple button presses are necessary in this situation. Here's an example of what happens if you needed to do this and only press the button once. Qui-Gon won't show up at all, and the droids will kill you prematurely. It's necessary that Obi-Wan makes it past this line before you drop out with Qui-Gon, as if you drop out too early, the Droideka cutscene will trigger. Just remember to always drop out Qui-Gon before Obi-Wan touches the ground, as failing to do this will cause the droids to aggro onto Obi-Wan too early. If player 1 does not die or picks up studs while dying, play the room normally until you have dropped player 2 out here. Instead of doing the regular drop and warp, run past this panel and call in player 2 once you have reached this line on the ground. Immediately press tag after calling in to swap to TC and use the panel. At the same time, take a death with player 1 and, after respawning, jump into the MTT. For 1 heart on each player, slam or do a jump with player 1 so you can avoid getting shot for a split second, then unblock so player 1 will die at a normal time. For 1 heart on player 1 and 2 hearts on player 2, the strats are the same as 1 heart on each. Slam or jump with player 1 to avoid shots, then proceed as normal. Obi-Wan being on 2 hearts means you may want Qui-Gon to show up later so the droids can get closer to Obi-Wan to shoot more at him. So consider dropping Qui-Gon out earlier or not forcing the platform to not pan the camera. For 1 heart on player 1 and 3 hearts on player 2, you'll want to do a quick slash onto player 2 to get him down to 2 hearts. You will similarly do this if player 2 has 4 hearts, except you'll want to try and get 2 slashes off. For 2 hearts on player 1 and 1 heart on player 2, this will be in the same vein as the normal strats. Just be aware of player 2 having 1 heart instead of 2. With player 1 on 2 hearts and player 2 on 3 hearts, you can do a quick slash with player 1 onto player 2 to bring the heart count to 2 and 2, and then proceed as normal. If player 1 has 2 hearts and player 2 has 4 hearts, instead of doing just 1 slash onto player 2, do 2 quick slashes so that the heart count again becomes 2 and 2. With 3 hearts on player 1 and 1 heart on player 2, try and bring player 1 down farther into the pack of droids while player 2 continues on normally. For player 1 with 3 hearts and player 2 on 2 hearts, you will play this exactly like the previous situation. For both players at 3 hearts, you can combine the last 2 strats, do a slash onto player 2 to get him down to 2 hearts, then run down into the pack of droids with player 1. If you have 3 hearts on player 1 and 4 hearts on player 2, it's recommended to do a quick slash onto player 2 to bring the hearts down to 3 and 3, then send player 1 down to the droids to die. You will want to intentionally slow down Qui-Gon on the buttons here, so only step on the button once and wait for him to show up. If you have 4 hearts on player 1 and 1 or 2 hearts on player 2, play this situation exactly like if you had 3 hearts on player 1. Send player 1 down to the droids to take some quicker damage. You shouldn't find yourself in this scenario too often, since if you notice player 1 has 4 hearts, remember that you'll want to do a slash onto him while TC is using the panel in the first room. For 4 hearts on player 1 and 3 on player 2, your best bet is to play this situation as if your heart count was 3 and 2. Run down with player 1 into the pack of droids early so you can take fast damage. If you somehow enter the hangar with 4 hearts on both players, do a quick slash onto player 2 to get down to 4 and 3, then run down into the pack of droids with player 1. Qui-Gon will die late, so you are going to need to press the button multiple times. Because of this, you might also land with Obi-Wan before you can drop out, but that is fine since he's at 3 hearts. Don't get discouraged if your negotiation times aren't quite what you want them to be. This level takes a lot of time to perfect, and you will naturally have to reset runs due to RNG. However, much of the level is in your control, so don't neglect practicing it. This concludes the negotiations tutorial. Welcome to the tutorial for 1-2, Invasion of Naboo. This level is relatively straightforward with some challenging platforming sections. We've given this level a difficulty rating of 4 and an RNG rating of 3. There is micro RNG with droid spawns and the damage they do to you, but it is usually irrelevant. This level will contain refresh rate changes, which can depend on your operating system, so be sure to watch the setup video before this one. When you see the screen wipe begin, jump slash with both players. Your players will be unable to move for around a second upon entering any transition in the game, but they can input other actions, so the jump slash will help you gain some distance while you are immobile. Head up with both players and don't worry about any initial droids. Once you get close to the tree, a pack of droids will appear. Force push them with player 2 and move into the corner with player 1. Turn player 1 around so he's facing the camera and start to backflip by holding up on the D-pad and spamming jump. This alignment is important on player 1 since you need a very particular angle to get a backflip off of the tree collision. We will break this next section up into 2 setups, the 50Hz strat and the 48Hz strat. In order to determine which strat you should use, first identify your operating system. If you are on Windows 10, the 50Hz strat is recommended, as alt-tabbing is a quick and easy action. However, if you are on Windows 11, the 48Hz strat is recommended, as you will be forced to press Ctrl-Alt-Delete to switch refresh rates, and 48Hz skips the need to swap refresh rates within the level. First, we will discuss the 50Hz strat. While backflipping, player 2 will move between here and here repeatedly to walk over the spot on the ground, which is around here. This allows your backflipping player to catch the collision. You should only need 3 full backflips to make it high enough, but you can even make it up with just 2. Once you see that player 1 has enough height to land on top of the tree, hold Alt and press Tab, then press Shift, then Tab again. For this strat, in the pre-run setup, we set our game to 50 Hz and queued 60 Hz. 50 Hz is required to climb up the tree, but 60 Hz is required to clip through the tree to go out of bounds. Once we Alt-Tab, the game will switch from 50 back to 60, making the refresh rate change highly convenient. Once you're tabbed back into the game, move player 1 to the middle and further from the camera on the tree. If player 1 is too far left or too close to the camera and you force the tree, he will not clip out of bounds. Once you have player 1 in the correct spot, force the tree with player 2. Ensure that you stop moving momentarily as the tree is clipping you out. If done correctly, your player atop the tree will clip out of bounds. Next, we will discuss the 48 Hz strat. During the setup process, you may have used CRU to add 50 Hz or 40 Hz to your refresh rates. In that program, you may also add 48 Hz if you have space. However, if you are having issues with adding 48 or just CRU in general, use the 50 Hz strat instead, Control-Alt-Deleting instead of Alt-Tabbing. On refresh rates below 50 Hz, you are actually able to both climb up the tree and clip out of bounds, skipping the need to switch to 60 Hz at all. This saves either an Alt-Tab or a Control-Alt-Delete, depending on your operating system, and can save between 1 and 4 seconds depending on the speed of your refresh rate changes. For the 48 Hz setup, turn around as normal and begin backflipping. The key difference will be your positioning with player 2. Run from this point on the ground against the wall over to this point, turning around and running back to the initial point if you do not make it up the tree instantly. Once you have made it up the tree, move forward on top of the tree until you are here. Begin forcing the tree with player 2 and stop moving with player 1. Just before the tree is about to clip you into the ground, start moving forward again with player 2. This is essential to clipping out of bounds, as standing still can cause your player to fail the clip on 48 Hz, like so. Note that you can also use 40 Hz for this method, however the player 2 positioning will look like this instead if you do. If you opted for this method rather than the 50 Hz method, you will switch back to 60 Hz during the end cutscene of the level. Continue with both players, and once we get to the MTT, we have the first auto dropout of the run. Auto dropouts are caused when a player is off screen and has collision blocking their path to the on-screen player. This causes the game to automatically drop out the player left behind, cutting out the time it takes to manually drop the player out in the pause menu. It's worth noting that if you auto drop out a controller player, you will not be able to call in on that same controller. There are two ways to remedy this state. The first option is to call in on any other input device, whether that's the keyboard or even a different controller. Once you've called in on a different device, the controller that you initially auto dropped out will be accessible again. The second option is to press a button on a second controller, which will move the stored auto dropout state to that controller instead, letting you call back in on your initial controller as normal. Stay on the left side with player 1 while you leave player 2 behind. Once player 2 is dropped out, it's very important that you don't jump up with player 1 too early. The trigger for the Jar Jar cutscene extends out of bounds, so don't jump until right before you reach the stairs. Once you see Qui-Gon's character icon below the stairs, jump in bounds and progress to the next room. Upon entering room 2, call in player 2 and switch player 1 to Jar Jar. We need Jar Jar for this section since he jumps higher and runs faster than both Jedi, making this platforming possible. Force the bridge with player 2, and once it's finished, drop him out. The next section has some tricky platforming. We will show the fastest strats, but if you don't feel comfortable with those quite yet, we'll also show you some easier alternatives. Before jumping up to this platform, have Jar Jar take off from the right side of the rock here. This helps you give enough time before the platform falls to make it across. Do a spaced double jump across, and once you land, do a buffered double jump to get onto the next platform. First, let's discuss the beginner strat. Once you bring down the last platform, turn around and call in player 2. Bring player 2 over and force these two droids. Then force the platform and have player 1 enter the next room. For the advanced strat, continue until you get to this indent in the wall. Jump holding down right to first get around this wall, then switch to this angle for your double jump to make it up top. This next jump uses a tech called edge jumping. An edge jump is jumping late enough off of the edge so that it almost looks like your character isn't even on the ground anymore. Hold this angle with your first jump, then hold right and space your double jump to make it across. If you miss the first Jar Jar jump, there are two backups. The harder and faster backup is to get to this corner by the platform and do a spaced double jump around it. You can also jump back up to where you took off from and switch to a Jedi to force the lever and bring down the other platform. For the beginner strat, force the log with player 2 and drop him out, while player 1 jumps onto the log as it falls. From here, you can continue on as normal with Jar Jar. For the advanced strat, the next room will begin with log jump. Get an edge jump off of this bottom corner and hold straight right while doing a double jump. This angle may feel unintuitive, so trust the camera to rotate in the air and hold directly right until you are here. Then cut upright at the last second to make it up top. If you miss log jump, call in player 2 to force the log while you are respawning. Jump around the log as it is falling and drop player 2 out. From here, stay on the left side of the room while continuously jumping with Jar Jar. Running in the water slows you down, and the jumping also helps with dodging the droid's shots. Grab this power up and do a buffer jump off the edge here to make it up top. If you fail to make it up, jump from this side of the rock. For beginners, take this route to make your way to the platform at the end of the room. For more advanced players, use this movement, cutting off the corner with a spaced jump to take a more direct line to the platform. When you reach the platform, stand on it and wait until it lowers to enter the end room. At the beginner level, the rest of the level is very simple. Stay near the right side of the room to keep a good line, and make sure to jump over the water before hitting the end trigger to avoid being slowed down. There is a slightly faster endroom strat that's very advanced and not recommended for most runners. Drop-em-nastic is a drop-in warp that will send your players closer to the end of the room and closer to the end level trigger. While standing on the falling platform in the previous room, start panning the camera up. Once you get past these first set of plants on the right, do 2 quick double jumps with Jar Jar. Then land and wait a split second to buffer a single jump. While you're doing this jump, you should be moving towards the center of the room. When you land from your single jump, buffer another jump to perform a big jump. At the peak of the big jump, call in player 2 and instantly turn around with player 1. Continue panning the camera up, and if done correctly, you will get auto-swapped from Jar Jar to Qui-Gon. Continue holding down to hit the transition. If you do not get auto-swapped, simply double jump with player 1 towards the camera to get him off screen. Note that performing this trick will cause you to have both players in for the first room of the next level, which will require a different strat. Note that the drop-in warp will only work if you are past this point in the room, so executing the movement too quickly can cause it to fail. If you see this case, you are too early with your call-in or too fast with your movement. Ensure you are dropping player 2 in at the peak of your jump so that they are off screen. If you don't get auto-swapped to your player waiting at the end of the level, you did not turn around quickly enough. Sometimes, you may bump into this droid during your final jump and miss the trick. This can happen because the droid is pushing you backwards, resulting in you calling in too early in the room. If you notice this droid hit you, you may play it safe and abort the trick entirely. If you performed ICS on a refresh rate below 50 Hz, switch your refresh rate back to 60 during this end cutscene. On Windows 10, simply Alt-Tab Shift-Tab to switch back. On Windows 11, you will need to press Ctrl-Alt-Delete and spam Escape to switch back, like so. You can either do this with default binds, or rebind your Ctrl-Alt-Delete and Escape keys to do this. This concludes the Invasion of Naboo tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 1-3, Escape from Naboo. This level consists of very basic platforming and a few small tricks. We will give this a difficulty rating of 2, making it the easiest level in episode 1, and an RNG rating of 3 due to its relatively consistent gameplay. As the level begins, your strat will be determined by what you do at the end of Invasion. If you went for the beginner strat, you will have one player called in. If you went for the advanced strat, Drop-em-nastic, you will have both players called in. First, let's discuss the beginner strat. When the level begins, hold up right and spam tag to switch to Panaka. Next, follow this line to the furthest right arch. You will need to shoot the arch doors open, so limit how many shots this takes by shooting right here. When you are moving and shooting, your character will momentarily slow down, which will be important to remember throughout this level. Line yourself up in the middle of where the right door was, and jump up. Try to aim for this spot when you start jumping. If you bonk your head, you are too far past the spot. Turn right and take the grapple up. On the next platform, shoot 3 times, killing both droids and breaking the flowers. The main source of variance in Room 1 is the next platform. Once you get up the grapple and shoot the final flower bed, run into the power-up and take the grapple up. You can skip the power-up if it takes an unfavorable bounce, but this is only recommended for more experienced runners, as droids in the first 3 rooms can easily kill you if you get bad RNG. To finish the room, take this line and shoot the last droid by the door. If you opted for the advanced trap, Drop Amnastic, you'll need to perform an auto dropout in this room. Do a double swap with both players at the beginning, then send P2 down left. You want Amidala to be just left of this line and facing down. Make sure you jump up for arch clip as far right as you can, then continue like normal. If you don't get the auto dropout, there is no way to recover it, so just take the time loss and drop out player 2. It is possible that P2 may redrop in later in the room. If this happens, again, take the time loss and drop out. When Room 2 begins, run down the left side of the staircase in the hallway of Room 2. Shoot the droids at the end of the hallway with this timing. If you did not grab the power-up in Room 1, grab their hearts on the ground, aiming to be above 3 hearts leaving this room. As Room 3 begins, press tag to switch to Amidala. Jump down the stairs and shoot the middle window. Jump out and land here to avoid getting stuck on the collision in the ground. Jump over to the bridge and kill the 2 droids in front of you. If your hearts are below 3, try to shoot every droid once you jump out the window, which will sometimes drop a heart. Start panning the camera down right as you cross the bridge. Try to time your shot at the target as soon as you get here, 3 posts away from the target. If your heart count is low, move around and shoot 1 or 2 shots behind you to throw off the droid's targeting and kill any aiming at you while the doors are opening. As you enter Room 4, jump down and turn right in the air. Once you reach this arch on the platform, jump and shoot at the peak of your jump. This shot should break a plant containing another power-up. Grab the power-up and head toward the left elevator. Do not shoot until you get close to the commander droid. Kill the commander, then shoot the breakable on the elevator as you approach. If the power-up despawns, do not panic. As the commander droid has 2 hearts, you will need to continue running right and fire some early shots to kill them. Once you get on the elevator, shoot the 2 targets ahead as it rises. Shoot your first shot when the elevator is here, and shoot your second shot when the elevator is here. As soon as you fire your second shot, jump off the elevator. As soon as you jump, immediately spam attack until you see the 2 shots fired. Land and run to the door as it opens, entering the end room. If you've missed one of the targets on the right, back up a little bit and do a few jump shots towards the targets to hit the one you've missed. As you enter the end room, spam tag during the wipe to swap to Panaka. Follow this line over the bridge. Note that the fastest line in this room can be deceiving due to the camera. Jump onto the second dome and call on player 2 when you've reached this spot on the ground. Keep player 2 still until the player 1 steps on the button. The camera will begin to pan, and as soon as the Jedi are off screen, tag one of them with player 2 to skip the camera pan. Drop out player 2 after tagging a Jedi, and take this line to the end of the room. Make sure to shoot the 2 droids in front of you to avoid getting a negative damage boost. Try to follow this jump pattern, landing your penultimate jump on this part of the brown square. Shoot the green cover just before jumping, and land in the transition to end the level. Note that if you are an advanced player, electing to go for the strategy God Fraud in the next level, you may skip the dropout in this room entirely. This concludes the Escape from Naboo tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 1-4, Mos Espa Podrace. This level ranges from one of the most straightforward and easy early game levels to by far the most challenging vehicle level in the entire run, depending on the strats you opt to implement. As this level can be played multiple different ways entirely, we have marked this level with 2 difficulty ratings. For most skill levels, we have given this level a difficulty rating of 5. However, at the top level, we have marked this level with a difficulty rating of 10. We have also given this level an RNG rating of 1. In Podrace, you will never interact with an enemy or encounter an RNG element. However, the level is likely to vary greatly at any skill level. We recommend being very conservative with the strats you select, as it can take a long time to properly understand how to play Podrace. This video will be split up into segments entirely depending on your skill level, and we will begin with the beginner Podrace. As lap 1 begins, start holding forward to accelerate. Moving forward at all times is essential, as your pod racer will slow down otherwise. The boost pads on the ground that you will pass over will also speed you up considerably. Be sure to avoid hitting this racer as you come around this corner. After you exit this mid-row, take this line inside the canyon, taking care to avoid hitting any rocks. As you come around this corner, prepare to perform the first major sequence break in the run, Pod Fraud. Pod Fraud is complicated, so we will break it down as simply as possible. In Podrace, completing a lap requires multiple parts. First, you start the lap by crossing the finish line. Next, you hit a checkpoint at the end of the canyon. And then finally, you hit the finish line again to progress to the next lap. With Pod Fraud, we can clip out of bounds with one of our players, hit the finish line with the other player, and begin lap 2, drop out, and stay out of bounds to zoom over to the mid-lap checkpoint before finally progressing to the next lap, essentially skipping lap 2 entirely. As you approach this rock, start moving to the left. If you are on controller, clipping out of bounds will be much more lenient than if you are on keyboard. On keyboard, you must aim for this left corner. On controller, anywhere against this rock will suffice. Hold forward with player 1 and call in player 2 to clip through the rock. Note that if you are not holding forward, you will likely not clip through the rock at all. This next set of inputs will come in quick succession, so be sure to practice this entire trick together. As soon as player 2 clips through the rock, drop out player 1. This timing should be very quick, as leaving a gap between calling in and dropping out may cause the trick to fail. After dropping out, call player 1 back in. Note that the timing for calling back in is essential to get right, as attempting to call in too quickly will prevent player 1 from calling in at all, and calling in too late will mess with the camera necessary for the next part of the trick. On controller, you may use any button to call back in, but it is recommended that you use left on the D-pad to call in, and continue holding it after you do. If everything was done correctly, you should continue holding left until player 2 speeds to the finish line and hits the bid-row for lap 2. You may encounter a case which requires a backup, where player 2 does not clip around this rock and instead stays out of bounds. If you notice this happen, hold right on player 2 to bring them back in bounds. Be sure to keep your hand on the keyboard and watch out for this case, although it is relatively uncommon. Once the mid-row ends, drop out player 2. Although it is not essential, dropping out player 2 as quickly as possible is recommended. After dropping out, you should be dead. You will notice that when you respawn, you will have lots of speed, and it will gradually build up as you continue to die. The beginner strat is to press nothing, and wait until your player gains enough speed to make it across to the other side of the track. It is important that you know where the mid-lap checkpoint is in case your camera aims you in a risky direction. The checkpoint is aligned through this part of the track, and you must cross it from right to left in order to progress to the next lap. If your camera aims you to the left of this line, simply tap right on the D-pad very slightly to readjust. Once you have enough speed, zoom to the finish line to begin lap 3. On lap 3, take this line in the canyon to avoid hitting any rocks. Once you reach this spot again, perform the same trick exactly as you did on lap 1. Once again, be careful to move player 2 to the right if you do not clip around the rock. If done correctly, you should end the level. Note that lap 3 has a unique property where Sebulba is actually racing you. If you take too long clipping through the wall, or have issues out of bounds by accident, you may lose the lap and be forced to restart it. Next, we will discuss how the level should be played at an intermediate level. The only major difference in this strat will be the out-of-bounds movement during pod fraud. We can avoid taking so many deaths by aiming more directly at the checkpoint and hitting the finish line faster. Play lap 1 as normal up until the beginning of pod fraud, then perform the same movement by holding left with player 1 until player 2 hits the mid-row. Again, after the mid-row ends, drop out player 2 as quickly as possible. Next, aim player 1 around this area by softly tapping either the D-pad or control stick. This strat is known as 2-death, because player 1 will take 2 extra deaths after the mid-row ends, before using player 2 to hit the mid-lap checkpoint. Once lined up correctly, wait until player 1 is about to reach the canyon and call in player 2. This will give player 2 a small height boost, allowing them to cross when player 1 dies. Wait until you are sure player 2 has crossed this checkpoint, and drop out. As soon as you drop player 2 out, hold right on the D-pad with player 1 to aim at the finish line and proceed to lap 3. The rest of the level is played identically to the beginner strat. Now, we will discuss the advanced strats for this level. Note that the only real difference between intermediate and advanced is, again, the lap 1 pod fraud movement. However, the setup for pod fraud will also change, so we will begin there. As soon as you clip through the wall, call player 1 back in by holding left on the D-pad. Watch player 1 closely, and as soon as you notice player 1 break out of the spline that's forcing him to face forward, transition to holding down on the D-pad like so. A consistent way to ensure this setup works properly is moving quickly from left to down left to finally down. Next, be sure to let go of down once you see player 1 move off screen. There are many fail states with this movement, and one of the most common ones is holding down for the wrong amount of time. Note that you still may encounter the case where player 2 does not clip around the rock with the strat, and it must be backed up the same way. However, if you do this backup, your player 1 angle will be skewed, as player 1 does not die during the mid-throw with this strat. To fix this, hold right on the D-pad during the screen wipe following the mid-throw. Once the mid-throw ends, be sure to drop out player 2 immediately. Player 1 is still alive, so you will need to adjust his angle before he dies. This strat is known as 0-death, as you will take no extra deaths between the adjustment and the checkpoint hit. Tap right softly with either the D-pad or the control stick to slowly readjust your angle to the right. If you move right too quickly, drastically, or early, you may not have enough speed to make it across to the other side. Line up around here, and be sure you are not too far left. If you are, you may have to make a last-second adjustment while speeding across to the other side. In fact, this is very common, so be sure to practice this case often. Call in player 2 before you reach the other side, and make sure they pass the spline in order to hit the checkpoint. Drop out and hold right on the D-pad with player 1 to hit the finish line and progress to lap 3. Again, the rest of the level is played identically to the beginner strat. Finally, we will go over the expert strats for pod race. Note that this is one of, if not, the hardest tricks in the entire run. This section is not recommended at all for most runners, and only worth learning at a very, very high level. At this difficulty level, we can build enough speed by clipping out of bounds at the very start of the lap to skip driving through the canyon entirely, saving almost a full minute across both laps 1 and 3. This trick is very complicated due to the way out of bounds collision in this level works. After clipping out of bounds, we need to gain enough height to cross a spline and have free control of our angle out of bounds. Failing to cross this area will result in getting stuck in either an infinite loop or being pulled back in bounds. This trick, being one of the toughest in the entire run, is fittingly named God Fraud. Let's begin. A prerequisite for this trick is to have 2 controllers. While this trick is possible without 2 controllers, it becomes both more difficult and far slower. This tutorial will assume you have access to both controllers and are beginning on controller as player 1. While, again, it is possible to perform this trick on keyboard player 1 and controller player 2, this is a very niche case and is not recommended. During the intro cutscene, be sure to call in player 2. It is highly recommended that you drop out player 2 at the end of 1-3 to avoid any odd redrop-in cases. As you see the countdown begin, you may need to drop player 1 out. This is because you may have a stored redrop-in on that player. This is a complicated mechanic, so we will quickly explain how it works. If your controller player gets auto-swapped twice, it will have a stored redrop-in, forcing you to instantly call back in when dropping out. If you performed Drop-Amnastic, you will get 2 auto-swaps, the first from ICS and the second from Drop-Amnastic. If you do see these both happen, drop player 1 out during the countdown to clear the stored redrop-in. During the countdown, hold up left on player 1 with the D-pad and down left on player 2 on the keyboard. The hand position for this entire trick may be tough, so we've provided some suggestions with the videos on screen. In order to clip out of bounds, we will use a trick where a player gets dropped out and called back in while trying to path back to the other player. It may sound complex, but in practice is rather straightforward to perform. Pay attention to player 1 as you approach this rock. Pause with player 2 on any of these frames. It may help to try to time this pause by watching when player 1 moves past the curved surface of the rock, like so. After pausing, scroll down to drop out and be prepared to call back in on your second controller. It is recommended to use this hand position for this action, but if you find something more comfortable for you, feel free to use that instead. Depending on your pause frame, the movement with player 1 will change, so be sure to understand all the different possible clip frames. We will start with the latest clip frame and work backwards to the earliest clip frame, as you should be shooting for a later clip frame rather than an earlier one. For the latest clip frame, hold down on the D-pad with player 1 and down left on the D-pad on your second controller, which is currently unassigned. While holding both of these inputs, you will need to press the dropout button on keyboard, which can be done with the spacebar if your binds allow it. For earlier clip frames, perform the same action but hold down left on both players, rather than just on player 2. This is generally the safest strat for any clip frame. For the earliest clip frames, hold straight left on the D-pad on player 1 and down left again on the D-pad on player 2. Note that if you are any earlier than this frame, you will not clip out of bounds at all. As soon as you drop out, player 2 will be on controller as well, and should be out of bounds. The next part of the trick will involve timing a dropout on player 1 in order to give player 2 a height boost. The height boost works by trying to pop you in bounds when your player is lined up directly under the wall between in and out of bounds collision. This may not help in practice, but conceptually it is important to understand where you are actually aiming. There is no perfectly consistent visual cue to determine when to drop out in order to get a proper height boost. This is because there is a variety of situations you can encounter depending on which clip frame you end up getting. Try to drop out when player 2 is lined up slightly to the left of the wall, angled like this. The input device switching following this may be confusing, so we will break it down simply. As soon as you feel you are lined up in a spot for the height boost, pause on controller player 1. As you do this, stop holding anything on player 2. Drop player 1 out and give player 2 time to hit the height boost floor. The lower you are, the more height you will get, and the closer to the wall you are, the more height you will get. This is an example of a normal height boost. This is an example of a maximum height boost. This is an example of a height boost smaller than you want. If this happens, it is still salvageable, but we will discuss that backup after the lap 1 section. As soon as you hit the height boost, start holding left again on the D-pad on player 2. This is largely impossible to properly react to every time, and you will usually be pre-firing the input to time it just as you hit the height boost floor. By moving left, you will bypass the spline that prevents you from gaining speed. Once you see yourself start to gain speed, call player 1 back in on controller. After calling back in, tap right on player 1 to line yourself up around this area, which is where you will be aiming after dying. Wait for both players to die and drop player 2 out. As player 1 respawns, aim within this range. Aiming too far right will result in player 2 not hitting the mid-row. As you reach the other side, call in player 2. You actually want player 2 to die alongside player 1 here. If they don't, there is a backup, which again, we will cover at the end of this section. Once the mid-row ends, do not drop out immediately. Wait to see the camera snap back to this point to drop out. Otherwise, the camera will not give you enough height to cross to the other side on your next death. After dropping out, aim for this part of the canyon. If you aim too far left, you may have too much speed and go past the clip spot. Be sure not to aim this far right, or your players will be backwards. As you reach the other side of the track, call player 2 in on keyboard and die with player 1. Once player 1 has died, drop them out. If you feel that player 2 has too much speed, hold down left to begin losing speed. You may also call player 1 back in and pan the camera down left to lose some of the speed. Once you reach this area, start holding left to ensure you can make it over to the pod fraud clip spot. After you've lost all of your speed, call player 1 back in and drop player 2 out. It is necessary to use player 1 to clip through the wall. There are many backups you may need to know for this part of the trick, so we will cover them now. The first backup to know is if you drop out too late with player 1 and do not get a height boost at all. This may look like a run killer, but it is actually not. Another issue you may face is the opposite, where you get far too little height. This typically happens because you dropped out too early. If this happens, you will notice your players get pulled back toward the track as they zoom out of bounds. Because of this, you may struggle to cross to the other side properly. The safest backup for this is to take an entire extra death, and then call in to hit the mid-row on the other side, leaving player 2 inbounds without dying at all. If this does happen, wait for player 1 to respawn and drop player 2 out immediately, then proceed as normal. The final backup you must know is the case where your height boost is too large. When this happens, calling in player 2 to hit the mid-row can result in player 2 staying alive and not dying. This will mess up the strat. However, this is not a huge issue. Instead of dropping player 2 out, keep them in and watch player 1's heart count. Once it counts up to 4, drop player 2 out to preserve player 1's speed. This is slower, but not significantly. Here are some unconventional issues you may encounter. Going past the clip spot despite aiming at a normal area in the canyon. This usually occurs if you did not move at all with player 1 between the mid-row and calling player 2 back in again. Getting stuck on this archway. This is very uncommon, but is usually caused by dropping out too early with player 1. Being backwards despite aiming in the right spot. This is caused by dropping player 1 out before dying. Brickbench will be essential to practice Lap 3 God Fraud in Pod Race. Select Set to Pod Race Lap 3 under the Map Options tab. Once the race has started, you can press Load Map to begin the third lap at any time. As you complete Zero Death, you will need to call player 2 in on controller before lap 3 starts to perform God Fraud there. This can be done just before you hit the checkpoint or during the very short midtro before the lap begins. You will need as much time as possible during this midtro to find the proper angle on your second controller. This angle is very tight, to a precision of around 1 degree. The reason this angle is necessary is because you must be holding a minimum amount of down on the control stick in order for your pod racer to decelerate. The further down you hold on the control stick, the less left movement you will get. And this trick requires moving player 2 as far left as possible. Try to aim your control stick with this angle to be both safe and accurate. While you do this, hold left on the D-pad on player 1. Here are some options for hand positions during this relatively awkward part of the trick. Once lap 3 begins, focus entirely on player 2. You want to pause just before player 2 contacts the rock. If you pause after player 2 has hit it, you cannot clip out of bounds. Here are some examples of proper pause timings. This is an example of pausing too late and missing the clip entirely. After pausing, scroll down to Control Setup and press A. If you have done the proper pre-run setup, player 2 should now be on keyboard. If not, scroll up to Change Device, press a button on the keyboard, and then press Accept. Scroll down to drop out using only your movement key for player 2, as double keyboard menuing will not work in this state. Note that depending on your angle and pause timing, you may, again, want to change your player 1 movement. However, most of the time you should hold down left on the D-pad on both players. If you are noticeably early, there are multiple backups you can use. The toughest one is a pause buffer, wherein you hold straight left on the D-pad with both players and attempt to frame advance. If you do this, it is recommended that you hold left on player 1 instead of down left when clipping. The other backup is to simply just hold left on player 1 when clipping out, which will also only help you a small amount of the time. Press dropout, and your player 2 will once again be swapped to controller. This height boost will differ from lap 1 in timing, due to your camera and positioning, but conceptually works the same. Your camera should actually be more consistent here than on lap 1, so you can aim to drop out around this frame for a good height boost. After getting a height boost, the movement is exactly the same as lap 1, except you want to aim at this spot instead of the right side of the canyon. Take 1 death to build speed and line up a proper angle. Then, as you reach the other side, call in player 2 and, once again, don't drop out player 1. Instead, watch player 1's heart count build up, and when it reaches 2 or 3, hold directly right on player 2. You will likely notice player 2 get stuck on some collision towards the end of the canyon, which will cause player 1 to zoom to the end of the lap. However, if that does not happen, simply drop player 2 out after reacting to it, preserving player 1's speed. If you do this, remember to call back in during the end cutscene of Podrace, so you can begin Theed with both players dropped in. There are only 2 odd cases to cover on lap 3. The first is if you get a maximum height boost. If this happens, you may actually skip a death entirely and just drop player 2 in once you cross the finish line the first time. However, this is obviously risky and only recommended if you are sure your height boost is very, very high. If you don't do this, you may accidentally pop in bounds with player 1 when doing the normal strat, which loses quite a lot of time. The solution to this is to move around a lot with player 1 while speeding over both times in order to lose some of your speed. The final case to cover is having too little speed, which is much less of an issue on lap 3 than it is on lap 1. While you may have to take an extra death or 2 or even 3, depending on how small your height boost was, you should simply be able to hit the finish line as normal. Note that God Fraud will take many hours to perfect and nail down, so don't worry if you can't figure everything out immediately. This concludes the pod race tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 1.5, Retake Theed Palace. This is one of the most challenging early game levels and has some of the most technical platforming in the run. We've marked this level with a difficulty rating of 8 and an RNG rating of 5. While Theed does have some amount of RNG, it still remains mostly in your control, so be sure to focus on the goal times and prioritize this level in practice. Playing Theed correctly and improving your consistency here is crucial for getting out of the early game of the run as frequently as possible. Let's begin. At the beginning of the level, there are 2 different ways to play this first room, beginner and advanced. We'll start with the beginner strat. Start by swapping player 2 to R2 and slash the tree on the right with player 1 to collect the power up. Here you can force push R2 twice, so start with a small force push and then do a larger one. Force the ramp as soon as you are close enough and place R2 in the middle of the pieces so that he moves up along with the ramp. Here you can get another large force push. Then use the panel, drop out R2, and enter the next room with Obi-Wan. The advanced strat for this room is called Theater Clip. It can be tricky to learn, but it is a very consistent trick with practice. Begin the same way with player 1, slashing the tree and collecting the power up. Player 2 will instead move to the left, and once you are slightly past this shadow, you can begin forcing the speeder. Any earlier and you will accidentally force push R2 or this plant instead. After collecting the power up, move over to the speeder and switch your force to that player. The fast force ability you get from the power up will let you complete the speeder quicker. Then hop into the speeder with Obi-Wan and jump onto the front of it with Qui-Gon. You want to be very close to the front of the speeder, but without falling off. Move towards the tank, and once you are close to it, turn to the right. Turning to the right here will move Qui-Gon away from the explosion that would otherwise kill him. This is why you want him near the front of the speeder, so that when you turn right, he moves as far away as possible. Then continue forward and position Qui-Gon here, and hold up with him. Align the speeder directly behind and move forwards to clip him out of bounds. It's important to note here that you do not want a lot of velocity with the speeder, as too much can flatten Qui-Gon or just not clip him out. Moving slowly and directly up into Qui-Gon is the most consistent way to clip out of bounds. If you take too much time to set up the clip, this droideka can roll over and get in your way, pushing your speeder backwards. Speeder clipping can be a weird tech to get used to, and it takes a lot of feel, so be sure to practice this trick a lot, because the better and faster you get at it, the less you'll have to worry about those droidekas. As soon as you see Qui-Gon clip out, hop out of the speeder with Obi-Wan and move forwards. At this point here, the camera will make a slight adjustment upwards. About half a second after this camera adjustment completes is when you can jump up with Qui-Gon to hit the transition. If you want to play this a bit safer, you can wait a little bit longer before jumping up and then move down to hit the transition. But be sure not to delay too long or you will hit the other transition and reload the first room. Your character management in this next room will change depending on what strat you opted for in the first room, so we'll start with the R2 strat. With this version, you'll enter the room with only Obi-Wan, so simply slash as you enter to gain some extra distance, and then force the grapple, and then the platform, and make your way across. If you did Theater Clip, you'll enter this room with both Jedi called in. At the beginning of this room, immediately begin your force with player 1, then move to the right, and when player 2 is at this line on the ground, begin forcing this platform. Jump with player 1 when you are at this edge, and you should land on the platform as it is completed. Then swap Qui-Gon to Panaka, and then to R2. Then fall off the edge and drop out. This specific character management is necessary for later in the level. Now make your way into the button room and step on this button as you make your way over. Then head to this button and slam to avoid dying while waiting for the rest of your characters. A faster but more difficult strat here is to slash onto the button instead. Tap slightly towards the center of the button to avoid sliding off while being shot at, and you can also pan the camera to the right here while on the button to help prevent the droidekas from blocking the pathfinding of the other characters. After the camera pan, double jump down this hallway to avoid taking damage. While in this hallway, begin panning the camera directly up. This will help you avoid damage and is also necessary for the player to call in we are about to do. Make your way to the left side of this statue and perform a jump with a delayed slash attack. As soon as you press the attack button to destroy the statue, begin spamming F2 to call in R2. After destroying the statue, immediately move to the right and begin building. Continue to hold the camera pan up throughout all of this until R2 calls in. Here you can use R2 to block some incoming shots from the battle droids. Then use the panel and jump around with Obi-Wan to avoid taking damage before entering the next room. Alternatively, if Obi-Wan is on 1 or 2 hearts, you can take an intentional death here first and enter the next room with R2. Now, occasionally you will not call in as R2, but as a Jedi. If this happens, R2 will instead be on the right, so go swap to him, and then use the panel. And if R2 is not over there either, he will instead be in this left position here. This next room is called Theed 1. At the beginning of this room, swap your player 2 to a Jedi. If you did Theater Clip, you can simply swap to the Jedi that will be right next to you as you enter this room. However, if you did not do Theater Clip at the beginning of the level, the character management will be different and Panaka will be here instead. Be sure to swap to Panaka before you swap to a Jedi to keep the character management correct for later in the level. Here there are 3 different strats for the beginning of this room. Let's start with the beginner strat. After doing the correct character management, drop out player 2 and head this direction with player 1. Jump when needed to avoid incoming droid shots. When you get here, force the stairs and then head up top. When you get to this point, you can force the bridge from behind the pillar here to avoid being shot. Then head over and call in your other player as they come across. For the intermediate strat, you will move through the room with both players, and use the elevator at the back of the room to skip the forcible stairs. Force these droids as you make your way by, and collect hearts as needed. Forcing the droids at an angle that pushes them into the wall will allow you to kill them quicker here. To play the section a bit safer, you can optionally kill these 3 droids here. Make your way onto the elevator with both players and force the bridge on your way up. Pay attention to your heart count here and slam with one of the players if they are low on health. If you don't slam on low hearts, that can lead to a death, which would then require you to wait for the elevator again. When you reach the top, jump across and make your way in this direction. The advanced strat for this room is called Left Side, which uses some technical platforming on the left side of the room to skip the elevator and the bridge. As you make your way this direction, you actually want to avoid killing this pack of droids by jumping around them. Then, when you encounter this pack of 2 droids, force one into the other with player 2. It is faster here to stop your force early, since a deactivate is quicker than a destruction when force pushing. Now we are going to begin that section of technical platforming. Start by double jumping to this ledge here and then over to the one on the left. While you're making this second jump, double jump up to that first ledge with player 2. Then player 2 will jump up to the second ledge, and then player 1 will begin their next jump. This next jump off the hatch is the trickiest one. The hatch here has very strange collision that you cannot stand on, so you can't do a normal jump here. Instead, you will have to buffer a jump by pressing the jump input right before you land, which will make your character jump on the earliest possible frame. On top of that, you should release all directional inputs once you are above the hatch and until you press your jump input. When you press jump to buffer it, also move the stick down right to get the jump in this direction. Then, as soon as you are past this corner of the wall, switch to holding right. Then, switch to holding upright for your second jump. It will look something like this. In general, just focus on getting around the corner with your first jump and moving upright with your second jump. One key thing to pay attention to here is that the angle on your stick is not too far down, or your character will backflip. You want to be just far enough down right to get around the corner of the wall. As you get more comfortable with this trick, you can start doing player 2's second jump and this first hatch jump at the same time. When you do make it to the top, you can begin moving to the right with player 1 while player 2 executes the same jump on the hatch. Once again, go neutral before landing and buffer your first jump. Here the movement is very similar, just it will be on keyboard this time. Move down right for the first jump, hold right after you get past the corner, and hold upright for the second jump. Again, make sure you don't press down before pressing right for the first jump or your character can backflip. Moving to the right like this with player 1 while doing this jump is faster and can also help with the camera to make this jump more consistent. With that said, if you're struggling with the 1P2C, you can pause for a second here with player 1 until you get up with player 2. When you get to the top with both players, you have two options for crossing this gap. Since you already have player 1 out in front, you can just jump across this gap with that player first and then follow behind with the other player. The slightly slower but easier method here is just to line up both players and jump across at the same time. Now, if you're on low hearts crossing this gap, try to avoid incoming droid shots and slash on the other side to make sure you can get a respawn here. If you don't avoid the shots and you die too early, you can get a really bad respawn, and something like this can happen. Heart management in general is very important with this trick, so pay attention to your movement at the beginning of the room to make sure you have as many hearts as possible for this section. Regardless of which strat you opted for at the beginning of this room, you should now have both Jedi here at the top. Jump across this gap with player 1 while player 2 uses the Force to kill this pack of droids. For more advanced runners, you can skip this Force or do a really small one and then slam with player 2 at the end of the room to avoid dying. It actually doesn't matter which player goes across this gap, so if player 1 dies to the droids, it can be faster to just jump across with player 2 instead and play the next section with swapped players. After killing those droids, you are now going to be using this box to get a player up to the top button to open the door. After jumping across, force this lamp first to avoid accidentally targeting it later. Jump onto the box with one player and then force it up almost all of the way. Once the box reaches this spot here, you can release your force and jump up to the top. Be careful to not walk too far to the left here with this player, or you will hit a camera pan trigger that we are going to skip later. Now, if you accidentally force this box all the way to the top, you're not normally able to jump back up to the top here, but there actually is a backup using the other player. So jump over here with the other player, and then you're going to do a slam with both players. You're going to be moving up left with both players, and you're going to do the double jump with the player on the left first, and then with the player on the right. Then slam with both players at roughly the same time. The best way to think about this is that you're double jumping with the player on the left first, so that when you do your slams, the player on the right is lower than the other player and can push them up to the top of the box. It's a little weird, but it is super consistent with practice and definitely a backup worth knowing. Now, if you accidentally force the box so far that it blows up, you'll have to go back, force the stairs, and bring Anakin up here to use the hatch. So ideally, try to release the force earlier so that if you do miss the jump up, you can get another attempt at it because the box is not destroyed or stuck at the top. Once up top, step on the button and this will start a camera pan. Typically, you will lose all movement ability during a camera pan. However, if one of your players dies during it, the other player will gain some additional temporary movement. We can use this piece of tech to enter this next room during the camera pan. Move towards the gate with this player here, and as soon as you see the gate begin to open, simply hold down left with your player on the button. Then they will die, and this will give you enough additional movement to make it into the next room during the camera pan. This next room begins with what is called a transition skip to get out of bounds and skip this entire room. A transition skip works by killing a character next to a transition and then moving your other player into the spot where they would respawn. This forces that character to respawn slightly behind the transition to the previous room. You can then swap to that character and proceed out of bounds. For this transition skip, you need Panaka to be in this corner when you load into the room, otherwise it will not work. If you have done the aforementioned character management correctly throughout the level, he should indeed be here. But if R2 spawns here instead, swap to R2 with player 1, then swap to Panaka, and then swap back to the player 1 Jedi. Now Panaka will be in the corner when you reload the room. It's also worth mentioning that you can do this trick with Anakin and Padme if you do get the character management mixed up, just not with R2. Now you're going to kill Panaka, which you can actually do in 3 hits instead of 4 by doing a combo. A combo attack is performed by pressing attack again right at the end of each previous attack animation. Make sure your initial angle here is one that sends Panaka into the transition corner when you hit him and not into this corner. After you kill Panaka, drop out with player 2, then very slightly tap to the left and swap to Panaka when he respawns. Now move around this wall and jump when you reach this spot. Now you will be out of bounds. You want to be at about this height, so jump if needed. If you miss this jump and fall all the way down here where you can no longer jump up, just pan the camera up and call in player 2 and then drop out player 1 and reload the room to attempt the trick again. When out of bounds, move right until you reach this orange circle here, and then walk directly into the invisible wall that will be behind it. Walk around the wall to the left and jump up until you reach this area. Then jump around this hatch to avoid getting stuck and jump up to here. The easiest way to get around the hatch is to simply move upright until you are halfway past the hatch and then switch to downright. If you do happen to get stuck in the hatch, you can again just call in your other player and reload the room. The more advanced movement for this room is to simply jump around the hatch while jumping up, instead of landing on the windowsills first. Once you get here, walk to the right until you reach this corner, where you need to jump down right. When you land from your jump, move upright to hit the transition to the next room. Avoid going too far down here or you can get stuck in the door like this. And once again, if this does happen, just call in player 2 and reload the room. In this next room, swap to Qui-Gon and make your way through the hallway. Your primary focus in this room is taking this line and avoiding incoming droid shots. Walk around the droideka and then slash this statue, once again avoiding shots. The main goal here is to not die, but if you do have extra hearts, you can get some damage boosts in the next room. Enter the next room with a jump slash and then immediately switch back to Panaka. Call in your other player and make your way down this hallway. There are 2 different ways to play this room, beginner and advanced, so let's start with the beginner strat. As you're walking down this hallway, you can get a couple damage boosts and then position Qui-Gon behind your other players. Here we are about to hit a set of 4 camera pans, but we can skip all 4 of them the same way we skipped the first one in Escape from Naboo. This is called swappy strats, and all you have to do is swap your player 2 to a different character as soon as your party is off screen. Do this for all 4 camera pans while Panaka makes his way further into the hangar. Make sure you stay close to your party so that you actually have someone to swap to when the camera pans. Panaka is going to be firing shots to free the pilots in between the camera pan skips. The first shot should be done after the second camera pan skip. At this point, Panaka should be about here, so aim down left and fire at the peak of your jump while not holding any directional inputs. After the next camera pan skip, aim up and fire another shot while once again not moving. After firing this shot, immediately begin moving to the right with Panaka as player 2 performs the final camera pan skip. Then swap player 2 to R2 while Panaka is firing shots to the right to kill these droids here. Make sure to not move too far up with R2 or you can trigger another pack of droids through this door. Make your way to this blue stud, then face directly up and do another jump shot. Then swap Panaka to a Jedi and get a large force push on R2 right before the final camera pan plays. If you are pushing R2 while this camera pan begins, you can then get a jump slash off with player 1 to get a bit closer. Do one final large force push here, use the panel, and then drop out player 2 to finish the level. The advanced strat for this room starts very similarly with swappy strats. However, you will instead be doing them on the right side of this hallway to take a better line in this room with Panaka. With this version, your first shot with Panaka will instead be from the bottom right section of this light rectangle on the floor. Tap down left with Panaka here to get the right angle, and do the same type of jump shot as before. Now as soon as you fire that shot, begin moving to the right once again with Panaka, and aim to get to the bottom right of this rectangle and fire up left before the next camera pan begins. Then once again, begin moving with Panaka to the right as soon as you fire, and make sure you switch player 2 to R2. Here we are going to set up for a strat, so very carefully kill these 2 regular droids and the red droid on the left, leaving the one on the right alive. Then perform this same jump shot to kill the top droid. To make sure you avoid killing the far right red droid with this shot, tap a slight bit more up left than straight up with this jump. Then swap Panaka to a Jedi and get one large force push on R2 and then slash this final droid. Shortly after this final droid is dead, a final camera pan will play. Here we're going to use a tech called Force Camera Pan Movement. If you're actively, repeatedly forcing an object during a camera pan, this can allow you to move the other player during it. In this case, we're going to repeatedly force this Naboo starfighter to allow us to move R2 to the right and use the panel as soon as it rises up. Then, after the pan, drop out R2 and the level will end. This concludes the Theed Palace tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 1-6, Darth Maul. This level is one of the harder prequel levels, consisting of some very difficult skips and platforming. For this reason, we have marked this level with a difficulty rating of 6 and an RNG rating of 4. Droids in this level can be unforgiving, and some of the rooms require lots of adaptation and adjustment. Let's begin. As the level begins, hold upright and swap to Qui-Gon. Begin to run over to this spot on the ground and set up for the first major trick in the level. Lamp jump. For lamp jump, the concept may appear simple, but the trick is actually somewhat complex. Your goal is to space a jump out enough to land directly under this lamp, and then jump up from under it. The game will treat the lamp as out of bounds collision, allowing you to go straight up top, where you can space a jump across to the other side, skipping the first boss fight and saving up to a minute. As you space a jump out, try to take this line to the lamp. It can be hard to perceive where you want to aim for, so either use this part of the lamp or this part of the wall as a visual cue for where to aim. Once you are directly under the lamp, go neutral with your player. Jump up on top of the lamp by either spamming jumps or pressing jump a few times slowly. Be careful when spamming jumps, since you can hit your head on this arch and fall off the lamp entirely. When you clip up through the lamp, center yourself above the lamp in the air and wait until you land. Once you have landed, hold this angle, get an edge jump, and space a jump across to reach the other side. Note that if you are on keyboard, this trick should be performed slightly differently. For keyboard, the line you take is similar, but the next part is slightly different. Instead of going neutral, you'll want to hold upright on the wall once you're under the lamp. Jump twice, making sure not to spam so you don't bonk, and from here you have some options. You can either immediately go into the next part without stopping, or you can stand still on the lamp and proceed as normal. If you opt not to stop, you should get an edge boost off the lamp, allowing you to make it to the other side a little bit more easily. If you bonk your head on the lamp, you are not lined up centrally under the lamp. Most of the time, this means you are too far left. If you do bonk, you can move slightly while falling and jump again to try and save the attempt. If you fail to get a jump entirely, you held neutral too early. If you fall off and die on top of the lamp, you will usually get a respawn on top of it, but can sometimes respawn back on the floor if you do not stay on the lamp long enough to set a respawn point. If you are still on the lamp, wait until your character flashes 3 times to lose invincibility frames before you can jump across again, as invincibility frames prevent you from running off of an edge. Once you have made it across, jump onto this machine and select the strat you wish to end the room with. You can either take the cart, which saves between 1 and 2 seconds, or skip the cart entirely. While the cart is faster, it is entirely down to RNG if you get shot out of it or not. It is recommended for newer runners to skip the cart and focus on taking a good line to the door instead. However, if you do take the cart, try to follow this line on the ground to minimize risk of being shot. Speed in the cart to the end of the room, or if you got shot out, simply run to the end, avoiding any droid shots behind you. If you did elect to skip the cart, follow this line to the door and avoid all the droid shots behind you as well, since you will want a high heart count for the next room. As you enter the second room, press tag before you can move to swap back to Obi-Wan. As you approach this gap, you will want to cut the corner off, spacing a jump across this line to be safe. You can play it riskier for a small time save, but a death here is very costly. Spam a double jump as soon as you land on the ledge, and spam another double jump as soon as you land on the platform above. Try to aim here to get past Darth Maul, as if he gets in front of you, he'll push you with his lightsaber. Next will be the Maul wall climb. You can get jumps off of these ledges sticking out of the wall, allowing you to scale the entire wall and reach the top, skipping the parkour section below. Begin by spacing a double jump to your right and cutting forward into the wall after your second jump. Land on this ledge and continue holding forward. To get a jump from this ledge, turn around as you double jump again. Once you have double jumped, hold forward again and you should land on the next ledge. This ledge functions exactly the same, so turn to the left and double jump up to the platform. Note that if your jump gets eaten while attempting this trick at any point, you are likely running into the wall. To avoid this, make sure you are not moving forward at all when jumping from the ledges. If you fall down during the wall climb, simply set the trick back up with a double jump facing away from the wall.
Double jump from this platform to the left or perform a backflip for some small time save. Jump onto the top of the pillar and follow this line, staying inside to avoid any droid shots. It is not uncommon to get shot and die here, so don't worry if you do. Panning the camera to get the droids off screen can sometimes help with not getting shot. Jump from this ledge onto the bridge and enter the next room. Entering DM3, tag Qui-Gon and immediately do a quick slash with him afterwards. Jump across the gaps and run towards Maul. Make sure you call in player 2 at some point before the short cutscene plays, once you reach the main platform. Once the cutscene finishes, send player 2 down to the platform where the commander droid stands, while player 1 jumps to the circular platform and goes up top. Make sure to space this jump with player 1, otherwise the camera won't pan fast enough and he will die. Grab the power up with player 1 and begin running down while player 2 forces the commander droid off the ledge. Once the commander droid is falling, drop out player 2. Although he's not on screen, you can use audio cues to tell if player 2 got shot, interrupting his force on the commander droid. Head over to the commander droid on the left and force him off the ledge as well. Once the last commander droid is dead, start force pushing the rest of the battle droids. Once the very last droid is dead, walk down and jump slash to gain some extra distance during the camera pan. Jump across this gap and go up top to grab the power up with Qui-Gon. For the beginner strat, do a spaced double jump slam over this gap to break the shield of the first droideka. Run in front of its gun and deflect its bullets using the properties of the power-up, killing it instantly. Jump across the gap and slam the other droideka, doing the same thing to kill it. Jump back to the left button and stand on it. Obi-Wan should hit the right button and you can go and proceed to the end of the room. The advanced strat here is slightly faster and slightly harder. As you slam the first droideka, call in player 2. He should spawn up top, and you can run off the edge with him to land on the left platform. Once the left droideka is dead, have player 2 stand on that button and finish off the right droideka with player 1 as normal. If player 2 did not come to the top platform with player 1, you can still do the call-in, but player 2 will call in on the main platform below, instead of the one up top. If this happens, you have to notice it and jump to the left platform with player 2. Note that slamming too close to the droideka or too close to the edge of the platform can send your player off of the edge.
Note that if player 2's heart count is low, you may take an intentional death to reset your hearts on this platform before leaving the room.
The next room is very simple. Once you enter the room, immediately start forcing with both players, so you can force during the screen wipe. Move forward and force each lever to bring down the lasers, and enter the next room. The next room will be broken up by beginner and advanced again. The beginner strat is relatively simple. When you enter the room, wait a small amount of time and do a spaced double jump over Maul before slamming with both players. Run over to the left, and when you see Maul jumping back to you, do another slam with both players. Move even more left and do the same thing again. After this, force back the object Maul is throwing at you, and then walk to the left as soon as that's finished. While Maul is forcing the final object at you, send a player down to the left side of Maul and force the object with the other player. Once Maul jumps down, slash him twice with each player to take his final 4 hearts and end the level. The advanced strat in this room is cycle skips. This strat in total saves around 7 seconds, but is very difficult. Walk slightly down with both players, wait a small amount of time, then jump and slash with each player. The first set of slashes isn't as important, as your goal is to only hit Maul with 1 heart of damage here. The next set of jump slashes is frame perfect. You must jump with both players on the same frame, and then slash with both players on the same frame. If you're even 1 frame off, Maul will jump away. You will have to do 2 sets of pressing jump and slash on the same frame with both players. If you hit both, you can slash Maul 1 more time with either player to hit him back down to 4 hearts. Then the rest of the room is played like normal, while continually moving left towards the final part of the fight. However, there are a few backups to messing up the cycle skips. They are just as important as learning the trick itself. since you cannot expect to hit this every time. It is important that Maul needs to be at an odd number of hearts. This trick works by hitting him past the even number of hearts, which is what causes him to trigger the next stage of the fight. If you mess up the first cycle skip and Maul has taken 2 total hearts of damage, move to the left to get ready for his jump back. Once he lands, you'll need to hit him once with one of the players, then try to do the cycle skip again. This same backup is done if you hit the first cycle skip but miss the second. In the rare instance where you miss the cycle skip but Maul is still at an odd number of hearts, that means your slash was just 1 frame off. You do the same backup as before, but just don't do the extra slash to hit him back down to an odd number. Note that taking a death during this camera pan allows your other player to get force movement in the cutscene. You can use this to force the platform where Maul is standing all the way down during the camera pan. By the end of the camera pan, he should have fallen off onto the floor with only 3 hearts left instead of 4. Qui-Gon's slash animation is slightly faster, so do 2 with him and 1 with Obi-Wan to end the level. This concludes the Darth Maul tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 2-1, Bounty Hunter Pursuit. This is the first real ship level of the run and involves some very difficult 1P2C at the advanced level. For this reason, we've given the level a difficulty rating of 6. Much of the level is entirely in your control, which is why we've given the level an RNG rating of 2. Gold times for this level are important, but practicing backups will help strengthen ship movement and overall 1P2C ability. This level will be broken up into 2 routes, the beginner 1-player route and the advanced 1P2C route. We recommend learning the routes in order and upgrading to the next route as your 1P2C skill improves. Before anything, we'll do the first reset of the run. This first one is slightly different than the rest later in the run, as once you click yes to confirm your save, you can immediately alt-tab out of the game and perform the reset. You don't have to wait at all. Reopen the game, and once you click into the main menu, load your save file. Let's start with the beginner route. When the cantina starts to fade in, immediately do a jump slash with player 1 and head over to episode 2. Press tag and enter the 2-1 door, beginning the level. The first room is straightforward, so take note of the line we take with the ships. Round this corner and head forward to enter the cutscene. Be careful not to move too close to the invisible walls or your ship will flip. In the first section, you will need to shoot 2 sets of 3 turrets, hit 2 white lights to activate a torpedo dispenser, and destroy 2 sets of 3 towers. Begin the section by shooting the right side of turrets and then turn downwards to hit the first white light. It is worth noting that unlike ground levels, there's no limit on how fast you can shoot. If you're able to spam quickly, then this can help you destroy the turrets quicker. Make sure you slow your ship down while shooting these turrets to avoid running into them too quickly. After hitting the first light, curve inwards and shoot the next set of turrets, following slightly to the right of the white line on the floor until you hit the second light. Right when you hit the light and the camera pan starts playing, curve to the right near the torpedo dispenser. Your ship can hold a maximum of 3 torpedoes at a time. When shooting torpedoes at the towers, it is crucial to maintain the correct distance to force the torpedoes to hit them instantly. If you're too far or too close, the torpedoes can flail in random directions, losing time and even blanking on the walls. When you reach this point on the floor, start slowing down and fire the torpedoes. As you continue to move right, you should be able to quickly hit the 3 towers. Turn down to the torpedo dispenser, this time doing a 180 flip on top of it to turn around while grabbing 3 more torpedoes. Repeat the same process on the other side to destroy the final 3 towers and open the gate. After the camera pan, head to the third room. Room 3 is similar to the first room in the sense that you simply need to progress to the end of the room and enter the next cutscene. Follow these lines closely and head into the tunnel at the end of the section. In this tunnel, take care to shoot these turrets to avoid getting shot and dying. Move into the end of this tunnel to trigger the next cutscene and begin the second light room. This light room is more complex than the first one. First hit these 2 white lights in the middle. Keep note that there are 2 white lights and not just 1. Destroy the 3 turrets on the left, then grab this power up by destroying this object and move to the other side and destroy the other 3 turrets. Move downwards following this line on the ground and hit the 3rd white light. Destroy the turrets on the right first and then head to the left to destroy the last 3 turrets. Move upright to hit the final light while angling your ship to pick up the first 3 torpedoes during the camera pan. Shooting the torpedoes in this section is basically the same as the first room, but they're spaced out slightly more so you don't need to slow down as much when shooting. Head to the top right and destroy these towers first and head back down to the torpedo dispenser. Do a 180 over the dispenser to grab all 3 torpedoes, then head to the top left and destroy these 3 towers. This time when you grab the torpedoes, do a 360 to grab the torpedoes and then destroy the right side towers. Grab 3 more torpedoes with a 180 and kill the last 3 towers. However, just before you destroy the last tower with player 1, call in player 2. As the next room begins, you can spam attack with both players to instantly kill Zam and end the boss fight, known as Zam Quick Kill. If you shoot too slowly, she will begin to move in random directions, making it tough to catch her and end the fight. However, if your spamming is not fast enough, you can simply hold attack on both players and Zam will still die. There is a hybrid route you can do in the final room that involves 1P2C to destroy the final towers. For the intermediate strat, begin the final room as normal, but call in player 2 right as you hit the final light. Have both players move over the torpedo dispenser and collect 3 torpedoes. Move one player to the top right and shoot the first tower when you are directly in front of it. Move directly right and stay against the wall and shoot your torpedoes just before you touch each of the towers, as seen here. When you finish breaking all 3 towers, move down towards the torpedo dispenser again, and while you're doing this, have the other player move to the left side of the screen to be positioned in front of the rightmost tower on the top left. Curve to the left, shooting the next 2 towers when you're directly in front of them. Curve down right with the player that just blew up the towers as the other player picks up 3 torpedoes by doing a 360 on top of the dispenser. Be sure to hold neutral as you press jump to make sure you get a 360 instead of a roll. Have the player with torpedoes move to the rightmost tower on the right set of towers and have the other one do a 360 to collect 3 more torpedoes at the same time. Hit the right wall and turn left to shoot the first tower. Move left and shoot the next 2 towers as you approach them. While you're doing this, move the other player to the bottom left set of towers, aiming for the rightmost tower. Shoot while aiming down left, curving left to shoot the last 2 towers. The end fight is the same as before. Next, we'll discuss the advanced route, which incorporates doing 1P2C for the entirety of the level. As the cantina fades in, slash while calling in player 2 and head over to episode 2. Damage boost player 2 with player 1, then have player 2 jump slash into the 2-1 door and begin the level. The first room can be difficult to 1P2C due to the weird invisible walls on the side of the room. However, try to take these lines seen here with both players in order to avoid them. Turn this corner and enter the transition with player 1 to begin the first mid-tro cutscene. The next room requires a lot of practice, but will be highly consistent if done properly. As the cutscene ends, move forward with both players. Once you reach here, split your players. We will assume player 2 is moving to the right and player 1 is moving left, however this is entirely up to preference. Have each player destroy their 3 respective turrets and curve around towards the lights. Have player 2 move over to the wall and move down left to hit the first light, letting go of inputs once you do. Player 1 should move downwards along the left wall and curve in around here to hit the second light, aiming at this angle to hover over the torpedo dispenser during the camera pan. Flip directly upright with player 2, and once you have 3 torpedoes, move to the towers on the right. As you do this, slow down with player 1 to collect 3 torpedoes. Aim player 2 at this angle while player 1 moves against the left wall. If player 1 is too close to player 2, your targeting will be interrupted. Shoot the first 3 torpedoes on the right with this pattern, ensuring you are almost pointed directly at the towers and are in close enough proximity to them. Once you are done, have player 1 advance to the next 3 towers while player 2 curves towards the exit. Have player 1 shoot when he reaches here, turn slightly right and shoot again, then turn slightly right and shoot again. Make sure, again, you are aiming almost directly at the towers when you fire the torpedoes, or they may go off in random directions. When you finish, make sure player 2 is within this range of the exit. As the camera pan ends, turn forward and hit the transition. Make sure your other player is moving at full velocity before you leave, otherwise you will begin the next room with no speed. Room 3 is very similar to room 1, and it is important that you end the room with a sufficient heart count on both players, so pick up hearts in this room here if you need to. As you enter the tunnel, have player 1 take this pathing and have player 2 shoot the turrets inside. These turrets will only target player 1, so take care to avoid being shot. Have player 1 enter the transition to begin the next cutscene. When the cutscene ends, hold up with both players and hold attack. If needed, you can pick up hearts as they sometimes randomly drop from this area right here as you pass by it. Make sure you hit both white lights as you're moving forward, and again, split your players. Once again, in this demonstration, we will assume player 2 takes the right path for this example and player 1 takes the left. As you split, be very deliberate with how you shoot the turrets. If you move through them too fast, you may not break all of them, which can cause issues later in the room. Try to get a good feel for the timing here. Once player 1 has shot the 3 turrets on the left, have him break open this red casing on the floor and pick up the power-up inside. Player 2 should turn downwards simultaneously and continue holding attack. While player 2 moves down, have player 1 move down right, taking this line. Follow this line on the ground with player 2 to hit the light. Understand that the hitbox for this line can be represented by this visual, so try to aim for this spot to hit it consistently, as it can be pretty tough. As you hit the light, both players should have finished breaking the turrets in the bottom right. Curve over to the left with both players and continue to shoot, breaking the final 3 turrets. Have player 1 hit the final light, which is represented by this visual. At the same time, have player 2 move over to hover over the torpedo dispenser and move up right with player 1 to aim at the dispenser as well. Reduce your speed as the camera pan begins to ensure you don't pass through to the dispenser too quickly. When the camera pan ends, wait until player 2 has picked up 3 torpedoes before accelerating to the top right set of towers. As these towers have a larger kerning, targeting is slightly more lenient than in the first room. Shoot the first tower when you are directly in front of it and move directly right. Stay against the top wall and shoot your torpedoes just before you touch the towers. When you finish breaking all 3 towers, move downwards towards the torpedo dispenser again. As you do this, have player 1 move to the left side of the screen, shoot your force torpedo on player 1 when you are here and curve to the left, shooting the next 2 towers when you're directly in front of them. Curve down right with player 1 as player 2 picks up 3 torpedoes by doing a 360 on top of the dispenser. Have player 2 move to the rightmost tower on the right set of towers and have player 1 do a 360 to collect 3 torpedoes as well. Hit the right wall and turn left to shoot the first tower. Move left and shoot the next 2 towers as you approach them, similar to the top part of the level. Move player 1 to the bottom rightmost tower and shoot while aiming down left, curving left to shoot the last 2 towers. There are a few very crucial backups to know in this room. One of the most important ones to know is what to do when you miss a light. If you miss one of these lights, make sure you take a wider line to loop back around and hit it. If you miss this light initially, either from dying or taking the incorrect line, your player coming from the left can also hit it as a backup. Another backup is to know what to do when your first player only gets 2 torpedoes from the dispenser. It is actually possible to skip this tower and only this tower entirely, and the room will still complete as normal. Shoot your first torpedo as normal, then move behind the middle tower and shoot when you are directly behind the tower on the right. Be careful not to shoot too early or you may destroy the middle tower. You may encounter a situation where you left a turret unbroken, which can always be backed up. If a turret is unbroken at the top, you can simply shoot them on your way to break the towers. If the turret left is in the bottom, you may need to slow down a bit to break it, since turrets will not break unless you shoot them multiple times. If you do this for a turret in the bottom right, your player will be slowed down, but you can still break the towers without losing time. It is really important to make sure to destroy these turrets before you start shooting torpedoes, since torpedoes prefer to target the turrets over the towers in most cases. Finally, spam with both players to complete the Zam quick kill, and this concludes the Bounty Hunter Pursuit tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 2.2, Discovery on Kamino. There's a bunch of different strats that will change how you play Kamino, some of them being fairly difficult. Because of this, we've given Kamino 2 different difficulty ratings, a 9 for all the strats, and a 3 for none of them. The level has also been given an RNG rating of 3, with minimal RNG in the end room. It's a very trick-heavy level, and an important one to continually practice as you improve. Let's begin. For beginners, you'll start off by moving Obi-Wan up left towards the forcible light and keeping R4 right here near the edge of the platform. After forcing the light, do a spaced jump slash with Obi-Wan to get some movement in the camera pan. Once the camera pan finishes, head towards the bridge on the right with R4 and jump across the gaps with Obi-Wan. As soon as you can, force R4 into the door. The advanced strat in room 1 is called R4 fly and saves around 7 seconds. There's two main setups, one where R4 is on keyboard and one where R4 is on controller. We'll teach the controller setup first, as it's considered easier due to micro adjustments being easier to manage. You'll need to do a double swap with both players at the beginning to get R4 on controller. This can be done by holding left with Obi-Wan and pressing tag with both players as soon as you are able. Get behind R4 and do 2 force pushes to get him closer to the edge. Fly across with R4 while putting Obi-Wan in this corner. Once R4 is across, take off from the middle of this edge and hold mostly down right. Once you reach the outer circle on the wall, you'll want to hold upright to make it across. It's important to note that we have to take this strange line because of what we call a no-fly zone, being right outside where we are flying. If we touch this zone at all, R4 will lose his fly and you'll die. Getting an idea of where the no-fly zone is will take some practice as it can be unintuitive. Most of the time when you hit the zone, you turned upright too early, or your angle was too far up when you turned. Additionally, hitting the no-fly zone can be due to your initial angle from the takeoff being poor. Make sure you take off in a perpendicular direction from the edge. If when you turn upright and you realize you aren't going up enough, you can micro adjust in midair by holding more up and still make it across. It's important to remember the visual cues when struggling with this trick, as they will be your main solution to any problems that arise. The keyboard setup is similar to the controller setup with a few differences. You won't do a swap at the beginning. Instead, start by getting behind R4 and doing 2 force pushes to get him closer to the edge. Fly across with R4 and move Obi-Wan so that he is near the edge of the platform, touching the left side curb. You'll want to take off with R4 in the middle of the same edge on the platform, and try to take off as late as you can. The first part of the fly you'll be holding straight right, and as soon as you pass these 2 dark spots on the wall, switch to holding upright. If you don't make it across with R4 first try on the keyboard setup, you'll want to wait until the camera has fully panned after respawning. Move further up with R4 so that his left foot aligns with the corner of the platform, and make sure on this fly you get a really good edge fly, as you'll need more distance to make it across. Otherwise, it's the same setup as before. How you play the donut room depends on if you're doing Kamino button skip or not, and also what setup you did for R4 fly. If you did the keyboard setup and you're doing KBS, you'll need to do a double swap at the beginning of this room. This can be done by holding up on P2 and tagging as soon as you can. If you aren't doing Kamino button skip, you'll just do 2 force pushes with R4 and enter the next room. If you are doing the skip, you'll want to slash R4 once, then get those 2 force pushes to enter the next room. Kamino button skip is a fairly difficult trick to learn that saves about 5 to 7 seconds, and is considered advanced. We'll show the beginner strat first. Bring both players towards the buttons and walk across them, splitting the characters in different directions. Once you've hit all the buttons, if not already, make sure R4 is P1 and Obi-Wan is P2. You can do a quick double swap here if needed. Send R4 towards the door while Obi-Wan will stand near the edge of the buttons. Force the lever as soon as you can. Once the cutscene is over, proceed towards the end of the room, getting 2 force pushes before using the panel and entering the next room with Obi-Wan. Now for the advanced strat. KBS is the first instance of what we call a super jump, and they will be used a few times across the run. A super jump is performed by setting a forcible character spawn somewhere, then moving somewhere else with that character on ground that is unrespawnable. This character will be put in a place that makes them stuck, and in trying to get unstuck, they will zoom back to the position they were last respawnable at. We can utilize this by having characters zoom through walls and interrupt their pathing to keep them out of bounds by forcing them. To do KBS, as soon as you can move in the room, do 2 quick slashes on R4 to get him down to 1 heart. Do a force push to get him near the end of the hallway. Then once R4 reaches the left corner of the black rectangle on the floor, start flying with him. Quickly land and take off again next to the wall at the end of this smaller black rectangle. Obi-Wan should be following behind R4 in order to cooperate with the camera. Round the corner, then wedge R4 between these two objects. Once he's behind them, drop R4 out and run to the top of the larger black rectangle with Obi-Wan and quickly put your lightsaber away. Tap left to make sure Obi-Wan is facing left, then start spamming your special key to force R4. You should force R4 and, in most cases, deactivate him against the wall. Run up to R4 and jump slash him with Obi-Wan. R4 should respawn out of bounds. Move Obi-Wan towards the objects R4 got stuck in, and once R4 has respawned, fly around the outside of the room and land behind this wall with the force field. You can look at R4's heart count to easily know when he'll respawn, as it'll reach 4 once he respawns. You can then move with both characters towards the hallway, and make sure to fly with R4 to get into the hallway. From here, do a force push through the wall. Obi-Wan will auto drop out, so pan the camera up to get him to drop in the hallway quicker. Do another force push before using the panel, and enter the next room with Obi-Wan. KBS is a very difficult trick to learn and requires a lot of practice. There's a lot that can go wrong and a lot to be cautious of. Firstly, if R4 flies inbounds right next to Obi-Wan and you deactivate him inbounds, it likely means you didn't force R4 in time. If this happens, if possible, don't drop in R4 and kill him. Then, once he respawns, he should still have 1 heart. If you force R4 and turn the corner and he's not out of bounds, it likely means you were too far right with R4 when you took your first flight from the larger black rectangle. Make sure to always take off from the corner or even slightly left of the corner. If you force R4 and he doesn't land and falls out of bounds, this is a result of you holding force for too long. Quickly drop R4 out so that when he respawns, he'll still have 1 heart, then do the trick again. If the fly that you took off with has too wide of an angle and it doesn't look like you're going to make it to the collision, you can ride the wall in this smaller section to gain some height to make it up. There's a fringe case with this trick where when you do the correct setup, R4 will land out of bounds, but he won't get deactivated. This is fittingly called no deactivate, and if you want, you can skip the slash to kill R4 and save some time. You will have a different camera angle for the movement if you do this, so make sure you know how to adjust to the new camera while doing the trick. The next room begins by dropping out Obi-Wan, then switching R4 to Obi-Wan. Continue down the hallway towards the right corner. Once you reach the corner, you'll execute drops and warp. Hold upright, wait a little bit, then drop in P2. R4 should call in on the other side of the door. If R4 calls in on the same side as Obi-Wan, you called in too early. Drop out, then wait again until calling in. Then enter the next room with R4. At the start of the room, drop out R4, then continue with Obi-Wan. Your bottleneck here is actually Jango, not Obi-Wan, so you want to minimize the time Jango is waiting. Hug the bottom railing for the first 2 bombs. Then, cut into the top railing for the 3rd set of bombs. Depending on how fast you are, you might need to stop moving for a split second so that you don't activate the bomb too quickly and make Jango fall. For the 4th set of bombs, after doing your double jump, you'll have to turn back around to get another set of jumps off the bottom. For the last bomb, cut to the bottom railing to make it across. Here there's a strat difference depending on the inputs you're playing with. This trick is called Drop Gym Warp, which saves roughly 2 seconds and is only recommended for people playing keyboard controller or double controller, as it only saves half a second on controller keyboard due to character spawn positions in the next room. If you're on controller keyboard, you will just stand on the button with Obi-Wan and call in R4 once he's on screen. Position R4 near the edge, and once you see Jango ride up the elevator, fly a little off the edge with R4 and hover there. Once the platform extends out, release your fly and start a new one to make it across the gap. Double jump with Obi-Wan across the gap right before stepping on the button to land on the bridge. Force the barricade on the panel, but be careful to keep R4 a safe distance away so you don't accidentally deactivate him. Use the panel with R4 while putting Obi-Wan next to the elevator. As soon as the door opens, move Obi-Wan towards the 2nd circle in the middle and fall off the edge with R4. This will time the elevator perfectly so that R4 will get ghost hearts into the next room. Ghost hearts are achieved when a player dies right before another player hits a transition, and grants that character invincibility, which will be useful for Kamino clip in the next room. If you want to do Drop Gym Warp, position Obi-Wan a little past the button near the edge so that R4 will come closer to him. Then step on the button. Swap to R4 and move in front of Obi-Wan, being careful not to move him off the button. Once Jango rides the elevator up, hover in front of the platform. Then once it extends, fly off of it and hit the button on the other side. As soon as you hit the button, pan up right. Fly onto this railing, then fly around the elevator. A little bit after R4 starts falling, drop in Obi-Wan and he should drop in the elevator. You can let go of all inputs with R4 and he should get ghost hearts for the next room. If Obi-Wan doesn't drop into the elevator, either your timing on the drop-in was wrong or the angle you flew with R4 was wrong. Drop Obi-Wan out, wait for R4's iframes to go away, then do the fly again. For this room, we'll mention both the beginner strat and the advanced strat. For the beginner strat, grab the power up to the left with Obi-Wan while continuing down the hallway with R4. Force the objects with Obi-Wan and use the panel with R4. Then enter the transition with Obi-Wan. It's important to quickly note that the amount of droids you kill in this room will affect which RNG seed you get in Jedi Battle, but that will be explained more in detail in that level. Kamino clip skips the cutscene and saves around 7 seconds, but it can be difficult to learn. The room starts the same as the beginner strat, grabbing the power up with Obi-Wan and continuing down the hallway. Here we are going to be partially forcing the bricks and then standing underneath them to respawn inside and clip out of bounds. To do this, begin by forcing the bricks while standing in this spot here. Release the force and move to the left. The key here is to be up against the back wall, but not against the panel. Being in this corner here is too far to the left, so either don't move that far initially, or move against the panel and then tap back a bit to the right. After the pieces fall back into place, perform a double swap with Obi-Wan and R4. When you perform a double swap with a character that has ghost hearts, either the other player will gain the ghost hearts, or they will lose the ghost hearts and drop to 1 heart. This is the outcome we want, so that Obi-Wan can die in just a single hit. To get this version of the swap, simply press the swap button with Obi-Wan before you press the swap button with R4. Then, Obi-Wan will die and clip out of bounds. As he is respawning, you want to be tapping up slightly so that you can move through the wall. When you see that Obi-Wan is out of bounds, tap up left a couple times until he falls down below. Then move to the right, jump up, and walk forward to skip the cutscene. Make sure to not jump up too early or you will hit the cutscene. If you attempt Kamino clip and Obi-Wan does not go out of bounds, the fastest backup is to double swap again to give Obi-Wan the power up. Attempt the trick again, and the only difference here will be that when you double swap, Obi-Wan will not be at 1 heart, so he'll take longer to die. If you miss it again, it's best to take an intentional death and force the pieces when you have iframes upon respawning. If you get this case where Obi-Wan pops up to the top of the bricks, he's actually slightly out of bounds still, and these slight tap-ups will clip him back out fully. If you get a respawn case like this, where he respawns low on the bricks, that means you were likely not up against the back wall. At the start of the end fight, make sure Obi-Wan is P1 if he's not already. With R4, you can either move him off to the side, or activate the panels to distract the Slave 1 and not have to worry about getting shot. With Obi-Wan, walk over and slash Jango 3 times. Circle around Jango when doing each slash so that he stays as close to the center as possible. After the 3rd slash, head down right and deflect Jango's shots back at him. This is where the RNG takes place, as the amount of time Jango takes to shoot is entirely random. Make sure you're always to the right of Jango though, as when he gets hit by the bullets, he'll move backwards from where he got shot. By hitting him from the right, he'll move closer to the next phase of the fight. After he's been hit a 3rd time, head to the left and look at Jango. Then start spamming force. The rockets should blow up as soon as they are shot. Make sure to not stand too close to Jango so that you don't blow yourself up. Head to the right side of the platform and do the same thing on this side. After the 2nd rocket, head back to the left for the final rocket. You can stand more directly in front of Jango here, and once Jango lands on the ground after the 3rd rocket, you need to wait a tad before slashing him due to iframes. You also need to be careful about where you slash, as Jango is coded to run away from you, so make sure you react to where he's going. If you miss the slash on him, try to take a wide angle to cut him off and get a slash off. This concludes the Kamino tutorial. Welcome to the tutorial for 2-3, Droid Factory. This level is fairly straightforward with a couple of challenging sections. We've given this level a difficulty rating of 5 and an RNG rating of 4. Droid Factory should be a relatively consistent level that's mostly movement based, so gold times will be important here as you gradually improve. Most rooms will have a beginner and an advanced strat that are all usually paired up with each other, so implement these together as you get better at the level. Let's begin. Start by moving forward with both players. When you take the shots to kill the Geonosians, Make sure you're shooting right before the Geonosians are going to walk out into the middle of the hallway. If you miss any Geonosians with Padme, keep moving forward with her and clean any stragglers up with Anakin. Do a jump slash with Anakin on the fade-in to room 2, then drop Padme out. Continue down the conveyor belt, making sure to go around the machines. Always make sure to be constantly jumping on the conveyor belt, as it's moving backwards and will slow you down if you are walking on it. It's important to note that the pressure plates at the bottom of the conveyor belt are not respawnable ground, so make sure to be jumping on the conveyor belt if possible. Right before you get to the droideka, take a wider line towards the bottom to avoid getting shot by him. If you have 2 hearts or less and you do die to the droideka, it's important to always be staying on the conveyor belt, as if you only jumped across the pressure plates, you may get a respawn that looks like this. After you make it past the droideka, it's fine to jump on the pressure plates, as there's no threat of death from an enemy and it's harder to maneuver around the machines. Once you get past the last machine, start heading upright and jump over the tube. Force the last fan and do a quick double jump to get enough height, then jump slash into the next room. There's 2 main ways to play the bucket room. Let's start with the beginner strat. Call in P2 as soon as you can, then switch P1 to R2. Bring Padme to the grapple and shoot the target at the top. After shooting the grapple, position Padme towards the bottom right of the platform. While you do that, bring R2 towards the edge and fall off the edge to reset his hearts. Once the bucket fully rises, tap right and shoot with Padme to hit the other target. While you do that, fly with R2 and land on the right side of the bucket. As soon as the camera pan ends, drop out Padme. Once the bucket stops moving, fly to the top platform. Continue right, then fly towards the next platform. Once you make it to the final platform, fly over the boxes, and once you start falling, press special to use the panel and enter the next room. Note that there are multiple ways to fall off of the bucket with this strat, but they are all easily avoidable. One way is standing in the wrong spot on the ledge of the bucket initially, so ensure that you are centered like this to avoid falling off. Another common mistake is flying too early off of the bucket. To be safe, make sure the bucket has stopped moving before you press A. If you do fall off, simply fly over to the left and await a new bucket cycle. Land on the ledge and continue as normal. For the advanced strat, call in P2, then switch P1 to R2 and P2 to Anakin. Get some force pushes off with Anakin, then jump off the edge with him to reset his hearts and drop him out. Continue directly right to progress through the room. Fly across each gap until you get to the bucket near the end of the room. While this ledge is too high for us to fly up onto with R2 normally, we can use some glitchy collision next to this bucket to get a fly off of an invisible set of pixels in order to skip using the first bucket in the room at all. This trick is known as pixel bucket fly. Come over to the spot on the bucket and move straight up. Try to line R2 up such that around 80% of him is overlapping the green part of the wall here. Fly straight up until you hit the wall, then turn directly left. You can do this by holding left on the D-pad, which will completely overwrite your control stick input. After turning left, keep holding left until you hear this noise. Once you hear it, turn up left using the D-pad. Immediately after pressing up left, press the pause button. Unpause and immediately press A to begin flying. As soon as you press A to fly, hold right to aim at the ledge. Note that it is recommended to use one of these hand positions for easy access to the buttons and control stick. The first suggested hand position is a spider grip. This involves using your left thumb for control stick movement and your right hand for all other actions. Place your index and middle finger onto the D-pad, your ring finger on pause, and your pinky on fly to spread your right hand out across the controller in a spider-like grip. This allows easy access to the control stick while pressing D-pad inputs, pausing, and flying. The other suggested hand position is a classic claw grip. It only uses the D-pad for directional inputs. Use claw to pause while your thumb is over the face buttons to hit jump. There's only one backup needed for this trick, but it is very crucial. If, while holding left on the D-pad, you fail to hear this noise, continue holding the same inputs, but quickly tap up on the D-pad, like so. You will now be able to hear the noise and can continue as normal by pressing up and pausing instantly. It may take some practice to identify how long you must hold left before you are sure the noise is not happening. If you performed the force pushes earlier in the room, you will always be able to make the fastest bucket cycle. From here, land on the bucket and wait for it to rise up. If you make the cycle early and are very far forward on the bucket, simply spam the A button to ensure you get a fly off of the bucket. Finally, fly into the set of bombs with this angle and press special when you're on top of the bombs, like so. Pan the camera to the right and enter the next room. There are some backups to know if you do not make the proper bucket cycle. If you are just barely late and the bucket is still there, fly here. You will get clipped up onto the bucket and can fly across. If you are very early to the cycle, slow down while on the bucket by performing a small circle in place to avoid falling off of the bucket from flying too early. The character management in the escort room depends on what you did in the previous room. If you did the beginner strat in the bucket room, swap to Anakin at the start of the escort room. Pan the camera right and force the gear. Stand as close as you can to the center so that 3PO's AI will put him on the platforms, and force the gear once he's on them. This part is just about timing the forces on the gears. Move to the right while also panning right to force the other side earlier. Jump across to the next platform and again, stand as close to the center as possible. After you force the gear the last time, tag to 3PO and call on Anakin on P2. You can force push 3PO closer to the panel, but be careful to not force him too early or at a bad angle, otherwise you may force him off the edge, causing him to respawn all the way back at the beginning. Use the panel with 3PO and enter the next room with Anakin. If you did the advanced strat in bucket room, you'll want to be panning right as you enter the room. Call on P2 as Anakin as soon as you hit the transition. Walk to the right until you are here and force the gear. Then switch R2 to 3PO. From here, it's the same as the beginner strat, except you'll have 3PO called in and Anakin will be on P2 instead. Because of this, when you have some downtime, you'll need to double swap your players to get Anakin on P1, which can be done either here or here. While using the 3PO panel, stand here with Anakin. Once 3PO finishes using the panel, run or jump slash off the edge to die in the lava, while 3PO enters the door to the next room, giving you ghost hearts. There is a very rare chance that when you enter this room, the gears will not have their force glow around them, or in the previous room with the beginner strat, this bucket may randomly disappear. If your gears are unable to be forced, you are soft locked and cannot complete the level. If the bucket disappears, the backup is to perform the advanced strat and skip the bucket. The reason for this happening is a gizmo overflow error. Any level that has a looping gizmo, such as the lightning strikes in Kamino, will increment a loop counter that can't be controlled by runners. If said loop counter hits a specific value, it will cause the gizmo to lose any action ability. The only levels affected by this are Droid Factory, Cloud City Trap, and Betrayal over Bespin. For Droid Factory, all you have to worry about is how fast you finish this room. The slower you are in the room, the higher chance you have of landing on a bad value that causes a soft lock. This isn't too much of an issue if you opt for the beginner strat in this room, but if you opt for the advanced Kamino clip and don't hit it first try, you may be putting yourself in a dangerous range. Be conscious of this, as not being consistent enough with Kamino clip could result in soft locks. The beginner strat starts by swapping 3PO to Padme and continuing right with both players. Try and kill the Geonosians at the end of the room with Padme to avoid 3PO potentially getting stuck in this room. When you round the corner under this arch, aim upright and do a jump shot with Padme to destroy the barrier at the top. When you get close to the lava gap, turn around with Padme and put her facing R2. Move to the right with Anakin to trigger the camera pan. then swap Padme to R2 to skip the camera pan. Force the platform with Anakin and bring R2 over. If you force the platform early enough, you can get a force push on R2 to get him closer. Fly across the lava, use the panel, then swap Anakin to 3PO and drop him out. Start panning down right. And once you reach the edge, fly off the edge and call in P2. Bring 3PO over to use the panel while R2 gets close to the door. The droideka may block R2 from entering. You can either deactivate it or wait for it to shoot in order for its hitbox to change and let you through. The advanced strats in the cave start by tagging 3PO to Padme and continuing right with both players. The power-up is useful with the strat, so once you round this corner, do a jump shot and tap upright in the air to break the barrier that holds the power-up. If the power-up does not bounce down towards you at all, don't bother picking it up. Do the same shot to break the barrier up top, and perform the same camera pan skip, with Anakin up front and Padme switching to R2. Force the platform and drop out. Then jump across with Anakin. Start panning right while jumping across, and once you make it to the other side, jump and touch the wall. Then call in at the peak of your jump. R2 should call in next to the panel. Use the panel with him and drop him out. Head past the droidekas over to where the minikit is, and stand here, panning left. Once the bridge reaches the left side of the screen, run into the corner while panning upright and do a buffer jump into the wall, dropping in P2 when you're falling down after the buffer jump. R2 should call in, then swap him to 3PO and use the panel. Enter the final room with Anakin. Try to swap 3PO to R2 before entering the last room for better character management. If you did the beginner strats throughout the level, this room will start by bringing R2 to the panel on the right and swapping 3PO to Anakin. Simply swap R2 to Padme after using the panel and position Anakin at the base of this triangle on the ground. Once the bomb is forcible, do so and shoot it with Padme once it's on the ground. Be careful not to shoot too fast, otherwise you will blank your shot on the bomb. Grab the power-up with Anakin and head towards the end of the room. If you accidentally grab the power-up with Padme, you can do a double swap to give Anakin the power-up. Hang towards the bottom part of the room and shoot the bottom enemies with Padme. Your main priority is to kill the 3 Geonosians at the bottom. Once Anakin is around here, start forcing the magnetic cuffs holding Obi-Wan to end the level. If you did the advanced strats, you'll have the correct players from the start. Just force push R2 after he gets on the conveyor belt to get him closer to the panel. If you got ghost hearts in the escort room, position Anakin here and swap R2 to Padme, then perform a double swap. Be sure to press tag with player 1 before player 2 to keep ghost hearts. From here, both strats are the same, except your players will be flipped. Once the bomb is forcible, do so, and shoot it with Padme once it's on the ground. Grab the power-up with Anakin, and head towards the end of the room. Shoot the bottom enemies with Padme. Once Anakin is around here, start forcing the magnetic cuffs holding Obi-Wan to end the level. This concludes the Droid Factory tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 2-4, Jedi Battle. This is the first of 5 major RNG levels in the run. However, this is the only level where we can almost fully manipulate our RNG in order to get optimal droid patterns in the arena. This level can be much trickier than it seems, which is why we've given this level a difficulty rating of 8. We've also given this level an RNG rating of 6. Despite the ability to manipulate the droid spawns, there still remains a fair amount of RNG in the level with the pillars and other enemies that can get in your way. Pay close attention to the goal times here, as dedicated practice matters a lot with understanding and playing this level correctly. The first section of this level involves rescuing 3 party members from 3 different pillars around the arena. Due to the enemies guarding the pillars, there is a decent amount of RNG in this section. Pillar 1 will be split up by skill level. For beginners, start by running over to this spot on the left of the pillar here. Space a double jump and slam when you're over this spot to break both the droideka shields and kill the 2 red droids. Immediately double jump right and do another jump slam, this time over this spot. If done correctly, only the 2 droidekas should remain. Spam the attack button to kill this droideka, which has 3 hearts after its shield is broken. And as soon as a droideka is dead, time a block to deflect the left droideka's bolts back at it, killing it. For the intermediate strat, we can stay in this spot and deflect all of the enemy shots to kill them without ever moving. Start by standing here with player 1. Time to deflect once you see the first shot come at you. Note that it may help to focus on watching one specific droid to deflect their bullet to avoid pressing attack early and swinging instead. If this does happen, wait to start deflecting again on their next set of shots. While you can hold block to deflect shots for a few seconds if there is a gap in the shots, your block will no longer send their shots back at them and will instead deflect into random directions. To avoid this, quickly release and press the block button again when you see a shot coming at you every second or two. If done correctly, all of the droids will be dead. If you do this but the droids do not roll, their shots will hit their shield instead of them. The best backup is to stay in place and keep deflecting their shots to eventually break their shield and kill them. Note that you can die during this strat if you mistime enough blocks. This is fine, but be aware that they will not shoot you while you have iframes, so sometimes it may just be faster to go up to the last droid and kill it if only 1 or 2 are left. And the advanced strat for this pillar is doing the same type of deflect but from this position here, allowing you to move to the right a little bit earlier. Moving on to Pillar 2 now, after all the droids are dead, begin moving player 2 to the right while you free Padme with player 1. After the force is finished, double jump to the right and perform a jump slash in order to gain some camera pan movement. When the camera pan ends, keep double jumping to the right with Mace Windu, while player 2 should tag Padme and begin shooting shots to the right. And if you're unable to move R2 far enough before the camera pan, you may need to slow down with player 1 to bring Padme in the range of player 2, run over to this bomb and double jump or backflip away to avoid taking damage. Note that the bombs deal 3 hearts of damage in this level. Then once the bomb explodes, run over the power up and grab it. And while doing this, continue spamming shots with player 2. After grabbing the power up, force push the remaining super battle droids into each other. This will kill all of them except for the one you initially targeted, which player 2 will have to kill. While you can clean up any remaining battle droids, have player 1 slam right here to break the droideka shields. Sometimes the droidekas will be too far apart to break their shields at the same time, so you may need to perform 2 slams. Since power-ups grant deflect bolts and super blasters, you can simply run into the droideka to kill it with 1 deflected shot. If you are waiting, you can also shoot them with Padme to finish the pillar. Force pillar 2 down and then proceed to the right. Here there is some strat variance. So first, we'll discuss option 1 for ending the pillars. Have player 1 jump to the right and jump slash onto this bomb to detonate it during the camera pan. Try to keep player 2 just outside the range to avoid taking those 3 hearts of damage. Once the camera pan ends, grab this power up with player 1 and then move both players to the right and have player 1 detonate this bomb as he walks by. After it blows up, get the power up with player 2, then run over to this spot and perform a slam with Windu to break as many shields as possible. At the same time, spam shots with player 2 in this general direction. If you get lucky, some droidekas may start rolling early and die from Padme's shots. At most, you will only ever need 2 slams to break all the shields. After performing your second slam here, stand in between the droids and attack them to deflect shots and deal damage. Avoid force pushing any droids to deactivate them here. Clean up the remaining droids and then force the third pillar to end the section. After finishing the third pillar, move your characters down left and perform a double swap to get Padme onto player 1. Option 2 for playing this end section begins by picking up this power up with player 2 instead, then detonate the next bomb as you walk by it with Padme and pick it up with Windu. Then begin shooting towards the pack of droids with player 2. Because player 1 is farther back, the droids attempt a path to that player. Some of the droidekas will drop their shields as they roll closer to player 1, and you can take advantage of this with Padme's power up to do double damage to these droids and potentially kill the majority of them before you get there. It's worth noting that the droid pathing is random here, so the droidekas still might not roll towards you. If that does happen, just slam the shields the same way you normally would with Windu. Once again, force the third pillar and then move your characters down left and perform a double swap to get Padme onto player 1. Jedi Battle RNG manipulation can be very complicated, but conceptually it is very straightforward. For this reason, we will start with a beginner explanation of the manip and the routes you should use for the seeds, and then we'll go more in depth in the advanced section. Brickbench will be essential for practicing Jedi Battle RNG seeds, which can be done under the Advanced Settings tab. In the Jedi Battle seed box, type the letter A for any percent and the number of the seed you want. For example, if you want to practice seed 1 from any percent, simply put A1 and then load into Jedi Battle. You will now be on seed 1 when you get to the waves. And if you want to practice multiple seeds, simply type each desired seed in a comma-separated list and Brickbench will select a random one each time you load Jedi Battle. Let's begin by talking about Kamino. Here in the second to last room is where we will begin manipulating the seed that we get in Jedi Battle. The seed is what determines where the battle droids spawn that we need to kill to progress in the level. By manipulating the seed to land on one we're familiar with, we can walk directly to where we know the droids will spawn and kill them much quicker. There are 5 primary seeds we will be aiming for, which we call seeds 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Every droid you kill in this room here will iterate the seed by 1. If you kill 0 droids here, you will end up on what we call seed 0. Seed 0 is very bad, so our goal in this room will be to just kill a single droid so that we can at a minimum land on seed 1, one of the 4 good ones. That way, if we accidentally kill any extra droids, we will end up on 2, 3, 4, or 5. Seeds 6 and 7 are also quite bad, so it's important that you avoid killing too many additional droids. Avoiding additional droid kills can be tricky if you're also doing Kamino clip, so for beginners, it is recommended that you do not do the clip until you are consistently able to hit it first try. So, as you're making your way down this hallway, separate one droid from the pack with R4 and kill it as you're walking by with Obi-Wan. Then you can finish this room the way you would normally, while trying to avoid those additional droid kills. Moving on to the waves themselves now, we're going to talk about each of the waves and then we'll go over some ways to help you identify which of the seeds you're on. Let's begin with seed 1. After the camera pan, pick up this power up here with player 1 while player 2 kills the first battle droid that will spawn up here. Then drop out and head to the right. Here, all remaining 5 droids will all be to the right, so walk this direction and kill the droids as you pass them by. Once you get to the final 2 droids, you'll be roughly around this power up here. If you have time, at the end of wave 1, pick up the power up or you can wait till the beginning of wave 2. Power-ups make your blaster shots deal double damage, and since the super battle droids have 3 hearts, that means we can kill them in just 2 shots instead of 3. So getting a power up here is very important. For wave 2, you will begin by killing this red droid above you and then move right where there will be 1 red droid and 1 super. Kill both of those. And now the remaining 3 droids will all be to the left, so turn around and move in this direction and kill the droids as you walk by. Wave 1 of seed 2 is very similar to seed 1. On this seed, you will also kill the first droid with player 2, and then the remaining 5 will all be on the right. Once again, try to collect the power up here before the wave ends. For wave 2, you will have the same red droid above you at the start and then 2 red droids to the right. The remaining 3 supers will be all the way to the left, so move in that direction and kill them as you approach. Make sure with the super battle droids you are shooting them and not slapping them to utilize that double damage you have on your blaster with the power up. Wave 1 of seed 3 is very similar as well, with the first droid here and the remaining 5 all being to the right. However, wave 2 of seed 3 is going to be played a bit differently. We are going to be moving full right. The first 3 droids will be here, and then you will continue right to the next pack of 3 that will be right here. Waves 1 and 2 of seed 4 are played exactly the same as seed 3, making these values good to shoot for. make sure to go full right for Wave 2, and it's worth noting that the droids may be swapped for Wave 2, but they will spawn in the same locations as Seed 3. The final seed begins a bit differently. At the start of Wave 1, there will not be a droid above you. Instead, it will be slightly to the right of the screen. Make sure you still get the power up with player 1 before moving to kill that droid. The remaining 5 droids will once again all be to the right. One key difference with the seed is that you want to collect this power up before you kill the final 2 red droids, and then after you do, head straight left. Wave 2 will begin by killing the super, which will be around here. And then you will move to the left. Here you will find the 3 red droids and 1 super, and then continue down left, and here will be the final super battle droid. Now that we know how to play the seeds, how do you know which one you're on? Well, you can always tell by the red droids in Wave 1. The easiest way to remember is that after the first droid, Seed 1 has 2 and then 1. Seed 2 has 2 and then 2, and Seed 3 has 1 and then 2. So basically, Seed 1 counts down, 2, 1, Seed 2 has 2 and 2, and Seeds 3 and 4 count up, 1, 2, and Seed 5, of course, is the 1 seed with the droid not right next to you at the start. Knowing how to identify which seed you're on is very important for then knowing how to play the second wave of the seed, as they all vary slightly as mentioned previously. Now it's time for the advanced section, where we're going to dive into the details of the manip and the seed routing. First of all, there are actually 2 main ways you should be aware that iterate the seeds. The first way is the droid kills in Kamino, as we talked about previously, but the second way is with cantina spawns. When you're in the cantina heading to Bounty Hunter Pursuit, characters can spawn into the cantina by walking through the doors. This will almost always happen either 0, 1, or 2 times. Each time they do, the seed will iterate by 1. Now, these cantina spawns are not something you can control or even see visually, but most of the time you will get 0 or 1. This is just something you should be aware of that is happening in the background. So if you only kill 1 droid in Kamino, you will not always end up on Seed 1. Because if you did happen to get an extra cantina spawn, you will actually end up on Seed 2 with 1 droid kill and 1 cantina spawn. So this is another reason that we aim for Seed 1, as Seeds 2, 3, and 4 are the fastest seeds, but aiming for 1 allows us to miss high and still land on one of the best seeds. Most of the time, by aiming to just kill 1 droid, you will still land on Seeds 2 or 3 due to an extra cantina spawn or extra accidental kill. For advanced runners that are incorporating Kamino clip into this room as well, placing R4 against the center of the door here can help avoid some additional droid kills while Obi-Wan is moving out of bounds. Now let's move on to the advanced section for the seeds themselves. We're going to begin by talking about this first droid that appears on seeds 1, 2, 3, and 4. On very rare occasions, the first droid will not be here. When this does happen, the droid is simply off screen down left, so just fire a shot in that direction and you will kill the droid. Now of course, this droid will also not be here if you're on seed 5, so check a bit to the right before firing that shot down left, just to make sure that you're on seed 5. Okay, with that out of the way, we're now going to talk about the seeds individually. So let's start with seed 1. Once again, begin by killing this first droid with player 2, as player 1 picks up the power up and begins moving to the right. On seed 1, you will have 2 droids here and 1 droid here. Then head up right to kill the 5th droid that will be in this location. Those first 5 spawns will always be consistent, but the final 6th droid can be in a few different locations. The first location is slightly below you in this spot here, but you don't want to go chasing down left looking for that droid, as that spawn is pretty rare. So instead, after killing the 5th droid, just move towards the power up, and if you do see the droid below you, then you can kill it as you walk by. Now, if the droid is not below you, which will be most of the time, it will instead be directly to the right of the power up. So fire shots to the right as you're making your way to the power up and kill the droid as you're picking it up. If the droid is not there either, it will be farther to the right around here. After all the droids are dead, you'll want to move upright until you are beneath this pillar in the background to prepare for Wave 2. At the beginning of Wave 2, start by killing the droid that will spawn next to you, and then head down right and kill the one red droid and the one super you find here. Then you want to move left while hugging the camera pretty tight, and then you'll find the remaining red droid right around here, and the two supers will be a little bit further to the left. Next is Seed 2, one of the fastest seeds and an extremely consistent one. You begin the same way with the first droid being killed by player 2, while player 1 gets the power up and moves to the right. On Seed 2, you will have a pack of 2 droids here and another pack of 2 droids here. Then, the final droid will be upright and then you can collect the power up. After you pick up the power up, move a bit right if you have the time. At the beginning of Wave 2, shoot the droid directly above you. Then the next 2 droids will be down right and then upright. Then turn left and hug the camera until about this point, where you will then see the 3 remaining supers. Your power up will be running out at this point, so make sure you shoot each super at least 1 time while you still have the power up, so you can still take out each super in just 2 shots. Moving on to Seed 3 now, which is one of the other fastest and most consistent seeds. Begin once again with the standard first droid kill and then make your way to the right. On Seed 3, you will find 1 droid here and then 2 droids here. While you make your way to the 5th droid, fire shots to the right and you can sometimes get an early kill on the 6th droid. Then kill the top droid and grab the power up. Now, if you don't get that early kill, which will be most of the time, the final 6th droid will be directly to the right of the power up. Now, similar to Seed 1, sometimes this final droid can spawn even a bit further to the right, so just grab the power up first and then keep moving right until you see the final red droid. With this seed, you're going to want to move a little bit further to the right at the beginning of Wave 2. At the beginning of Wave 2, you're going to continue moving to the right where you'll see a pack of 3 droids here. Kill those 3, and then with this seed, you're going to continue to the right instead of turning around and moving left. Seeds 3 and 4 are the only ones where you will keep going to the right on Wave 2. Hug the camera here, and then you will see this final pack of 3 droids. Seed 4 is very similar to Seed 3 in all of its nuances, with the spawn locations of the droids being the only major difference. Start by killing the close droid, then make your way to the right. Kill 1 droid at the top and then the pack of 2 here. The second droid in this pack may be slightly lower than Seed 3, and then head to the 5th droid at the top here. Then grab the power up before killing the 6th droid and start heading to the right. Start Wave 2 by heading down right and killing this super and red droid. Keep going down right and you should run into another super. Hug the camera and go right until you get to here before heading up and killing this pack of 3 droids. The final seed, Seed 5, begins slightly differently than the other seeds as mentioned previously. The first droid will be slightly to player 1's right instead of being next to player 2. This is also how you identify that you're on Seed 5. After killing that droid, you'll find a group of 2 droids to the right, and the 4th droid will be here where the 5th droid usually is. Sometimes one of the final 2 droids will be here, but most of the time you'll find the final pack of 2 droids to the right of the power-up. Make sure to get the power up before you kill the final 2 droids, as you'll need to immediately start making your way to the left after killing those droids. The goal is to end up roughly underneath the right side of this large archway in the background. It is also important that you're not too low in the arena when Wave 1 ends. Somewhere around here is ideal. This positioning is very important to ensure that the Wave 2 droid spawns are in the correct location. At the beginning of Wave 2, kill the super that will spawn right next to you and then head down left. Here, you'll find a pack of 3 red droids and 1 super slightly below them to the left. Then head further down left while hugging the camera, where you'll find the final super in this location. Now, if you were not able to make it far enough left before the beginning of Wave 2, sometimes one of the supers can go missing. If this happens, just continue moving to the left after you kill all the other droids, and you will eventually find the final droid. In rare cases, even if you do make it far enough left, the first super won't be in the normal spot, and if this happens, you will usually see it as you're making your way to what is usually the 6th droid. If you do see it, like here, kill it as you go by and then head to the final droid. And if you don't see it on your way, once again, just continue left after killing what is usually the last droid. The Jango Fett fight at the end of the level is very straightforward, and it's all about timing your shots to be as close to one another as possible without giving Jango iframes. If two of your shots are too close to one another, he will get these iframes and you will not be able to damage him for a short period of time. When the fight begins, shoot Jango as quickly as possible without hitting any of the other enemies around him. While Jango is flying in the air, you can use a visual cue of his head shake. As soon as he finishes shaking his head, you can shoot him again. During this section of the fight, other enemies can get in your way, so it can be useful to kill them in between the shots on Jango. When he's on the ground, you can use the visual cue of his feet. As soon as he lands back on his feet, you can punch him again without the risk of iframes. Continue attacking him again until he's been killed. This concludes the Jedi Battle tutorial. Welcome to the tutorial for 2-5, Gunship Cavalry. We have given this level a difficulty rating of 7 and an RNG rating of 3. This is a level often considered very challenging for new runners, but over time, the level can become one of the most consistent in the game with practice. There is a small RNG element in the first room with heart counts and a forced death you may need to take, but let's start at the beginning. This entire first room is cycle based, with these red lasers turning on and off every 2 seconds. They are the same every time you play the level, and it's important you maintain a fast speed throughout the room, and as you progress through the room, the lasers you will need to outpace will be indicated. As the very short opening cutscene ends, begin moving forward while shooting, making sure to destroy all the enemies and objects, and if any hearts drop, be sure to pick them up, as maintaining a high heart count here is crucial for later. When reaching the first bomb dispenser, grab the bomb while trying to maintain a decent distance and solid line towards this first shield generator on the right. Beat this laser, and shortly after passing it, let go of the bomb while driving towards the shield generator. You must destroy this right shield in order to do the first barrier skip, or else an invisible wall will block you. At this point, veer off slightly to the right, lining the left side of your left wing with the rightmost side of the rock. Hold forward, and right as you reach the edge, quickly change your direction to straight left and immediately press jump to do a roll. The most common way of failing is doing the roll too early and hitting the rock, or too late and falling. If you're slightly too far left, you can still get the trick, but you will take 1 heart of damage. If you're slightly too far right, you can also still make it, but you may ride on this edge a little bit, causing a small time loss. Once on the other side, stay towards the edge here to avoid this droid shooting you, and continue forward, taking damage from this laser. At this point, your number one goal is to get up to 3 or more hearts, or else you need to take an intentional death later in the level, losing a bit over 2 seconds. At this point, you have 6 opportunities to get heart drops. These 3 droids in this tower, and this droid and tower later on. It's RNG if you get heart drops here, but ideally you get to 3 or more hearts. Assuming you're on a good laser cycle, avoid these 3 lasers and go to the right side of this rock, ensuring you pick up the red brick. This is absolutely crucial to have for the rest of the run, and this is the red brick for exploding blaster bolts, which we will purchase on the way to episode 4. At this point, if you have 3 hearts, you can take intentional damage going through these 2 lasers and make it to the end of the room to set up for second barrier skip. If you have less than 3 hearts, continue through the lasers as normal and intentionally take a death and just keep moving forward. At this point, we're going to have to set up for the second barrier skip, which has 3 setups ranging from beginner to advanced. For the beginner setup, drive around to the left side of this generator, loop back around, and slowly drive away from the rock. Once you're facing straight downwards, immediately go neutral on all directional inputs and press jump. At the peak of the 360, call in player 2, and with player 2, drive around the rock into the cutscene trigger. For the intermediate strat, once again go neutral and press jump right before hitting the rock. Call in slightly before you reach peak height and have player 2 drive around the rock into the cutscene. The timing on this is a lot tighter, and you need to be careful to flip before you hit the rock, or else you may jolt off to the left side. The final, fastest, and most advanced strat involves approaching the rock, doing a 180, and calling in player 2 at the peak of the 180. The timing for this is even tighter, and it can sometimes be tough to do a 180, but using the D-pad may help you here. And your positioning is much more important, since being too far left will cause you to jolt left, and being too far right will make it impossible for player 2 to land on the rock. Once you set up the second barrier skip and player 2 is on the rock approaching the cutscene, you want to fall off the edge with player 1 to get ghost hearts. There's a chance you may miss the first barrier skip or make some other small mistake causing you to be behind the laser cycle, so it's important to be familiar with general backups. The first mistake you can make is getting hit by this laser before the first barrier. This is not the end of the world if this happens, just know that you need to pick up the pace to avoid hitting this set of 3 lasers past it. If you make a larger mistake and end up missing the cycle of these 3 lasers entirely, the strat is to simply just slow down and wait till they go away and continue as normal, 1 cycle slower. It is very important to be careful here, since if you stick to the right side of the room, your respawn point will not set, and if you die, you can respawn really far back. This respawn information is also important to note with the first laser after the barrier. In a situation where you're only at 1 heart approaching this laser, if you die to it and never go to the center of the room, you can get this respawn. The final weird case happens if you're going super fast. You can actually take damage from this laser by the red brick and then once again on this final set of lasers. So if you have a low heart count, it's important to be mindful of this. Once you enter the second room, immediately drop out player 2 and we will begin the end room route. There are a total of 8 lasers you must destroy using bombs, and the route is a very specific and preset route you should take the same time every time you play the room. It's very, very important that you take the time to properly learn the order you should do the bombs here, as failing to do the correct route in the correct order will cost you a lot of time. As you're doing the route, which can be seen on screen now, there are a few things to note. First, you should be shooting the entire time, and even spamming if possible to destroy as many enemies as you can, as failing to do so can cause them to block your bombs. In addition, if you fail to get ghost hearts at the end of the first room, you can pick up a power up once you destroy the first set of generators here, giving you invincibility. Continue through the room, following the route exactly as seen here. Once you destroy the last generator, call in player 2. If you forget to do this, you can still do it during the end cutscene. Destroy the final shield generators and the level is complete. There are a few backups to note here, mainly just what to do if you miss a bomb. In the vast majority of cases, try and find the next closest dispenser and grab a bomb from there and continue the route as before. If you specifically miss this 5th bomb wrapping around to the other side here, you should use this dispenser on the other side to destroy the 5th laser, as well as the 6th and 7th lasers as you normally would. Just make sure to destroy both the lasers on the left side first before doing the right one, so the generators have enough time to rise up for you to shoot them. This concludes the Gunship Cavalry tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 2-6, Count Dooku. While not a difficult level, it's an important one to be confident in, as missing the Dooku skip is a huge time loss. Because of this, we've given it a difficulty rating of 3 and an RNG rating of 2, with some minor RNG in the boss fight. Goal times aren't super important in this level, but it's not recommended to ignore them, as this level is relatively easy. Let's begin. You should have called in P2 at the end of Gunship. Perform a double swap to get Anakin on P1. If you did not, press tag before calling in player 2. Bring both players down the hallway, and once the droids are fully out, force push them with Obi-Wan to kill them. Single jump with Anakin to land on top of the left barrel, stand in the middle of the barrel, then force it with Obi-Wan to clip Anakin out of bounds. Note that standing here will cause you to clip out incorrectly, so be sure to be positioned properly. Drop Obi-Wan out, then head towards the door behind Dooku. Take this line that hangs to the right of Dooku in order for Obi-Wan to take a good line to the door. It's important to understand how Dooku skip works in order to consistently hit it. We need Obi-Wan to be standing up against the transition, but not running when we call him in. To do this, we need to send Anakin past the door, which will cause Obi-Wan to path towards Anakin and run into the door. However, once Obi-Wan is in a constant state of running into the door, he bounces off the transition, and there's a chance that if you call him in, he will bounce away from the transition and activate the first room fight, missing Dooku skip. There are two methods to avoid this. For beginners, walk up to the door and begin to do small circles to avoid dropping out of bounds. When you see that Obi-Wan is up against the door like this, continue circling. If he is running into the door, you are too far past the transition. When you see that Obi-Wan is standing still, drop and call in player 2 to drag him into the transition. The faster and more difficult strat is to drop Obi-Wan in the very first time he touches the door. The best setup for this is to walk past the door to about here, then do a small circle in place so that you can begin to see Obi-Wan on screen. Once you see him, let go of all inputs and then drop in Obi-Wan. His character should slide into the transition and activate the end fight. If you miss Dooku skip, you'll want to kill all the Geonosians by slamming with Anakin. If needed, grab the power-up for invincibility. Send Obi-Wan to the button and leave him there while Anakin will jump to the platform to hit the second button. As soon as Anakin steps on the second button, have Obi-Wan jump to the third one. Once Obi-Wan activates the third button, have Anakin hit the fourth one. Once Anakin hits this button, do simultaneous jumps with both players to reach the top and force the levers. Try, if you can, to position at least one player near the edge so that if you force the levers, you can move downwards and fall off the ledge during the camera pan. Once the pan ends, enter the end fight. Once the cutscene ends, go upright with P1 and jump slash Dooku. Make sure to space these jump slashes out so that you don't give Dooku iframes. Wait for Dooku to fully stand back up before you slash him. While you're doing this, send Obi-Wan up here to the left of this illuminated ground. Slash Dooku 2 more times. Once he force pushes you away from him, bring Anakin to the right side so that Obi-Wan and Anakin create a line that puts Dooku in the center. For the next portion of the fight, we are going to force Dooku to spin in place after getting hit by the barrels. This causes him to immediately look at another barrel. Notice what it looks like when you don't get a fast barrel cycle, as Dooku has to walk a little bit before. These may sound complicated at first, but with some practice, they'll become second nature. For simplicity's sake, we'll number the barrels 1, 2, and 3 from left to right. He will randomly pick one of these 3 barrels 3 times. For the first cycle, if you get a cycle that starts with barrel 1 or 2, you'll want to force that barrel immediately. With any cycle that starts with barrel 3, you'll want to wait a little bit after the barrel is forceable before forcing it back at Dooku, like so. For the second barrel, if you get barrel 1 or 2, and you also got either barrel 1 or 2 previously as your first barrel, you'll want to wait to force this one until after the barrel has crossed the right side of Dooku. This is because our goal is to keep Dooku in the center, so we need the second barrel to hit him in the opposite direction the first barrel hit him in. If you get barrel 1 or 2 and your first barrel was barrel 3, you'll want to move Obi-Wan upright so that he's standing directly left of barrel 1, then force the barrel immediately. If you get barrel 3 and your first barrel was either 1 or 2, you'll want to wait just a tad before you start forcing. After the first 2 barrels, it doesn't matter how you force the last one, just force it instantly to end the first phase of the fight. For the next phase of the fight, begin by slashing Dooku with Yoda 3 times. Don't slash as soon as possible, as your slash has a chance to not target Dooku. Wait for the screen wipe to finish, and then slash Dooku. Make sure to wait before slashing him again to not give him iframes. While you're doing this with Yoda, bring Obi-Wan in between these egg-like shapes on the ground, near the bottom of them. Start holding up with Obi-Wan. Dooku should force push Obi-Wan away, and if you keep holding up, you'll get a perfect timing to slash Dooku once the force field goes away. Once he pushes you away again, wait for the animation of Obi-Wan landing to fully finish, and once his lightsaber jolts up like this, start holding up again. This will give you a perfect timing after running into the force field to keep holding up and slash him again. Do this for the last 2 lightning cycles. There's a tricky strat you can do to achieve fast lightning cycles for the first 2 cycles. We want to push Dooku back as little as possible with our slash to keep him in the center. This is achieved by attempting to slash Dooku from here. If we manage to hit him with just the tip of the lightsaber, he'll get up and not take any steps at all, achieving a fast cycle. To do this, slash as early as possible while still hitting Dooku. If you hit a fast cycle, Dooku will spin in place. If you notice you got a fast cycle, the method for the pre-fires won't work, so just react to the lightning starting instead of pre-firing it. Once you've finished all 3 lightning cycles, do space slashes on Dooku to finish the level. This concludes the Dooku tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 4.1, Secret Plans. One of the easier levels in the run, we've marked this level with a difficulty rating of 3 and an RNG rating of 2. This is a very linear level with only a few small tricks. However, you will have both players dropped in for the entirety of this level, so it can be a useful level to practice to help improve your confidence with 1P2C. The goal times for this level will scale directly with your general 1P2C skill, so they can be useful to pay attention to. Let's jump in. This level begins with a game reset following Count Dooku. This reset will be different from the first one and is how you will perform game resets at the end of every future episode. Spam through the menu at the end of the level and then wait until the split timer reaches 4 seconds after pressing finish story and then Alt-Tab. Press enter and then up on the command line and select your first file to load into the cantina. Enter the shop and move to the right to purchase exploding blaster bolts. Exit out of the shop and swap to your other player. Then head to episode 4 and call in player 2. Head into secret plans with player 2, and if there is a character in the way, swap to them as you walk that direction. At the beginning of the level, start building with player 1 as soon as the screen wipe begins. You will not be able to build with player 2 until the pan ends, so after it does, take a small step forward and begin building. After the builds are complete, perform a double swap and move into the corners of the doors with player 1 on the left and player 2 on the right. When the door opens, take a direct line to the inside of the levers. And when this next door opens, take a tight line around the corner with player 1, while player 2 moves mostly straight left to avoid the camera pulling player 1 in an unfavorable way. As the camera begins to move into this hallway, fire shots towards this box to release the power-up. Then aim towards the door and position player 1 to the left and player 2 to the right and continuing firing shots at the door. Here, 3 packs of 4 stormtroopers will need to be killed before you can progress to the next room. Move up to the door and melee incoming enemies with player 1, while player 2 grabs the power-up and then assists by firing shots to the right of the door. Make sure to not pick up the power-up too early as it will be needed in the next room. When you are nearing the final stormtroopers, move up to the right side of the door with player 2 to enter the room as soon as possible. Be sure to not spam attack with player 2 as you enter this next room, or they will fire a shot and move themselves backwards slightly in this next room. For the majority of the room, the bottleneck is player 2. Leia needs to get to the top of the room and build the right gears as fast as possible. Since Antilles is going to lag behind a bit and Leia has fast build thanks to the power-up, you also want to build enough of the first set of gears so that when Antilles finally catches up and can start building, both builds finish at the same time. So at the beginning of the room, use the grapple with player 2 first, and wait for it to finish before using it with player 1. Cut these corners with Leia, and use this grapple from this spot here. Too far up, and you'll hit your head on the platform above. Follow behind with player 1, and note that you do not need to cut these corners with Antilles as well. As soon as you reach this line in the floor, you can begin the first build. And when Antilles is about ready to take their place, move right and begin building the right set of gears when you cross the middle of this bridge. If timed correctly, both sets of gears should be completed at the same time. Stand on the edge of the bridge as it begins moving and fire 4 shots to destroy the boxes in the next room. When the bridge is about this far past this line on the floor, you can begin your jump across. You can get quite a significant edge jump here, so be sure to take advantage of that. And if you do miss the jump, don't keep moving right with that player or you'll just accidentally reload the next room. Then just make the jump with your other player. In the next room, send player 2 to the far lever and player 1 to the close lever. You can damage boost player 2 twice here, but you will have to reset their hearts afterwards with an EBB shot. After you pull the levers, pause with player 1, turn on EBB, and then press the pause button again to exit the menu. Walk up to this line on the ground and fire a single shot to kill the stormtroopers. Be sure to not kill them too early though, or another pack will spawn. A bomb will then come out of this right wall. Watch the arm that is holding the bomb, and as soon as it begins moving back into the wall, fire a shot with both players to blow it up, and then move forward and stand on this line here with player 1. Wait for Vader to cough twice, and then you can move forward without being forced back. Take a tight line around this corner and shoot all the stormtroopers as you approach. Then shoot the next pack of troopers that will come through the door and exit the room. Optionally, there is a slightly more advanced strat for this room where you leave one trooper alive to gain damage boosts and avoid spawning that next pack of stormtroopers. In the next room, move right and begin pushing this box with player 1 while player 2 pushes this box. When the box on the right is one tile away from the edge, you can stop pushing it right and swap to pushing it up. Note that you should try to start your initial push from close to the edge of the box so that you can swap to pushing it up faster. After the box is in place, kill both players on the door with EPB to reset hearts and briefly gain iframes. Using those iframes, perform a jump shot with both players when the door opens, and then swap player 2 to 3PO and use the panel. If one trooper survives the blaster shots, kill it with a melee attack with player 1, as other blaster shots can kill your other player. Before the cutscene begins, move player 1 up against the left side of the laser gate and move 3PO slightly to the right side after using the panel. When the cutscene ends, swap player 1 to R2 and go use the panel while 3PO takes a direct line to the door. Here, swap player 1 back to Antilles as you enter the room and immediately aim a blaster shot at this right fence. Then perform a jump shot aiming at this back left fence. Here we're going to perform the one major trick in the level, Super Crane. Enter the crane and begin moving it down as you move to this position with 3PO. When the crane reaches as far down as it can go, activate the crane and then right after that, begin moving forwards with 3PO. This will allow the crane to pick up 3PO as he's falling off the edge. If you miss the first grab, wait until 3PO no longer has iframes before attempting the trick again. Move the crane up to the panel at the end of the room. Note that the crane movement is actually faster than droid movement, so don't release 3PO too early. Then hop out of the crane with player 1 while 3PO is using the panel, and here we're going to get ghost hearts on player 1. Position P1 here, and as 3PO is about to walk through the door, walk off the edge with player 1, and you will now have ghost hearts for this final room. As soon as you gain control of your players in this final room, fire shots with player 1 towards the enemies and swap player 2 to Rebel Friend and do the same. Note that sometimes you can accidentally get ghost hearts on player 2 when you perform Super Crane, which means that you will be on 1 heart when you swap to Rebel Friend, so be sure to dodge incoming blaster shots. When this first pack of 4 enemies are dead, swap player 2 to R2 and move to this spot here with player 1 and begin firing shots. Here it takes 7 shots into this door to kill all the incoming enemies. It is recommended that you fire shots until you hear a single shot not hit any enemies, and then proceed forward. If you fire this extra shot, you will only have these 2 troopers here left to kill, which you can do with a single shot after they land from their jump. Then build the bridge while R2 flies across the gap, and then after the bridge is complete, fire 4 shots, 1 at each remaining trooper, and move around the corner with R2. Fire 1 shot to destroy this box, and then when you reach the second bridge, fly across and go use the panel while player 1 builds the bridge. While building the bridge, hold down with player 1 so that you can get a jump across after the build completes instead of falling into the kill plane. Use the second panel with R2 and position player 1 here. Drop out R2 after you use the panel and then quickly call back in. If you call in too late here, you may call in as R2 and not as Rebel Friend. Go pull the lever with player 1 and then drop him out. Now player 2 can go pull the final lever. And after pulling this lever, move straight down and then swap to R2 in this location here to skip the camera pan. Go swap to 3PO and use the panel. Call player 1 in as R2 and then use the final panel to end the level. This concludes the Secret Plans tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 4.2, Through the Jundland Wastes. This is one of, if not the toughest levels in the entire run, consisting of a gauntlet of tricks with some difficult 1P2C on top. We've marked this level with a difficulty rating of 10 and an RNG rating of 4. Gold times for this level will certainly help, but it is also important not to get discouraged if it takes a long time to get Jundland down. This should be one of your most practiced levels, as it can be very consistent with proper mastery. The very first room of this level is home to one of the most important red bricks in the entire run, Fast Force. Although it does take 20 to 30 seconds to grab this brick, it ends up saving time in important places across the rest of the run. We recommend picking an out-of-bounds strat to grab Fast Force regardless of your level in order to make it easier to follow along with this tutorial. There are many strats for this room, so we will break it up by skill level once again. For the beginner strat, as the level begins, head over to this bridge on the left side of the room. Have Luke shoot the Tuskens standing atop the bridge as well as the orange barrier to lower the rock. Once you've shot everything, put Obi-Wan in front of Luke, drop him out, and tag in order to immediately swap player 1 to Obi-Wan. Jump onto the bridge and begin to pan the camera up as you land on the ground here. Be sure to always be spacing jumps to avoid getting shot by the Tuskens that spawn in behind you. Stand here while continuing to pan the camera to force the ramp before the Tusken Raiders drop down. If you get interrupted during your force confuse the first Tusken, which will set off a chain reaction and confuse the rest of them. With the Tuskens confused, force the ramp as normal and jump up. From here, force the satellite on your left. This strat will involve jumping on top of the satellite in order to space a jump over the transition and get out of bounds. The transition can be represented by this graphic, so be sure not to run into it while heading over to the satellite. Run to the back of the satellite and space a jump on top of it. Once you land, turn around and run towards the transition for a moment before spacing a jump over it. If done correctly, you should land on this rock. Run off onto the bottom rock and then move to the left to fall off of the collision. Once you are midair, hold down to get out of bounds. It is important to take this line when crossing the slope. If you are too far left or right here, you will slide, fall, and die. Once you reach here, slowly jump up until you see the camera readjust. Spamming jumps too quickly may cause you to pop and bounce, so be very careful. Head over to this rock and, once you are under it, Jump up twice slowly. If you are particularly low, you can jump 3 times instead. Finally, run over to the red brick by taking this line. Ensure that your lightsaber is out so you can see where your character is when grabbing the brick. Run into the red brick from this angle, prioritizing coming at it from behind, but not going too far into the cage. Note that getting too close to the red brick may result in a soft lock where Obi-Wan is stuck inside of the cage. If this happens, restart the level. After you grab it, let go of inputs and fall in order to die and respawn just behind the transition. After you respawn, hold down left and spam jump to hit the backside of the transition. When the room is reloaded, hold forward to progress to room 2. The intermediate strat will begin the same way as the beginner strat, shooting the enemies and bridge before dropping out and swapping to Obi-Wan. However, as you approach the ramp, take this line. You should have less trouble forcing the ramp with this strat, although it may help to pan upright rather than up. Once you reach here, double jump onto the slope and do a quick double jump to land at the top. For this strat, you will double jump over the transition on the very right side, where there is a small gap. Run to the right and begin to space a double jump when you reach this spot. Hold this angle to avoid hitting the transition. The more spaced out your jump is, the more likely it is that your attempt will succeed. As soon as you reach this point in the air, turn around and hold straight left. Once you are under the ramp, hold down left and eventually transition to straight down while spamming jump. You should get a jump or two when you initially reach the ramp, then full out of bounds jumps a couple seconds later. Be sure not to spam too many jumps during this section, or you may fully pop and bounce. Use the same movement as the beginner strat to grab the red brick, once again making sure your lightsaber stays out. However, when you respawn, simply hold forward and jump slash when you see your player's heart count build back up to 4 to progress to room 2. There are a few reasons this trick can fail, which are all avoidable. The first one is hitting the transition while attempting the double jump. This happens if your angle is too far up while jumping over the wall, which takes some practice to refine. If you do hit the transition, simply reload the previous room using this transition and attempt the trick again. This red brick saves over 20 seconds, so it is usually never worth it to abandon the trick entirely. Another common issue is sliding like this while attempting to jump over the wall. This can happen either because your jump was not spaced enough or your angle was too far down. Try to use this visual cue to begin your jump, and space it out as much as you can to make sure you get the necessary distance to clear the wall. Another reason this trick can fail is getting the jump as normal under the ramp here, but falling out of bounds and dying. This happens because you are too low to jump into the free out of bounds collision above, which is caused by turning in to the left too late. To avoid this, make sure you are switching from right to left on the control stick at this moment. While it is technically faster to hold a down left angle when cutting in, you will run the risk of having too little height to get out of bounds properly. The advanced strat here is known as Slow Force, which is, ironically, the fastest strat. Consequently, it is also the most difficult. It is only recommended to go for this after you are very comfortable with one or both of the other strats in this room, since you will need to know one of them as a backup for popping in bounds if you miss the strat. If you are on player 1 controller, begin the level by positioning your characters like so, and double swapping to put Obi-Wan on controller. As the camera turns and displays the Tusken Raiders on top of the bridge, space a jump shot with Luke to target the left enemy. After landing, space another jump shot to shoot the right enemy. After this, move Obi-Wan here and jump slash the orange barrier. To complete the setup, position Luke as far forward as possible without falling off of the ledge, while also hugging the barrier on the left. Turn left and shoot with Luke, killing yourself and blowing up the barrier. When you respawn, you should be inside of the rock that has fallen. There are some backups that are essential to know for this part of the trick. If Luke targets the barrier instead of the Tusken Raiders, drop him out before his shot hits, and do not call in until the shot has already connected. This will cause the bullet to register as a CPU shot, only dealing non-EBB damage. Remember not to slash with Obi-Wan if you are forced to do this backup. Another important backup to know is in the case that you go too far forward with Luke and fall off the ledge. As soon as you die, jump slash again with Obi-Wan to break the barrier. The trick will work like normal, but you will be further forward than you may expect, so be careful. If you are not far enough forward, you will simply not get clipped into the rock with Luke at all, and must drop out and proceed to the end of the room to do a different strat. While waiting to respawn, move Obi-Wan up here and stand still to normalize your camera. After respawning, move Luke to the left until his character icon reaches this line. Transition to moving forward with Luke until you see him pop up, like so. If you pop in bounds while doing this, it likely means you are too far right. This can be backed up by simply jumping off of the edge, which will respawn you back inside of the rock. If you die while doing this, it likely means you are too far left. Now that you have popped up into the rock, the rest of the trick will involve Obi-Wan staying in bounds while Luke stays out of bounds. While Obi-Wan runs across the bridge, have Luke hold up while tapping right, using this timing on the keyboard. Once you reach this spot, switch to holding right and tapping up instead in order to angle yourself more right than up. When you reach this spot, begin holding straight up on Luke in order to scale the wall. To save a small amount of time, you may also jump while scaling this wall, taking care not to jump too early or you will pop in bounds. Once you reach here, drop inputs momentarily to lose height with Luke and fall under the floor. From there, you are set up to do the rest of Slow Force. There are many issues that can occur in this section of the trick. The most common is dying with Luke while trying to cross the bridge. Note that if you die at any point past the spot, the fastest backup is to drop him out and go do the intermediate strat at the end of the room instead. If Luke dies here, it means you are too far down and should try and move further away from the camera. Alternatively, if you pop in bounds here, however, it means you were too close to the camera and Luke fell out of the bridge. Because of this, it can be very difficult to get this movement right. It requires lots of practice and muscle memory to avoid all of these potential errors. Once you are under the floor, move toward the end of the room with both players. Force confuse and kill the Tusken Raiders here with Obi-Wan to avoid taking extra damage. As you move toward the large rock on the right, Tusken Raiders will fall onto Obi-Wan. Immediately force confuse them, and focus on moving Obi-Wan over here. At the same time, Luke should be veering off to the right, positioned under the flowers. Once you reach the rock, hold mostly upright with Luke and jump twice. If you are lower than normal, you can jump 3 times. Pan the camera to the right and allow the camera to snap over to Luke. Try to approach the red brick from either the bottom or the back in order to prevent the camera pulling you away from it. Note that you will not be needing Luke to end the room, so popping into the cage here is not only acceptable, but recommended for grabbing the brick most easily. After grabbing Fast Force, drop Luke out. Most of the time, Obi-Wan will still be alive. To avoid dying shortly after, pan the camera upright and space a double jump to escape the Tusken Raiders. Force the ramp immediately while still panning the camera and exit the room. Remember that if you pop in bounds with Luke at any point during this trick, you will need to complete Fast Force out of bounds with another method. This is why it is essential to only learn this strategy once you have mastered one of the previous ones. After entering the next room, run over to this ledge while hugging the left wall. This ledge will give you just enough height to space a double jump onto the platform, skipping the quicksand below. This trick is known as Jundland -1, as it is the easiest of the platforming skips in the level. Run over to the Bantha and select your strat depending on skill level to enter the Sandcrawler. For the beginner strat, press tag to hop on the Bantha. This strat is known as Bantha Skip and loses around 13 seconds to the advanced strat, but is significantly easier. Walk with the Bantha over to these boxes and, before reaching them, double jump off of the Bantha to slam these boxes. After breaking them, get back on the Bantha, steering it over to the Sandcrawler. Once you are positioned under this vacuum, jump off of the Bantha, double jump, and then press slam to gain some height. This will cause you to hit the transition and progress to the Sandcrawler early. The advanced strat is known as BBJ. This trick is very difficult, with a window of only a couple frames, and is considered a little bit easier on controller. For the sake of this tutorial, we will assume you are performing this trick on controller. Hop on the Bantha and spam jump to immediately dismount it. Next, run over to these two forcible boxes, standing in this spot to target the boxes in the correct order. Force the right box first, followed by the left. Forcing these boxes out of order makes the trick almost impossible. For BBJ, we will space a double jump with a very specific timing off of the stack of boxes, then slamming when we are directly under the transition. The timing for this is very precise and requires lots of practice. Jump onto the boxes landing here and go neutral. It is important to drop inputs in order to reset your walk cycle when you land on the boxes. Run with this angle in order to get an edge jump. Prioritizing getting an edge jump will make this trick much more lenient. Next, double jump with this timing. While this is precise, practicing this trick consistently can help build essential muscle memory, allowing you to get this within a few tries every time. Note that the timing is not a perfectly spaced double jump or an instant double jump. If you see Obi-Wan get height from his double jump that looks like this, press slam to hit the transition and progress to the next room. However, if you get any of these cases, do not slam and turn around before attempting the trick again. There are a few ways you can make mistakes with this trick. If you are not getting a double jump at all, it likely means you are double jumping too slowly, or you did not get an edge jump. If you were getting some height but not enough, it means your double jump was too early. Proceed to the Sandcrawler and press tag as the room begins. After swapping, call in player 2 and pull out Luke's blaster by jumping and attacking. Round this corner and, as soon as you pass the wall, begin shooting shots at the right wall. If done correctly, you will need only 4 shots to break all of the orange covers on the right. Be careful not to shoot too many times, or you will open the covers on the left side of the room, which Obi-Wan can accidentally force. While shooting, run down this hallway and force the 5 wheels on the right with Obi-Wan. You may accidentally force this gonk on the left side of the room, so be careful and aim upright with your forces. While forcing the final wheel, position Luke at this part of the door and walk to this lever once it opens. Kill this droid either by shooting it on the way to the lever or forcing it after pulling the lever. As the box drops down, position Obi-Wan here to prepare to push it. Move down left with Obi-Wan to push the box while bringing Luke over here. Push the box down with Luke and position Obi-Wan here to push the box onto the button. Be sure to kill this droid while the box is primed to explode. Once it does, swap Luke to R2, fly over the ledge to exit the hatch and position Obi-Wan here to force push R2 over to the panel. While using the panel, move Obi-Wan to stand on the left side of the door. As soon as it opens, space a double jump slam to hit the transition early. Note that there is a Jawa in this room, so if you hear this sound, be sure to be prepared to protect R2 using your other player. Upon entering the upstairs section, run to the left with Obi-Wan while swapping R2 to Luke. Have Luke run across this set of buttons on the right while Obi-Wan runs to the left buttons. Pull the right lever as soon as it comes up, and move over to the gate as Obi-Wan pulls the left lever. Next, have Luke shoot some shots into the turnstile room while the gate opens. At the same time, switch Obi-Wan to R2. To be safe, kill these 3 of the 5 Jawas with Luke before progressing to the next room. Note that the gunks can block your shots, so jumping and shooting may help to mitigate this issue. Upon entering the turnstile room, jump with Luke and shoot shots until you hear the remaining 2 Jawas die. In the event that you leave one alive, try and kill it with Luke as it approaches R2. If you are unable to catch it fast enough, the fastest backup to getting zapped is to just kill R2 with Luke, as a disable takes 8 seconds to recover from, and a death only 2. It is worth noting that you can also punch the Jawas once, and they will de-aggro, which can be useful as a backup if a Jawa is too close. Once the Jawas have cleared out, begin pushing this turnstile with Luke. Once you have pushed the turnstile this far, you may use the panel with R2. Note that using the panel too early will result in C-3PO not getting sucked up by the vacuum. If this happens, simply use the panel again. After the turnstile is fully pushed, move R2 over to this corner. As soon as C-3PO falls down, hold down left to swap to him, and begin walking to the panel. Use Luke to speed up C-3PO's movement, even punching him at the end if he has full hearts. As you use the panel, stand in the middle of this door with Luke, waiting for it to open. As soon as the door opens, shoot 4 shots to break the connectors holding the sandcrawler door closed. At the same time, move player 2 to Obi-Wan and swap to him before dropping out. If you plan to do speeder clip in the end room with R2, skip this step entirely. Jump roll into the door and progress to the quicksand room. As the quicksand room begins, press tag to swap to Obi-Wan. Next, space a double jump onto this ledge. Then space another double jump around the wall. Jump onto this platform and space a jump across this quicksand. Be careful not to take this angle too wide, or you may fall into the quicksand and die. The first trick in this room is known as Quicksand 1. While most of this wall has sliding collision, this specific corner does not, which lets us skip a large portion of the room. Begin by hugging the back wall with Obi-Wan. Next, run straight left and jump just before you reach the edge. It is impossible to get an edge jump here, so do not attempt it. Perform a very well-spaced jump and switch from left to up as you perform your second jump. This should line you up in the shadow. Land on the ledge and run forward. Note that running into this corner will not cause you to slide. After running forward, turn around and jump. Again, perform a well-spaced jump around this rock. Hitting this rock in the air will cause you to fall and die, so avoid taking a particularly tight line around it. Finally, land on this platform. This trick is complex, so it may help to know how to properly back it up. The most common fail state is sliding on this slope. Typically, when this happens, you will get a respawn here. This is caused by being too far right or not spacing your jump enough when approaching the ledge. To back this up, simply hold up while respawning. By doing this, you should run against the wall, where you can then turn around and complete the trick as normal. If you die without a respawn, be sure to wait for your iframes to disappear before re-attempting the trick. If you slide before you are unable to get a double jump, you are not holding straight left on your initial jump. The next trick is an advanced strat, so we will begin by discussing the beginner method. Jump onto this platform and jump up to the pillar. Stand here and hold force to bring the bone bridge down. Space a jump across this gap and use the bone bridge to progress to the next section. The advanced strat here is fittingly known as Bone Bridge Skip. This strat saves around 2 seconds and is only recommended for higher level runners, as it can be very punishing to miss. Jump onto this platform and space a jump across the gap with this line. Next, line Obi-Wan up in this position, such that the left stud on this piece is in between his legs. Hold straight forward and jump at the edge. Once you see Obi-Wan land on the collision, immediately press jump to get a big jump. Aim for this collision to get a double jump. Next, jump onto this rock and do a single jump onto the checkerboard patch. Perform another big jump to get over this box. Run a few steps and perform a spaced jump slash while holding straight up. If done correctly, you should slide on this rock. Shift your angle to slightly up left in order to prevent Obi-Wan from sliding all the way into the quicksand and getting a respawn back here. This next trick is known as Quicksand 2. This is considered the easiest of the tricks in the room and can be played either safe or relatively risky. The safest strat is to single jump onto the edge of this quicksand here, walk a few steps, then perform another single jump into this corner. Walk a few more steps, and perform another single jump over to this edge. Finally, run over here and space a double jump to the safe ground. The riskier strat is to single jump here, then space a double jump around this rock. Be sure to hold into the wall while landing, taking care not to hold toward the wall too early, or you will slide into the quicksand. run against the wall, and double jump over to the safe ground. There are a number of fail states for this trick. It is important to note that there are no backups for this trick, as dying will always respawn you back here, before the quicksand. If you die by simply falling in the quicksand, it is usually because you landed too far from the edge, or with too high of a velocity. Note that your velocity determines your survival in this quicksand. If you land from a higher jump, you are much more likely to die. Be careful not to deviate too much from your strat if things become awkward. Walk to the end of the room, taking this line and jumping over this rock to enter the end room. The final trick in this level is known as Speeder Clip. We can use a vehicle to clip our character through a wall. Note that reloading the room as a backup will actually mess up the collision of the speeder and cause the clip to be impossible. Begin by calling in player 2 and running over to the pile of pieces with Obi-Wan to start building. Run over to the nose of the speeder with player 2. For beginners, we recommend using R2 to clip, as the stormtroopers will not target him. If you are R2, fly onto the windshield and stand on it like so. If you do not, when the speeder finishes building, you will fall inside of it instead of being positioned on top of it. If this does happen, move over here and fly from this bridge over to the front of the speeder. Spam tag with Obi-Wan to get in the speeder and drive over to the hut. Once you reach the hut, dismount the speeder with R2 and stand in front of the door. Simultaneously, drive to this power-up and collect it. This will give you invincibility while you attempt the trick, preventing you from getting shot out of the speeder if you fail. Drive the speeder back over to the left side of the hut. Stop moving and tap right a few times to angle your speeder directly to the right. Keep tapping right until the front of the windshield is lined up with R2 like so. Then, hold up with player 1. This should clip R2 into the door, where he can hold up to end the level. If you have Luke on player 2, stand here and wait for the speeder to be built. As soon as the speeder is interactable, jump with Luke and tap left to land on the front. Spam tag with Obi-Wan to get in the speeder and drive over to the hut. As soon as you reach this spot, turn straight forward with the speeder to lose speed and drift to the right. While doing this, run off the speeder with Luke and put him in front of the door. You may need to hold up left with Obi-Wan if you turned up too late. Tap right a few times to angle the speeder directly to the right. Keep moving right until the front of the windshield is lined up directly to the left of Luke's head, like this. Then, hold straight forward with both players to clip into the hut and end the level. You may fail this clip at first, which is usually caused by the speeder position being incorrect. Here's an example of the speeder being too far right, and here's an example of the speeder being too far left. If you fail the clip, hold up left and transition to holding up to reset your attempt. Set it up again and attempt the clip as normal. If you miss it for too long and your power-up runs out, or if you miss it and opted for the advanced strat, you may either get out of the speeder with Obi-Wan to slam the troopers, or simply attempt it again after getting shot out of the speeder. This concludes the Jundland tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 4.3, Mos Eisley Spaceport. This is a very unique level, containing the only instance in the entire run of a niche tech known as Player 3 glitch. There will be very little strat variance in this level, but the tech is far from straightforward, which is why we've given this level a difficulty rating of 5. Due to some minor randomness with the civilians in the second room, we've marked this level with an RNG rating of 3. Practice is absolutely crucial on this level due to the low level of RNG and the high level of consistency you will earn through efficient practice. We recommend adhering to these goal times, and almost every room in the level can be perfected. We will begin with an explanation of Player 3 glitch, which is one of the most interesting pieces of tech the game has to offer. If we attempt to call in Player 2 while they are dead, the game will first prioritize attempting to call in another player in our party, like so. However, it can only do this if that player is either on screen or close to our camera. In the situation where that player cannot be called in, this will happen, entering our party into a Player 3 glitched state. As a result of this, our Player 2 will become Player 3 and will constantly walk up left and cannot be tagged or controlled. Player 3 will also act like a dropped-in member of our party, able to hit transitions, buttons, and doors. We will use this tech to end the level early, which will be explained during the post-cantina section. There are two options to get Player 3 glitch in this level, which are both similar in speed. The most common strat performs the trick in the pre-cantina room. It is 1 to 2 seconds slower than the alternative, but it is much safer, easier, and can be backed up. We recommend all levels below Expert learn this strat before attempting the Room 1 variant. Alternatively, the faster option involves doing the trick in Room 1. This strat requires 2 controllers, so if you only have one, again, opt for the pre-cantina option instead. For the beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, choosing the pre-cantina option for Player 3 glitch, simply begin this first room by moving Luke over here so that you can push the speeder forward when you hop in. This also allows the droids to move out of your way. While doing this, jump onto the front of the speeder with Obi-Wan. Head over to the end of the room, ensuring you take this line to avoid bumping into the trash can and losing speed. Next, we will discuss the Room 1 speeder clip. This trick is known as Spaceport clip and is more finicky and difficult than the speeder clip at the end of Jundland. This is because the door you're aiming to clip into is much thicker, so the setup is more precise. Normally we would have to open this panel to take the speeder into the next room, but as long as we hit the transition and a member of our party is in the speeder, we can still take it with us. For this reason, ensure you do not jump out of the speeder after hitting the clip. Start by running off the speeder with Obi-Wan. The easiest way to do this is to turn the speeder up left while Obi-Wan runs off to the right. Move Obi-Wan into the corner while moving the speeder on top of him like this. Speeder movement, especially for this trick, takes a lot of practice to master, so this may feel unintuitive at first. The setup for the clip will be to run into this corner while Luke is in the speeder, placing Obi-Wan at this exact part of the front of the speeder. Then if you slowly turn the speeder to the right while Player 2 stands still, Obi-Wan will simply clip into the door, and then you can run into the transition. Note that you should not be stopping your movement with Luke at any point, and it's actually easier to control him with slight angle changes on the joystick while he's going full speed into the wall. If you notice this happening, that means Obi-Wan is not going to clip through the wall, and you should stop your attempt by turning the joystick back to the left and setting it up again. Once he's in the wall, then just walk into the transition. One small issue that can occur is when the collision of the front of the speeder does not appear to let Obi-Wan get stuck inside of it. This can happen randomly at times, and the best solution is to try to push him into it head-on, like this. Take this line with the speeder while leaving Obi-Wan still. Once you reach this spot on the ground, jump out of the speeder by pressing A. Immediately press X to pull your gun out and let go of all directional inputs. Quickly press A again and X again to shoot the barrier, ensuring you're aiming at the barrier here. and while you do this, press tag with Obi-Wan to enter the speeder. Note that you will sometimes encounter a situation where Luke blanks his shot on the windshield because your jump got eaten by the speeder moving forward. If this happens, perform another jump shot to shoot it. If Obi-Wan has already gotten into the speeder at this point, he may be kicked out of the speeder due to the explosive damage the speeder is taking. If this happens, simply jump back in. Next, begin moving through this choke point with the speeder. This movement is awkward, so try to drift through the corners like this to avoid running into the walls. This is where the RNG element of this level comes into play, as if you try to move over a civilian that's in front of you, the speeder will get slowed down significantly or even stopped. Try your best to avoid them, but if you encounter them in spots like this, you may need to run over them entirely. Note that if you have high velocity, you're more likely to completely clear the civilian. As you do this, move Luke to this spot on the wall. You may need to die to reset your hearts if you're low. And once you reach this spot with the speeder, drop player 1 out, turning EBB off on the way. This is very important and it will make the next room much easier. By sending player 2 forward and dropping out player 1, we are able to avoid a trigger that would normally spawn in a set of troopers that you would have to kill before proceeding. If you drop out player 1 too early here, those troopers will spawn. If this does happen, call player 1 back in and shoot the troopers before entering the next room. Do your best to avoid civilians during the ending of the room and jump out of the speeder when you reach here. Jump slash into the door to enter the pre-cantina where player 3 glitch can now be performed. As the wipe begins, call in player 1. Immediately begin punching 3PO with Luke into this top left corner. Spam attack to begin a punch combo, and during or after your first punch, drop out player 2. While in the menu, begin panning the camera up left at this angle. Keep spamming attack to kill 3PO with your fourth punch, and hold this direction to run into the corner with Luke. Once you're fully in the corner, press F2 to activate player 3 glitch. If done correctly, you'll see player 2's icon do this. Once you notice that happen, turn back to the right and call Obi-Wan back in. Let go of the camera, jump to shoot the top right light, and then land, and once you've landed, shoot the bottom right light just like this, turn around and jump and shoot 2 shots to the left, using a flicking motion to aim at them like so. Note that all of the lights must be destroyed for the droids to progress through the room. Now, if you miss the player 3 glitch here, you will call in as Obi-Wan without getting the player 3 glitch. And you can back this up by simply dropping out and reattempting the trick again after 3PO's iframes are gone. The most important thing here is that you're panning far enough left and that you killed 3PO when he is in the top left corner and not the bottom left corner. While you're shooting the final lights, take this line with Obi-Wan and begin moving Luke this way as well. Try to hug the wall until you reach here, at which point you should stop moving with both players and single jump with Obi-Wan. After landing, begin to move your characters to the buttons. Place Luke on the rightmost button and stand here with Obi-Wan. After you step on the button with Luke, swap Obi-Wan to R2. Obi-Wan will run to the second button and you can move R2 to the third button as you see 3PO run across the screen to the left wall. If done correctly, 3PO will hit the left button, opening the door. Move R2 to the door and swap Luke to Obi-Wan before force pushing R2 into the transition. This room can go wrong in many ways. Remember that 3PO will always be moving up left in accordance with your camera. This means that using the camera to manipulate him on the button can go wrong. If you stand in this corner too long, 3PO will arrive to the buttons too quickly and will have walked off by the time you can hit the other 3. You can just force deactivate 3PO like this, and then push him onto the button before stepping on the buttons again. For the expert strat, as the level begins, immediately move in this direction with Obi-Wan. While doing this, move Luke to this spot on the ground. Once Obi-Wan has reached here, you will notice the camera move slightly and you can begin punching 3PO. Our goal is to kill 3PO just as we get auto-dropped and our party switches characters, which would try to swap to 3PO who is dead, entering into a state of player 3 glitch. Kill him when Obi-Wan reaches this spot and immediately run down at this angle towards the speeder with Luke. Press tag like this to get into the speeder while continuing to move up with Obi-Wan. Ensure you're holding this angle with player 1 until he's been fully auto-dropped out. If done correctly, you should get swapped to R2 and then auto-dropped out like this, while Luke gets in the speeder. This timing is important to practice a lot, so let's discuss some things that can go wrong with the first part of the strat. If you notice Luke pull his gun out, there are a few ways this could have gone wrong. One common issue is being too far from 3PO to punch him. This is problematic because you will shoot him and kill yourself as well, preventing you from entering the speeder and performing the trick. Another common way to mess this up is standing too close to 3PO initially, pushing him too far right when doing this, and aggroing on a civilian who is now in range of you. The last way to encounter this problem is simply by timing the punches incorrectly, usually too late. Make sure you use this timing to avoid any potential problems. If Luke does pull his gun out, there is a backup. Go into the extras menu and turn EBB off, and then continue the trick by shooting him instead of punching. Note that you will need to turn EBB back on before the middle of room 2 to break a barrier. Another way this can fail is not getting the auto dropout at all. This is usually caused by killing 3PO and then trying to enter the speeder too early before the camera has stretched far enough to get you off screen fully. This can also be caused by just taking an incorrect line with Obi-Wan at the beginning of the room, so make sure to follow this line on the floor precisely and pay attention to your movement. The final way this can fail is either getting the auto dropout and no player 3 glitch, or having a stretched camera and still not getting the auto dropout. Both of these are caused by performing the trick too late. Make sure that you have executed the trick before Obi-Wan reaches here on the ground, or you will encounter one of these issues. One edge case you can encounter is this, where the camera snaps much faster while executing the trick. This is an issue because your player 1 is now R2 instead of Luke, and you need to call back in as Luke, who is in the speeder. This can spiral out of control trying to swap to Luke, as he can repeatedly run over your characters due to R2's slow run speed. If you notice this, be aware of it and be ready to call in as R2 instead, and try to approach the speeder like this to swap to Luke. Once you've executed player 3 glitch, pay attention to this movement with Obi-Wan. It's very important that you standardize your movement here, as the speeder will essentially show up the same way every time. Note that after you do this, you will need to call in on your second controller, since your first controller got auto-dropped out. This is due to the way the game handles controller auto-dropouts. While you cannot call back in immediately on the controller that just got auto-dropped out, you can call in on any other input device, keyboard or another controller. Once you have done this, the restriction on dropping in on the original input device is then removed. Once you can react to your player being auto-dropped out, perform a single jump with Obi-Wan. As he is landing from this jump, let go of all directions on the keyboard. As soon as you land, do a backflip to land on this spot on the ground. Wait for Obi-Wan to pick his head up and end this landing animation, then single jump down right to hover around this spot in the air. When you reach the peak of this jump, call in on your second controller and hold this angle. If done correctly, you should land somewhere on this section of the speeder. Bring both players over to the door at the end of the room to set up speeder clip. If you didn't land on the speeder, curb your velocity with Luke instantly by turning around or hitting a wall. Jump onto the front of the speeder with Obi-Wan, and then proceed to the end of the room. Next, we will discuss the Room 1 speeder clip. Start by running off the speeder with Obi-Wan. The easiest way to do this is to turn the speeder up left while Obi-Wan runs off to the right. Move Obi-Wan into the corner while moving the speeder on top of him like this. The setup for the clip will be to run into this corner while Luke is in the speeder, placing Obi-Wan at this exact part of the front of the speeder. Then if you slowly turn the speeder to the right while player 2 stands still, Obi-Wan will simply clip into the door, and then you can run into the transition. And one final note about the Room 1 player 3 glitch strat is that backing it up is almost impossible if you mess up the initial player 3 glitch entirely. For this reason, it is recommended that anyone learning this strat has also fully learned the pre-Cantina player 3 glitch as a backup and hop in the speeder and head to the end of the room if anything goes seriously wrong. Regardless of which player 3 glitch strat you elected to learn, this room will remain the same. Take this line with the speeder while leaving Obi-Wan still. Once you reach this spot on the ground, jump out of the speeder by pressing A. Immediately press X to pull your gun out and let go of all directional inputs. Quickly press A again and X again to shoot the barrier, ensuring you're aiming at the barrier here. And while you do this, press tag with Obi-Wan to enter the speeder. Again, note that if you did P3 glitch in the first room and had to turn EBB off as a backup, you will need to turn it back on for this room. Next, begin moving through this choke point with the speeder. This movement is awkward, so try to drift through the corners like this to avoid running into the walls. As you do this, move Luke to this spot on the wall. You may need to die to reset your hearts if you're low. And once you reach this spot with the speeder, drop player 1 out, turning EBB off on the way. This is very important and it will make the next room much easier. Do your best to avoid civilians during the ending of the room and jump out of the speeder when you reach here. Jump slash into the door to enter the pre-cantina, and then if you already performed player 3 glitch in room 1, there will only be one small difference. During the screen wipe, call in player 1, then just jump and pull out your gun and hold right. Turn to the right and shoot the first light. After landing from your jump, shoot the bottom right light, turn around and jump, then shoot the 2 left lights using a flicking motion, just like you did before. While you're shooting the final lights, take this line with Obi-Wan and begin moving Luke this way as well. Try to hug the wall until you reach here, at which point you should stop moving with both players and single jump with Obi-Wan. After landing, begin to move your characters to the buttons. Place Luke on the rightmost button and stand here with Obi-Wan. After you step on the button with Luke, swap Obi-Wan to R2. Obi-Wan will run to the second button and you can move R2 to the third button as you see 3PO run across the screen to the left wall. If done correctly, 3PO will hit the left button, opening the door. Move R2 to the door and swap Luke to Obi-Wan before force pushing R2 into the transition. This next room is one of the most simple rooms in the entire level. Our goal is just to progress to the end of the room with Han, who has jump roll movement. Keep player 2 behind while following this line, and hit the transition like this. A common mistake is hitting the transition in the middle of the door, which is slower. As soon as you leave the cantina, you're now within the hard load where 3PO is a member of your party once again. However, it's not intended that you reunite with him until the very last room of the level. Because of this, he's simply standing in that room, waiting for you to enter it. But because he is player 3 glitched, he is also now walking up left at all times. This means for the duration of this first room outside, he will walk up left and get stuck in this corner, basically regardless of what you do. Hold right and jump with Han when the wipe is halfway complete. Double jump once your character has turned to the right to land on the grapple and take it up to the end of the room. It largely does not matter what you do with Chewie in this room, but some runners will opt to take him up the grapple as well. This is because there's a very rare case where if you manipulate the camera just right, 3PO will actually get stuck in this corner instead, which is very slightly closer to the transition at the end of the level. Now we enter what is, for us, the final room of the level. Now that 3PO is stuck in this corner here, we can manipulate the camera to turn and make him take this line, walking into the transition of the open door of the Falcon to end the level. There are a few options for camera manipulation, which will break down into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The easiest and safest strat here is to hold left on the D-pad and keyboard as soon as you enter the room. Keep holding this direction until Han reaches right here, and then let go of all inputs. You may want to shoot any troopers surrounding you to prevent them from pushing you out of position. If done correctly, around 12 seconds after entering the room, 3PO will hit the transition and end the level for you. The next safest strat is to hold left on the D-pad and keyboard, just like the beginner strat when entering the room, and keep holding them until here instead. As soon as you reach here with Han, move Chewie to the right side of this door, and stop when you are here. If done correctly, 3PO should hit the transition around 11 seconds after you enter the room. The riskiest and most precise strat does not involve any cardinal movement at all. As soon as you enter the room, double jump with Han and move left with Chewie. Double jump down to the trash can with Han while Chewie follows this line over to the grapple and falls off the ledge. Jump roll with Han all the way over to this spot on the archway. As you do this, move Chewie from the grapple over to this spot on the floor. Wait a full second from when Han's animation of rolling finishes, and then walk over here to join Chewie. If done correctly, 3PO will hit the transition just 10 seconds after entering the room. It is possible to miss the camera manipulation, which you should know by looking at the timer. Note that each strat has a few seconds of variance if 3PO hits any weird collision or your lines were imprecise, so it is recommended that you wait until about 5 seconds after the expected level ending before you attempt to back up. Luckily, this trick is pretty easy to back up. By exiting this room and entering the cantina again, we can once again go back outside and 3PO's position will be reset to where he initially was the first time we entered this room. Simply attempt the trick once again as you normally would to finish the level. Note that it may be smart to just go for the beginner strat during the backup if you miss a more difficult one in the run, though it is recommended that all runners learn it. This concludes the Spaceport tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 4-4, Rescue the Princess. We've given this level a difficulty rating of 4, and an RNG rating of 4 as well. Princess can often be an overlooked level in episode 4 due to the other ones around it, so it's important not to neglect practice on it as it is arguably just as important. This level has the third red brick pickup in the run, Tractor Beam. Tractor Beam is only used once in 6-6 into the Death Star, which makes that level faster on average. Goal times are not incredibly relevant due to the Obi-Wan RNG in the bridge room, but you should be able to consistently hit them without any mistakes regardless. Let's begin. Spam dive rolls with Han while P2 looks for Obi-Wan to swap to. He will almost always be down or to the right. Once you are Obi-Wan, force the door from exactly where you stand. After Han has passed the door, you can stop forcing with Obi-Wan and drop him out. On your way to the transition, try killing one stormtrooper with Han so that your party won't aggro in the next room. Next is the Princess out of bounds. Swap P1 to Obi-Wan and get close to the railing. There are two visual cues we'll show to get out of bounds. The first one has Obi-Wan get into the top corner, then jump right to land onto the railing. Tap right until you start falling, and once you see Obi-Wan's feet hit the bottom of the screen, hold left and start jumping up. The second visual cue has Obi-Wan jump onto the middle of the railing. Tap right until he starts falling, and once his head hits the bottom of the screen, hold left and start jumping. These visual cues are very similar, so find the one that works for you. Ensure that you walk off of the edge very slowly to keep your positioning close to the railing. Make sure you don't jump up too high to where you'll pop in bounds, otherwise you'll have to set up the out of bounds again. Take this line to the end of the room, cutting this corner with a double jump. If you miss the jump trying to cut the corner, angle yourself hard left to try and get back under the floor quickly so you don't fall and die. If you are too high, you won't be able to get through this door, so either drop a little bit to go under or go around to the side to get through. Then get close enough to the floor so that Obi-Wan is running against this door out of bounds. Make sure Obi-Wan is on the right side of the door, then jump up quickly to hit the transition. Note that if Obi-Wan is too far left when you jump up, he may pop in bounds without hitting the transition. In the case you do pop in bounds, move to the back of the room here and call in P2. You can then go back and hit the transition to attempt the out of bounds again. It's important to note that if you accidentally go backwards and hit the back transition, you won't be able to attempt the out of bounds, and instead will have to build the R2 panel and use it to progress. Once you enter this room, call in P2. Start jump running with Han to hit the transition, but try and kill all the enemies in this room before leaving. Before you start attempting to grab Tractor Beam, you want to kill all the enemies around this area. Take caution with your shots since you don't want to blow up the pipes on the left. This is also why EBB was turned off in Spaceport, otherwise it's very easy to blow up the pipes. Once the first set of enemies are dead, you can move Han up towards the bridge a little to make the camera easier. Then position P2 in between these pipes. Once P2 is inside the pipes a little, while holding neutral, do 2 jumps to clip out of the ceiling. After these jumps, you can wait to land at the top, then do a jump dive straight left to grab the brick. Alternatively, you can hold left after your first jump and spam a jump roll to the left to skip the landing, but it's a little riskier. Once you grab the red brick, drop P2 out and turn EBB back on. Then shoot these 2 enemies while running forward with Han. Note that if you break one of the pipes, you can still grab Tractor Beam. Position your character like this to enter a clipped state into the pipes, and perform the inputs as normal like this to grab the red brick. If you destroyed both pipes, it's impossible to grab the brick, so just continue the room and skip the red brick. Another backup to note is if you get stuck in the pipe like this, simply drop out and let your character super jump out. Let the character finish landing before calling back in and retrying the trick. This next part is important. If you took a while to set up getting Tractor Beam, even if you got it first try, there's a decent chance that Obi-Wan is stuck. This next backup is maybe the most important backup in the game, so make sure you know it. And it's even recommended doing this every time you get here to ensure Obi-Wan does not get stuck. Make sure you turned on EBB before, as it's needed for this. Bring Han to the first elevator and position him on the left side. Make sure he's facing directly left and not like this, otherwise you will have to readjust. Once you have his position set up, press up and attack in quick succession, using this timing for your inputs. If this works, you should hear this sound, a distant explosion of EBB. If your blaster shot blanks, either your position or timing was slightly wrong. Just try setting it up again until you get it. Once you do, head towards the bridge and shoot all the enemies across from it. Once they are dead, head to the left close to the edge and shoot across the bridge to destroy the grapples. Obi-Wan should show up and force the bridge for you. While he's doing that, keep shooting across the bridge to the left with P1 to blow up any remaining enemy grapples. Call on P2 and shoot any more guys behind you. Once the bridge is down, you can check to make sure all the guys behind you are dead if your party has their guns out. If they do, there are more troopers alive and you must kill them. If they don't have their guns out, they are de-aggroed and there are no more enemies. Head across the bridge and shoot the big barrier with P1. While P1 heads forward, grab the helmet with P2. You can optionally switch P2 to Chewie anytime before this, as he's slightly faster on panels than Luke. While P2 is grabbing the helmet, there are 3 cases you can encounter if you did the previous section correctly. The first case is if this set of boxes is still on your left. If this is the case, shoot the boxes and proceed to the left with Han. The second case is if these boxes are destroyed and you see your party aggro. If this happens, there will be 1 trooper standing around here. Shoot the trooper before you put your helmet on and proceed to the left. The final case is if you have destroyed the boxes but don't get an aggro. If this happens, again, proceed to the left as normal. The other troopers in the hall should de-aggro once you get the helmet, but there's a chance that if you kill a trooper right around when you can move after grabbing the helmet, it will still be aggroed. In this scenario, play this safe and walk first with P1 to check if they are aggro. If the enemies start shooting at you, stay behind with P2 and dodge shots while P1 cleans them up. Otherwise, keep both players on the right side and jump roll with Han into the next room. Be sure to hug the wall with player 2, otherwise he will get auto-dropped out by the camera. Entering this room, you want to do a single jump with Han. Pay attention to the audio cues to hear if pilot troopers are coming up the grapples. If you hear this, fire a shot at the grapples with Han as he's in the air from the jump. Move right and use the panel with Chewie, then enter the door with Han. If you lose your helmet at any point before the panel gets used, you'll have to go back to where you got your helmet in the bridge room. Make sure if this happens that you shoot the grapples for the pilot troopers and kill remaining troopers before grabbing a helmet again. If you do not get any spawns, place Han at the door and enter it as the panel animation finishes. Move towards the turnstile and build it. It is important that the character that pushes the turnstile must be the one with the helmet. This helps to avoid trooper aggros. While pushing this with Chewie, move to the end of the bridge with Han. Move the turnstile until this point, and then jump roll across with Han and use the grapple. Follow with Chewie and jump across. Wait to go up the second grapple with Han until Chewie steps on the first grapple. This is very crucial to do to avoid a trooper aggro. Once you are at the top with Han, perform 2 jump rolls with Han to move towards the door and hit the transition. In the event of a trooper aggro, kill the troopers up top first before entering the next room. This helps to avoid further aggros in the next room. If you happen to lose your helmet in the previous room but still made it through, you will want to build the turnstile with Han and switch Chewie to Luke. Luke will jump across first and use the 2 grapples as soon as possible. Make your way across with Han as well and go up to the helmet dispenser. Shoot the troopers up top with Luke first and then get the helmet with Han. You can jump across with Luke and proceed through the door with a double jump at the end, making sure not to enter the next room until Han fully has his helmet. Do 3 jump rolls with Han towards the panel and begin building. Chewie will use the panel and then proceed through with Han. Jump roll towards the left elevator and enter it. If you are at low hearts, shoot the enemies in this room with Chewie, especially these ones, to avoid getting shot and dying while going down the elevator. You can optionally kill P2 here to reset hearts, and move around once you are in the elevator to avoid damage if needed. Immediately hold forward and fire a jump shot with both players to kill the front pack of enemies. Kill any remaining enemies if they spawn. Build both levers, pull them, then spam jumps to get over them as you move towards the door. Jump roll with Han, then once you get closer towards the end of the room, if there are enemies spawning at the end, you can fire shots in between jump rolls to get rid of them. Use the far lever with Han and the close one with Chewie. Enter the room and stand on the left button with Han and the right button with Chewie. Han usually enters first, so focus on his button first. After standing on the buttons, there's a refresh rate queue depending on what strat you're doing in the next level. If you are doing the beginner 60Hz route, don't do any refresh rate queue. If you are doing the advanced 40Hz route, use this downtime to queue 40Hz for trash skip. During the end cutscene, switch to 40Hz using an Alt tab to make sure you don't forget in DSE. This concludes the Rescue the Princess tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 4-5, Death Star Escape. This is the penultimate level in episode 4, and one of the most challenging in the entire game. For this reason, we've marked this level with a difficulty rating of 9. There is heavy strat variance throughout this level, but it's equally difficult at all levels due to complex 1P2C, precise tricks, and punishing helmet escort mechanics. While challenging, the level is largely consistent, which is why we've given this an RNG rating of 2. Gold times are highly relevant for this level since there's little RNG, and this should certainly be one of your most practiced levels across the run. Don't worry if the level is daunting at first, as the learning curve can be very steep. For this entire level, we will break how you play into 2 completely separate ways: the beginner route, which will be played on 60Hz with no out-of-bounds strats, and the advanced route, which is played on 40Hz with advanced clips and out-of-bounds movement. As mentioned in the end of the Rescue the Princess tutorial, you would queue 40Hz while waiting for that level to end if you're doing the advanced route, but otherwise we will stay on 60Hz for the beginner route, and this will be the first route covered. Immediately when the level begins, start holding the build key with player 1. A good visual cue to note here is the moment you can see the screen begin to wipe, you can start holding the button. As you start building, align Chewie so that he is standing in front of this lever, and as soon as the build finishes, he will snap up and you can pull it. Begin running down the hall with Han on the left side and Chewie on the right, and pull out each player's gun while running to the first door. When the door opens, immediately shoot 2 bullets with Han to take out the first group of enemies, do 1 roll, and then do jump shots to kill the second group of 3 enemies to the right here. At this point, there are 2 more enemies you need to kill, and both will be killed with Chewie while Han heads over to the helmet panel and gets a Stormtrooper helmet. As you attempt to kill the final 2 enemies with Chewie, it may be tempting to just spam shots here, but it's important to not do this since Chewie will often try to target the enemies waiting in the next room, causing him to shoot the floor in front of him and blow himself up. Instead, wait for the first Imperial officer to become fully visible on the screen and then shoot with Chewie so that Chewie will target him instead of the floor. Finally, send 1 to 2 more shots down the hall to kill the final TIE pilot waiting near the door to the next room and continue onwards. It's important to note that Chewie is your bottleneck here, so if you're trying to improve this room, Chewie movement is the most important here. As we enter the second room, Han must maintain his helmet all the way until 2 full rooms past this one. If he gets shot and loses his helmet at any point, the backups are slow, difficult, and often inconsistent, so it's crucial to take precise notes of where characters stand, how many times they shoot, and practice these sections many times to get it down. Backups for if you do lose your helmet will be covered later on. As you start the room, begin moving up to the lever with Chewie and jump down to this spot in the corner of this cage on the floor with Han. As Chewie begins to pull the lever 3 times, tap straight down and begin spamming shots with Han. As long as you're spamming fast enough, Han will always dodge shots coming at him and not lose his helmet. Continue shooting till all the enemies are dead. Once Chewie has pulled the lever 3 times, flick left and shoot this barrel, and then stand on the second to bottom button with Han. Once Chewie reaches the top button, hold down with both players at the same time to activate the bridge while not needing to use the vehicle. Once you do this, jump roll with Han to the first grapple up, and then we will perform grapple jump. When reaching the second grapple, stand still for a split second, then use the grapple, and as your grapple reaches the other side, spam jump while holding neutral on the control stick the entire time. If you did it correctly, Han will get a jump in mid-air, allowing him to clear the gap. If you're failing this trick, you are likely not waiting long enough before using the grapple, and a good visual cue to use is waiting till Han's gun has fully cocked back up to the upright position before using the grapple. You may also be holding a directional input during the grapple, so make sure to only hold neutral when using the grapple. Keep rolling to the helmet panel, use it, and right before you enter the next room, grab this power-up on the floor with Chewie. As we enter the next room, all the bullets you shoot here are extremely calculated to ensure that you have the best odds of not losing your helmet, so pay very close attention. Begin moving straight right with Chewie here, as building and pulling the next lever with him is your current bottleneck. With Han, jump roll as the screen wipe begins and turn left when you land. Ensure you are a safe distance away from any potential EBB blast, and spam shots while holding neutral to kill the group of enemies in the corner. Do rolls to catch up with Chewie while he builds and pulls the lever on the right side, and as you pull this lever, Han should be in the dead center of the room, parallel with this lever, facing straight forward. The instant this door opens, immediately spam 2 to 3 shots with Han once again while holding neutral. If you are lucky, the enemies will die with only 1 shot, but they may not, so it's important to keep shooting so you can dodge just in case they shoot you. Move forward with both characters and pull the next set of 2 levers, with Chewie pulling the one further up. Once pulled, start moving straight left with Han to get to the other side of this pushable box, while Chewie walks left to the center of the room, taps up, and spams shots until all 3 enemies have died. Start pushing the box right with Han, up with Chewie, and then right with Han again, activating this lever. Pull it with Chewie and head forward. Here you want to do exactly 4 double jump rolls with Han, wait, and then spam shots to kill the enemies coming around the corner. It is absolutely crucial here that you pause for a short period of time before shooting, since if you shoot immediately when you land, you'll do a triple shot on the ground, and Han cannot dodge while doing this, making it likely for you to get shot and lose your helmet. Wait a moment, and once you see the roll is fully finished, shoot while standing still until the enemies are dead, and then make your way to the next room. It's worth noting that if you feel uncomfortable with any movement in this room and losing your helmet, you can alternatively shoot every enemy with Han to utilize his auto dodge to reduce the chance of getting your helmet shot off. This next room is called Ripmore. Begin by pulling the rightmost lever with Han, the middle lever with Chewie, and while dropping out Chewie, turn off EBB. This is extremely important since otherwise you will most likely blow yourself up later in the level, and it will cause unskippable camera pans to play further in the level due to the explosions. Once turning off EBB here, it will remain turned off for the remainder of the episode. Jump across the rotating platform and do 4 jump rolls up to this grapple. Walk over and pull this lever, And right when the lever hits the bottom, call in player 2. Chewie should call in down below, but if you call in too fast, it may cause him to warp up top here, so be mindful to avoid this. Right as the box is about to fall, quickly kill the enemies below with Chewie and scoot Han onto the bottom right corner of this elevator. Once you finish building, drop out Chewie. Be aware of your dropout timing after finishing builds, as dropping out immediately after finishing the build can cause a build crash. This can simply be avoided by waiting for a split second after the build finishes before pausing to drop out. As you ride up the elevator here, there are a variety of situations you may encounter, and it's important to know how to react to them so an enemy doesn't shoot off your helmet. In a perfect scenario, you see no extra enemies. Simply ride up the elevator, jump off at the top, and use the panel. An enemy may drop down after you use the panel, but any trooper that spawns after the panel will not get aggroed. However, there are 3 extra situations that can occur. 1, a stormtrooper drops on Han on the elevator. If this happens, immediately punch and kill the enemy. The second scenario is that this trooper to the left can be close enough to get aggroed. What you want to do here is sit on the far side of the elevator away from him and start spamming attack while facing left as soon as he comes into view to kill him. The final result is when troopers are already sitting up at the top. As the elevator approaches, it may appear they are not mad at you, but the second you get in their line of sight, they will aggro on you. This means you want to kill them as soon as possible, and if you're quick enough, it should prevent the next guy falling from being aggroed. Stand on the left side of the elevator and spam shots to kill all the troopers once you reach the top, then jump off the elevator to use the panel. Assuming you get through this room with no issues and you have your helmet with no aggro, continue forward into the next room. This room is super simple, just jump roll past all these enemies into the next room. At this point, now that you've reached the swinging room, it is now time to set up Falcon lists. By loading the end room, which is this swinging room onwards, backtracking far enough into the level will cause the end room to deload. Reloading this room a second time will cause the end level trigger to activate early, allowing the final room to be skipped. Once you enter the swinging room, call in player 2 and start building this grapple. As it's building, line Han up with the doorway and wait. When one piece is remaining in the build, double jump to the door and begin backtracking through the hallway to the elevator. Once you are back in Ripmore, you must cross this invisible line here with all currently called in players in order to deload the next room. To do this quickly, start rolling over to the helmet dispenser with Han, and right before he lands on the lower platform, jump down off the platform with Chewie so that he dies. Drop out Chewie while he's dead, and then cross the line by touching the helmet dispenser. Immediately upon doing this, call Chewie back in, and he should respawn up top where you can immediately load into the next room. Once in the next room, immediately start rolling with Han and head to the next room after that. Once you've reached this point in the level again, the route between the 60Hz route and the 40Hz advanced route converge and will be covered later. If you lose your helmet in the second room, once you press the button to extend the platform and go up the grapple, backtrack to the previous room and get a helmet with Han while Chewie waits at the door. Once back in the next room, perform grapple jump and continue as normal. If you lose your helmet at any point from the third room onwards, the dispenser in Ripmore is where you'll be getting a helmet. No matter where you lose your helmet, you want to continue to kill every single enemy as before, build the elevator, and start heading up. Once you reach this platform, head to the left. As the most beginner strat, you can simply sit here and shoot to the right for around 5 waves of enemies and they will eventually stop spawning. From there you can grab a helmet, ride the elevator, and use the panel safely. As a more advanced strat, you can instead kill only 1 wave of enemies, put on a helmet as quickly as possible, and if you're quick enough, you can get off the dispenser, turn right, and start spamming shots while holding neutral to kill the second wave of enemies. From there, you can head to the right, stopping every time enemies fall to kill them until you make it to the top. In general though, having to get another helmet here is extremely inconsistent, and the patterns that the troopers fall down are very random and hard to deal with, which is why it is of utmost importance to practice not losing your helmet here, as it can often spell disaster when you're trying to get another one. The advanced route for this level involves playing the level on 40 Hz instead of 60 Hz and utilizes 2 out-of-bounds tricks during the levels to skip a few sections. Assuming you remembered to queue 40 Hz at the end of Rescue the Princess, you can Alt-Tab or Control-Alt-Delete followed by Escape to make it take effect. When the level starts, you will immediately set up for a trick called Trash Skip, which you only have one try to do and is an out-of-bounds clip on the very first platform. When the level begins, start building the platform with player 1 and move into the corner with Chewie on player 2, stop moving with Chewie, and right before you begin to build the last piece of the platform, pause the game. While continuing to hold the build key, you are going to pause buffer. Here is a visual demonstration on how you should pause buffer. The main goal is to have as little time as possible between pressing A or jump to resume the game and pressing pause again. Many runners like to do a flutter-like motion with 2 fingers to press the buttons almost simultaneously. Continue doing this as the last piece starts getting put in place and you are looking for a variety of visual cues that are correct to pause on. The piece being at this point is too early. Anything in this range is correct, and anything past here is too late. If you notice your pause is too late, pause buffer until this frame and attempt the trick as normal. A good visual cue for this frame is when the platform covers this stud on the lever. Once you're paused on a good frame, start holding forward with Chewie while still in the pause menu and unpause while continuing to hold forward with Chewie. Once Chewie clips up onto the platform, jump and shoot once with Han to kill him, and while still holding up, Chewie will respawn and clip out of bounds. Once out of bounds, jump up right and cut back up left to get under the floor again. Falling too far can cause you to get auto-switched off Chewie and fail the trick. If needed, you can pan the camera down to get safely out of bounds before continuing the room. Another potential result is that if you unpause at this frame, Chewie may immediately clip out instead of him needing to be killed. This is technically faster if you can react to it, but it can be tricky if it catches you off guard. Once you are out of bounds, pull the lever with Han to open the door. It is important to wait till Chewie has made it fully under the floor before pulling the lever. Continue forward with both players, and once this door opens, kill the first pack of enemies with Han. If Chewie is low enough that he won't die to EBB, shoot the rest of the enemies with Chewie from under the floor. To play it safe, you can shoot them with Han as well. Once you've done this, grab a helmet on Han and drop out. With Chewie, jump off the corner of this collision here to get to the lower floor. When doing the out of bounds movement, be careful not to trap yourself in this metal cage below the floor. Take a good line under the door, and once you see Chewie's character disappear after going past the door, turn around slightly and begin jumping up in the door frame. It is recommended to use Chewie's gun as a visual cue here and have it poking slightly through the wall to know how deep you are. If you are taking your time here, the enemies will shoot you, causing you to get pushed farther back, so be ready to tap forward if this happened. If you did it correctly, you will be clipped inside the door like this when you jump up, and you will either need to hold forwards or backwards depending on how deep in the door frame you are. If it looks like this, you want to tap down, but if it looks like this, you want to tap up. There are 2 fail cases here. If you jump in behind the door and are stuck like this, you can run forward until you drop down, and then you can cut back through the out of bounds collision to attempt it again. If you jump up and end inbounds, you need to backtrack and get the rest of your party and do the beginner route for the rest of the room. If you fail the trash skip clip, simply do the beginner route for the rest of the room. Unlike the beginner route, you do not have a power-up entering this room, so the start is slightly different. Call in player 1 as Han and start rolling right and use Chewie to kill a group of the 4 guys in the corner. Continue rolling with Han to get to the lever and build it as fast as possible. Build the lever with Han, and the remainder of this room is the same as the beginner route, but be wary that you will not have invincibility on Chewie and will need to take precautions to avoid a death. Once you enter the next room and pull the lever, pause with player 2, then turn off EBB and drop out. Pause with your controller player, Q 60 Hz, jump on the spinning platform, then double jump across to land here. Wait a split second, and right when the spinning platform reaches this point, hold straight left and fall into the gap. As soon as you start getting pushed by the turnstile, start holding up right. If you do everything correctly, you should clip out of bounds. The inputs here are very important, as holding the wrong angles can make it much harder to clip out. Once clipped out, start moving towards the right, keeping note of the angle of the input viewer here to see exactly how to properly stand under the floor. If you go too close to the wall, you may pop in bounds like this. If you go too far from the wall, you may reach a point where you lose collision and start falling, so try to stay close to the wall to ensure this doesn't happen. Do well-timed jumps with Han to gain height, jump back up in bounds past the door as fast as possible so you can start rolling again to the next room. If you failed any attempts on the clip and lost your helmet and died, simply attempt the trick again without a helmet, as you can pick one up later. If you manage to keep your helmet into the grapple room, the route here is the exact same as the beginner route. Call in Chewie, start building the grapple, and with the final piece going into place, load into the previous room with Han. If you lost your helmet, the backup here is a bit different. Call in player 2, build the grapple, and grapple across with Han. Jump into the tunnel to get a helmet from this dispenser here. The camera will be hard to see here, so you can use the sound cue to know when you have the helmet on. Once it's on, reload back into the previous room with Chewie. The camera can be annoying here, so you may need to adjust your character slightly to get back into the previous hallway. Run back to Ripmore, and unlike the beginner strat, Chewie will run to the corner with the helmet dispenser instead of Han, leaving Han at the top by the Stormtrooper panel. Once he is around passing this guy, start using the panel with Han and drop out player 1 once Chewie reaches this corner. As soon as you can, drop Han back in and double jump into the next room. However, make sure you don't drop out too late with Han, or Han will fall down. If for whatever reason this does happen, you can do Ripmore skip again to get back out of bounds and proceed back up. Once you make it back to the grapple room for the second time, the beginner and advanced routes will be the exact same for the remainder of the level. Immediately when you enter the grapple room, spam the special button to use the grapple as soon as possible. While grappling with Han, drop out player 2, if you haven't already. Once you land on the other side, start building the other grapple. Once it finishes building, grapple across and use the panel as soon as you can. Be wary of your heart count here. If Han is only on 1 heart, make sure to kill these guys across the gap so they can't kill you while you're using the panel. Double jump into the next room and enter the hallway. As you roll through the hallway, shoot the locks on the right side of each of the doors to open them between your jump rolls. If you're seeing these cutscenes play, then you forgot to turn EBB off. Turn it off quickly to stop getting them. Once in the ambush room, jump to the right past all the enemies and aim straight up to shoot this barrel for a power-up. Start building the door, shooting it once it's finished. Head to the last room, and when you enter, do 2 double jumps, line up with the center of this third yellow line from the bottom, run to the right, and right as you reach the edge, do a fast double jump to hit the trigger to end the level. If you miss it, wait for iframes and attempt the jump again. If you are positive you should have hit it and you still can't, then you likely did the backtrack to deload the Falcon earlier in the level incorrectly, causing the trigger to not activate early. This is essentially a run-killing error, so take precision in making sure you properly deload the Falcon when you're there. Death Star Escape is an exceptionally challenging level, between having to maintain a helmet through cramped and chaotic hallways, difficult 1P2C, and the additional challenge on playing on the often stuttery and slow 40Hz gameplay if you're doing the advanced route. This level requires a lot of practice to consistently hit the tricks and minimize any time lost due to movements or helmet losses. This concludes the Death Star Escape tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 4-6 Rebel Attack. We've marked this level with a difficulty rating of 5 and an RNG rating of 4. This is a very technical ship level, but it can also be extremely consistent with practice. Goal times for this level are less important than with others, but don't neglect practicing this level, as mistakes here can lead to major time losses. It is important to note that the X-Wing can hold only 3 torpedoes, while the Y-Wing can hold 5. This will influence how we 1P2C the targets throughout the level. Let's begin. During the opening cutscene, call in player 2 so that you will have both players in for the beginning of the level. In any ship level, you can call in a keyboard player during any cutscene. However, this will not work if you try calling in a controller player. There are 2 different strats for this first dispenser, so we will start with the beginner strat. Move to the dispenser and grab a torpedo with each ship. Then, move to the right and fire both when the target has risen to the top. Then, move back to the dispenser and flip twice to gain 3 torpedoes on each ship before proceeding forward. The more advanced strat involves timing your movement and torpedoes so that you can destroy the torpedo target immediately. At the start of the room, line player 1 up with player 2 and move towards the right side of the dispenser. As soon as you reach the middle of the dispenser, curve right and then down right. Now pay attention to the target and fire with both players as soon as it reaches the top. If you time the movement correctly, both players should be over the top of the dispenser as you fire. Then, circle to the left again and flip twice over the dispenser to gain 3 torpedoes on each. With the immediate destruction of the target, you will be then able to proceed forward after grabbing the torpedoes. Hold attack as you make your way to the next set of targets to shoot any incoming TIEs. Stray TIE fighters can cause your shots to blank, so be sure to kill them as you pass by. Attempt to shoot the 2 satellites here, which will then lock the hatch and prevent future TIEs from spawning in. It is important to not sacrifice your line here, so if you are not able to destroy both, just keep moving forward. As you approach this set of 4 targets, focus on moving to the back right target with player 1, while player 2 stops here. Note that the Y-Wing has almost no drift when holding no directional inputs, while the X-Wing drifts significantly due to its higher idle velocity. Because of this, you want to stop moving with the X-Wing earlier than with the Y-Wing. In general, torpedoes will hit their targets earlier if you fire while being directly over them, so slow down your ships accordingly. Then move left and fire your next set of torpedoes. Make sure you wait for the targeting icons to appear, or else this can occur. As soon as you press the fire button, immediately go back to the torpedo dispenser and do a flip like so to get 3 torpedoes on each ship. Since the Y-Wing can hold 5 torpedoes instead of 3, stop moving after the flip with that player to gain extra torpedoes while player 1 moves towards the gate. The transition to the next room is angled as you can see it here, so line up your ship on the left side of the door as you are waiting for the laser shields to fall. Make sure you are far enough away to not blow yourself up and then proceed into the next room. The explosive radius can be represented by this box. If you do blow up, enter the room with player 2 while player 1 quickly picks back up the torpedoes. Note that if you are unable to pick up the torpedoes quickly, it is better to simply enter the next room and grab them later. In the next room, take a good line around this corner and grab an extra torpedo with player 2 if needed to get 5, and enough to get 3 on player 1 if you blanked earlier. While doing this, focus on taking a direct line with player 1 to the center of the first 2 targets here. Be sure to be holding attack with both players and destroy both TIE fighters here before proceeding. These 2 TIEs are the biggest cause of blanks for this set of targets, so be sure to kill them. Shoot the left target with player 2 and the right target with player 1. After these two targets, you have a couple options. The beginner method is to simply move forward, wait for both targeting icons to appear, and then proceed after the torpedoes hit. The advanced method involves moving to the left much earlier, which can risk a blank if you do not play it correctly. After you shoot the first two targets, move with P2 to the right, then move to the left with P1 and shoot this turret on your way, and fire when the targeting icon appears above this top right target. Then, continue left with both ships, pan down, and fire with P1 while the rightmost target is about to go off screen. Be sure to continue to shoot any ships in your path here to avoid blanks. As you continue up, release directional inputs on player 1 for a brief moment to let the camera adjust and stop pulling your players. You can blank with either strat if you hit a tie or shoot at the wrong time, so pay attention to the audio and listen for the torpedoes to hit the targets. You can also look at these red lines on the floor to confirm that you hit all the targets. Collect the power-up that will be in this left satellite with P1. Continue forward, and when you reach this bottom right target, immediately turn right to the dispenser over here. Destroy the bottom two targets, and grab a torpedo and turn back around. Pan the camera down to target sooner, and fire on the final two targets. Grab one more torpedo and drop out. Then wait for the laser shields to fall and proceed into the next room. Once again, this transition is also angled, so be sure to enter from the right side here. This next room contains the only real trick in this level. In this room, there's a slight gap in the collision in the walls right before the transition to reload the previous room. You can go through this gap to get out of bounds and skip this entire room. There are two different setups, so let's start with the beginner setup. Entering this room, move to the left wall and hold D-pad down when you hit the wall. Release the D-pad before you hit this corner and it will move you to the right. Let your ship drift until you reach this red light on the ground. Then, just hold D-pad right to line up perfectly with the gap in the wall. Move slightly upright when you get out of bounds, and follow this line. Note that if you move too far up, you will clip in bounds, and too far down you will fall and die out of bounds. The advanced strat is to do a 360 cancel. A 360 cancel occurs when you press the jump button to initiate a 360, and then you cancel the flip by immediately pressing the opposite directional input of the way you are facing. In this case, all you need to do is press jump as soon as the wipe begins, and then press and hold down on the D-pad before the wipe ends. Your directional input will not do anything until the wipe ends, so as long as you press and hold it during the wipe, you will get a 360 cancel. Continue to hold down until you reach this box, at which point you can swap to holding D-pad right. Once again, turn upright as you are entering the gap in the wall, and then proceed normally. In this room, all you need to do is just hold D-pad up for the duration of the room. Don't move side to side or call in another player here, or you will start to take damage and you can die. You will notice that your player will pick up a torpedo here at the start of the room. On rare occasions, a torpedo can blank at the very end of the level, which is why we grab an extra one before entering room 3. Call in your second player during the short mid-tro cutscene before this room. Separate your players and move to the inside of these turrets. Begin a flip backwards when the front turrets reach the top, and shoot the inside turrets. Then, turn to the outside and shoot the remaining turrets, continuing your turn until you can start shooting the top turrets. Then, wait for the shield to flash a few times, then fire your torpedo. If you miss a turret on the side, shoot it with the player that has momentum in that direction after shooting the top turrets. After the exhaust port has been destroyed, the level will end. This concludes the Rebel Attack tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 6-1, Jabba's Palace. This is the first level in episode 6 and marks the beginning of the second half of the run. We've marked this level with a difficulty rating of 8 and an RNG rating of 2. However, if you opt to go for the advanced strat Spiderful in this level, the RNG rating is instead 5. Goal times are crucial for this level since there is very little RNG, and with how challenging this level is, practice is vital. This level features a reset. Since all resets following the first one will be performed exactly the same way, wait until the timer reaches 4 seconds after pressing Finish Story, and Alt-Tab, press Enter, then up on the command line, and select your first file to load into the Cantina. This should be identical to how you reset the game earlier before 4-1 Secret Plans. Right when you're actionable, jump and hold left to land on the shop. Scroll left and buy Tractor Beam, and then continue scrolling left to buy Fast Force. Head over to the episode 6 door and call in P2 before you enter. Do a slash with both players entering the episode 6 room, and then head into Jabba's and begin the level. There are 2 different strats for this front gate, so we will start with the beginner strat. At the beginning here, you're going to head over to the door and trigger the right turret by walking up to it with Chewie, while you bring Leia to the center to build the platform. Don't stand too far away with Chewie, otherwise the turret will target Leia instead and interrupt her build. While Leia is building, shoot the right turret with Chewie. These take 4 shots to blow up, but they can be finicky and don't like to die, so just keep spamming shots until they are destroyed. Once the middle platform is complete, jump up with Leia and activate the middle and left turrets. Once the turrets are destroyed and the door is open, head forward with both players and try to be up against the door with the players as it is opening. The expert strat for this gate is known as Sentry Jump. This involves skipping the platform build entirely by executing a precise jump on the leftmost turret. When the level begins, hold forward with both players and perform a double swap. Chewie is going to go activate the right turret while Leia activates the left turret. When you reach here, jump with both players to activate the turret hatches. As they open, move to around this spot with Chewie so that you can shoot the turret. At the same time, line up Leia for the jump. Try to position the center of her head with this bolt on the wall here. This trick has some leniency in terms of position, so try to keep her within this range. In order to time the jump, look at the rightmost panel that is moving to reveal the turret. Notice that this panel moves in and then briefly moves back out. As the panel moves back out, this black line appears. When you see the line, jump up without holding any directional inputs. If done correctly, Leia will then land on this pixel, and as you notice this, jump again while holding straight right to open the top hatch. After you get this jump, begin shooting the right turret with Chewie as Leia comes back down to the ground to shoot the left one. Each of these turrets takes 4 shots to explode. So after the right one is destroyed, move to this position with Chewie, face directly up, and fire 4 shots to break the final turret. There are a variety of reasons that this trick can fail. The most common case is getting your jump eaten like this. If this happens, that means your initial jump was too early. Another case is not ever landing on the pixel, which means your initial jump was too late, or you were too far right. If you aren't able to open the top hatch on your second jump, you are positioned too far left. For the next section, send your controller player forward while the keyboard player stays back and builds a speaker. There's some weird collision here, so make sure you jump with the controller player to avoid that. When the speaker is finished being built, it will temporarily stun the Gamorreans, which is important for keeping your helmet. Once the keyboard player finishes building, turn on EBB, Fast Force, and Tractor Beam while dropping them out. Next, grab the helmet and use the first Bounty Hunter panel. Continue into the next room, and once you get close to Luke, begin trying to call in. Once Luke calls in, you can then go build the next Bounty Hunter panel, while Luke stays behind to force choke the Gamorreans, keeping you safe from losing your helmet. Once the panel is done, use it and then head into the next room. It is slightly faster and riskier to build the panel with Luke after he calls in instead. You have to be careful about keeping your helmet here, so it's recommended you only do this if you're confident in your 1P2C. A Gamorrean will either drop in from the left or the right hatch. If from the right, walk up and punch it twice, and if from the left, the Gamorrean will show up later, so you can force choke it with Luke while the other player uses the panel. If you lose your helmet in this room, you do have to go back to the helmet dispenser you got the original one from. To make the enemies less annoying, you can bring Luke along to help kill them. And if you're really struggling here, you can pull the levers to stop the Gamorreans from spawning in. Once again, there are two different ways to play this next room, so let's start with the beginner strat. At the beginning of this room, walk a bit forward and then perform a jump shot towards the box on the right. You'll have to wait for the pieces to become buildable, so use this downtime to swap Leia to Chewie and send Luke forward. Build the platform with Luke as soon as the pieces are buildable, and take 3 shots with Chewie down left to kill incoming Gamorreans. Start forcing the platform and stay on the left side of it with Chewie. Once you get to the top, fall down on top of the right lever, and then first pull the right lever and then the left one. While this is happening, you can force any Gamorrean that is approaching with Luke. Right after the second lever is pulled, a camera pan will begin. You can actually skip this by dropping out Luke. A good visual cue here is to drop out when the camera starts shifting upright. Then call him back in and make your way towards the gate and shoot the obstacle with Chewie. Here it's recommended to do a double swap with your players to set up Chewie on keyboard for spiderless. Take a tight turn around this corner and shoot the 2 chains holding this door. Make sure not to shoot them too close together or the door can soft lock. Proceed through the door hugging the right wall with both players. You do not need to kill the Gamorreans as you enter the end of this hallway. You can just avoid those. Next is a trick called Droid Avoid. This is a clip using this forcible piece of droid on the ground. The tricky part about this skip is that if you force the piece too far, it will explode and you can no longer perform the trick. It might be worth it to just practice forcing this piece by itself so you can get used to the point at which it will break. You'll be clipping Chewie out, so position Luke right about here, and Chewie along this wall right at the black dot. To clip, do that slight force of the piece without breaking it, and if it doesn't clip him out immediately, you can just release and force again in quick succession, making small position adjustments with Chewie as you go. Once you see Chewie clip out, fall a bit and then cut in left so you can walk on the collision out of bounds. Drop out P1 and then take a good line with Chewie to the door. When you see Chewie fall very slightly at the door, spam jumps and then move down once he's all the way up to hit the transition and enter the next room. The advanced strat for this room involves a trick called Spider Fold that utilizes one of the spiders to get out of bounds and skip these 2 gates entirely. There are 7 different possible spider spawns in this room, and 6 of them are fast. If you get the spawn where the spider is moving directly right to behind this box, it is faster to instead do the beginner strat in this room. The other 6 possible spawns in order of speed, starting with the slowest, are top left, top right, far left, bottom right, and in the middle moving straight down. The spawns are determined entirely by RNG, which is why the RNG rating for this level rises to 5 if you're going for this trick. As you enter the room, ensure your player 1 is Chewie. If you entered this room with Leia on player 1, swap to Chewie. Look for the spider, and if you get the slow spawn, run over to the box and go for the beginner strat. Otherwise, run over to the spider with both players. Spam tag to get on the spider with Chewie. Begin to run down towards the initial transition as you follow behind with Luke, damage boosting with a slash on the way. In order to perform Spiderful, place the spider here so that the front 2 legs are in front of this line on the ground. To align precisely, it may help to stop moving with the spider here and use Luke to push him into position. While this is not an extremely precise position, going too far down will reload the previous room. Once you are positioned correctly, you will need to perform a specific set of inputs. First, press jump or tag with Chewie to get off the spider. Next, immediately press tag with Luke to get on the spider and pause with him instantly. The input should look a lot like this in very quick succession. Drop Luke out and aim Chewie in this direction, taking care to not hit the transition. Spam tag with Chewie to swap to Luke on the spider and instantly dismount. As you jump off the spider, hold down until you are behind the floor, and then hold up to get out of bounds. This out of bounds movement can be tricky, so it's important to follow these lines closely. If you're too high here, you will pop into this tunnel. You can lose height by dropping down over here. As you approach this gate, if the camera is not following you, jump up until it does. Once you reach this point, hold an upright angle, favoring up over right. You will need to get an edge jump out of bounds, so try to jump when you reach here, spacing a double jump to cut this corner. After you double jump, cut into the left a bit to ensure you don't fall and die. As soon as you hear Luke land out of bounds, press jump. Jump again until you're high enough for your camera to follow you. When you reach here, fall to cut this corner. Once you are past this gate, spam jump to pop in bounds, heading over to Droid Avoid. Note that if you do pop in bounds early here, the backup is to double jump slam both of these pillars to open the gate. Next is Droid Avoid once again, however because of Spiderful, we only have a single player, so this trick will be executed a bit differently. Position Luke against the wall and around this spot. Face left or downwards before tapping force to push yourself out of bounds. If you get pushed upwards, set up the trick again. And if you get pushed downwards, press force again repeatedly until you are too low for the trick to work or you get clipped out. Once you've clipped out of bounds, take this line to move over to the stairs. Since Luke can double jump out of bounds, we can actually cut off this corner here by taking this line with a space double jump. Again, ensure you get an edge jump starting your first jump here. Once you reach the door, spam jump and hold down to enter the next room. Once you enter this room, if you did the beginner strat in the previous room, call Luke back in and head towards the platform on the right side. If you did the advanced strat, call Chewie in instead. Do a couple jump shots with Chewie on the way to shoot the cones before your players get there. Then jump onto the box with Luke and then jump up top while Chewie will push the same box over to the platform. Have Luke start building the bridge while Chewie does a jump to stand on this piece of collision of the box and then do another jump to get on top of the box. Jump up again with Chewie to get to the very top, and now it is time for Spiderless. This trick works by lining Chewie up using a visual cue and then jumping up with Chewie, and midair having Luke force the bridge slightly so that Chewie can land on the ground. Once Chewie lands, you let go of the force with Luke, and the bridge should come back into place while also clipping Chewie out. There are two popular visual cues that people will use to line up Chewie. One with his gun out and one with his gun away. We'll show you both of those so you can see which one you prefer most. So starting with the gun out setup, with this one you're going to be looking at Chewie's right shoulder. You want him directly on the left of this vent here, and you want him in a position so that when you look closely at the right shoulder, there is the smallest bit of space between Chewie, the wall, and the vent. This is pretty precise, so if you think you had him in the right spot and it didn't work, you were just slightly off. It can be hard to get him into the correct spot consistently, so don't get discouraged if it takes a while. Now for the gun away setup, you're going to be looking at Chewie's left foot and how it aligns with the dark gray stud on the platform you're going to be forcing. Position him to the right of the stud and then tap upwards once. Now look at how his foot is interacting with the stud. If you see a section of the light brown part of his leg, you're likely too far right. If the anti-stud in Chewie's back leg is starting to touch the dark gray stud, then you're likely too far left. The left side of his leg being lined up perfectly with the right side of the stud is ideal. It'll look something like this here. If your spiderless attempt didn't work and you got pushed out to the left, you were too far left. And same thing with the other way. If you got pushed too far right, you were too far right. And if you get pushed up, you were 1 pixel off. This is good to know for practice so that you can get the visual cues down. Once Chewie is clipped out, you'll have two options here with Luke. The beginner option is to simply drop Luke out, and the advanced option is to perform an auto dropout later in the room. Wait for Chewie to fall a little bit, and then start moving left with him. If you cut in too early with Chewie, you'll be stuck in this box and be forced to perform spiderless again. You're going to bring him right under where the 3PO panel is, and right when you cross this section, jump up twice with Chewie. This line you take here is very important. You want to stay directly under the hallway that is above you. If you go too far right, you may fall and die and have to set up spiderless again. If this does happen though, there's a good chance Chewie will spawn in the exact position to clip him out again, so you can just try spiderless again with those character positions. Just jump up, force it, and release the force. Now, the advanced method involves performing an auto dropout. Note that if you have Chewie on keyboard, this can only be done if you have 2 controllers. As you get clipped out, move Chewie out of the wall and cut in once you're under the box. Move Luke over to this object while Chewie moves over to the hallway out of bounds. Jump on top of the object with Luke and continue under the hallway with Chewie, jumping up twice. Hold up left with Chewie until you are here at this line and then hold straight up. Continue to hold up and tap a bit left. When you reach this point, Luke will then get auto dropped out. And if you have Chewie on player 2, press a button on your other controller to allow Luke to be called back in on your original controller when you enter the Rancor fight. Once you get past the hallway, continue past the helmet room and into the last section where you're going to jump up into the grate to trigger the Rancor fight. This is called Rancor Warp, since there is an out-of-bounds door here that skips a 40-second cutscene. This can sometimes be tricky to hit because of the camera, and it may be easier for you to go past the grate and then come back in just to adjust the camera. If you do accidentally miss the Rancor Warp, don't panic. There is a backup that only loses about 15 seconds. Make sure you practice this along with the Rancor Warp. Once you've popped back up, head backwards towards the camera and load the helmet room. Your party should all spawn here with you, so swap to Luke. Head to the bottom right section of the room and stand on this torch. Do a double jump straight right, and once you see yourself past the wall, hold neutral so that you don't hit the transition back to the other room. Let yourself fall a bit until you're under the floor, and then try Rancor Warp again. Entering this room, call Luke back in and swap Chewie to 3PO. Move 3PO towards the left panel and force push him twice with Luke. Use the panel and then move a bit left to avoid a deactivation from Luke as he picks up the Gamorrean. With Luke, you'll want to stand against this rock here and wait for the Gamorrean to touch the ground before forcing him, otherwise the Rancor will not aggro on the Gamorrean. Use the Force to move him into this position here, as this will help the Rancor take a good line to the bomb. Make sure you don't hold Force for too long or else the Gamorrean will die, and you can move him back and forth or just spam the Force button to prevent the death while still holding him in place. Once the Gamorrean is picked up, go use the panel again with 3PO and then slash the bomb with Luke. Make your way over to R2 with 3PO and swap, and while doing this, force the new Gamorrean that just spawned in with Luke and keep him near the Rancor. After the Gamorrean gets grabbed, go slash the bomb on the right side and build the grapple to avoid accidentally building it later when you're trying to force. As soon as you slash the bomb, use the R2 panel, and then once the third Gamorrean drops, force him over to the left with Luke. Make sure to position the Gamorrean on the right side of the gate to avoid the Rancor getting stuck on the rock in the middle of the room. In the event that the Rancor does get stuck on this rock, the best way to back it up is to run up to the top of the room while panning the camera up to get the Rancor off screen. Now, while holding the final Gamorrean, move down with R2 and swap to a blaster character. And once the Rancor grabs a Gamorrean, move to the levers. Pull them once the Rancor is about here. If you pull the levers too early, the gate will miss the Rancor and you'll have to grab a new Gamorrean. And then as you pull the levers, just drop P2 out. There are some advanced nuances in this room that can speed up the Rancor fight by a couple of seconds. The first tip is to release the first Gamorrean when he is here, and instantly jump slash the bomb. While doing this, use the 3PO panel and begin choking the Gamorrean to put him here. This will allow the Rancor to skip his turnaround animation entirely. The next tip is to take the last Gamorrean and hold him all the way up here, forcing the Rancor to run over the rock. While he can get stuck doing this, you can also pan the camera up while holding the Gamorrean here to keep him off screen, which will help the Rancor path to him, taking a better line to the gate to end the level. And that concludes the Jabba's Palace tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 6-2, the Great Pit of Carkoon. This level combines difficult platforming and movement with super precise skips that make it one of the most challenging in the run. For that reason, we have given this level a difficulty rating of 8 and an RNG rating of 5. Random enemy spawns and deaths in this level play a significant part in your split time. Goal times are not entirely reflective of your skill progression because of this, but it is incredibly common to see time loss pile up in this level regardless of experience. Practice here is crucial for developing muscle memory and consistency that can carry over to runs, and it can be especially helpful to prioritize the first room. Let's begin. Start by holding left and switching to Luke, then start moving to the right. Once you get to the edge of the platform, space a double jump and aim for the center gray chunk of this unactivated bridge. Try to get a slight edge boost, and then space a double jump to get to the other side. Once you get over to the other side, a short camera pan will play as Han and Chewie join your party. You have a small movement period at the start, so do a jump slash with Luke to gain some extra ground. The next part of this room is the Boba boss fight. There are 3 ways to optimally play this fight that will be broken up into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. For the beginner strat, once you regain movement with Luke, move to the right, force the levers down, and pull the bottom one. Your other character will pull the top lever, and while he's doing so, call him in and drop him out to make P2 Chewie. Switch to Han and jump roll to cross the bridge. Shoot the railing with a jump shot. then do a jump shot into the fight for some early hits on the guards. When the camera pan ends, spam jump shots with Han to get rid of the remaining enemies guarding Boba. Perform a jump roll triple shot with Han to shoot Boba quickly. If Boba has any remaining health, finish him off with spammed shots. Immediately after ending the fight, a short mid-show cutscene will play. Spam some shots to the next skiff to clear some enemies, then switch to Luke and proceed to the next skiff. For the intermediate strat, call in P2 after the camera pan, force the levers down, and pull them with P2 on top and P1 on bottom. Move P2 across the bridge first, followed by P1. This camera pan trigger can only be activated by player 1, so keep player 1 behind the trigger while you move player 2 to where Boba spawns in. Once you're in position with P2, start spamming punches with him while P1 jumps into the trigger. These ground attacks will drain 2 to 3 of Boba's hearts before the camera pan finishes playing. When you regain control of your characters, spam attack with Chewie to finish off Boba. This method is a little tricky to learn, with the strat being almost entirely dependent on your timing with both players, but with practice it should become consistent. After the cutscene finishes, kill any remaining enemies close to you and shoot some shots with P2 across the gap to kill the enemies on the next skiff. The advanced strat is the fastest but most inconsistent method to complete the boss fight. Call in P2, force the levers, then pull the top one with P2 and the bottom one with P1. After that, switch P1 to Han and switch P2 to Luke. Start jump rolling to the skiff on the right with Han. Position player 2 to the right of the railing on the left skiff and turn to face left, like so. As Han approaches the skiff, single jump from here to land on this railing, and walk into the camera pan trigger. As soon as you see the camera pan begin, press tag to swap to Chewie. Drop out as soon as you skip the camera pan. After doing this, immediately jump and shoot twice, aiming at this skiff guard. After your second shot, jump roll to this spot on the ground and aim at Boba. Perform a triple shot, spamming as fast as you can to ensure you deal 3 hearts of damage. As soon as you finish damaging him, he'll begin flying. Jump and spam shots at him to deal the final heart of damage. You may die to EBB in the process, but this only loses time if you do not deal the last heart of damage before you die. Once the cutscene ends, move to the right to bring Luke over and shoot shots at the enemies on the next skiff while you wait for him. If you miss the CPS, simply drop out P2 and progress to the boss fight using the beginner strat. As an alternate advanced strat, you may simply stay dropped in after the camera pan skip and stay back with Han. Tap right while shooting with Han to make sure you don't auto-dodge, clearing out all the enemies and Boba simultaneously. You can bring over Chewie to help with the Boba fight if necessary. After the Boba fight, the next skiff will begin to rotate over towards your party. Clear out the enemies waiting for you if they're still there by blowing them up with EBB before swapping or dropping out, since maintaining your heart count is crucial. Then, once you've swapped to Luke, jump across to the next skiff. Make sure not to die before the skiff is finished moving or you will respawn all the way back at the previous skiff. Force the platform and jump onto Jabba's barge. Jump around to avoid getting hit by enemies, and proceed to the opening behind the wall. Call in P2 and continue to move left with P1, following the same path with player 2. You'll need to move down with player 1 to go around this lever behind the wall, then back up again to continue forward. Position player 2 in front of the hidden lever behind this wall, and player 1 at this lever on the left. Pull both levers at the same time to combine the camera pans of the platforms coming out, then drop out P2. As a more advanced strat, you can shoot Luke with Chewie right after he pulls his lever to reset his hearts. Just before player 1 reaches the left lever, face left with Chewie and shoot a shot. When player 1 is in range, pull both levers at the same time. If you timed your shot correctly, Luke should die just before the camera pan to reset his hearts. Note that if you drop out before Luke has died, the shot will not explode on him properly. The next section of the level can be skipped using a well-spaced jump, known as topless. Move around this corner of the wall and hold up left with the D-pad so you're running up against the wall. Once you reach the gray piece in the center, switch to holding straight left, and as you're about to fall off the platform, perform a well-spaced double jump to get to the other side. The timing can be tricky to get down, but after some practice, this trick should become very consistent. You can optionally perform this trick with the stick if you are having trouble with the D-pad inputs. If you miss the jump, you'll respawn next to the first platform extension. Wait a split second for iframes to reset, and attempt the same setup again. Once you get across, continue to move left until you reach this edge in the wall. Force the right side cover to the wall, then immediately move left to force the left side cover as soon as you are able. When the last cover is revealed, a turnstile will appear in the center of the platform and a wave of enemies will spawn from the ceiling ranging from 2 to 4 guards. Force confuse the skiff guards, then turn to force the colors on the right side twice so that the middle color is yellow. Push the turnstile all the way until the bottom color on the right is fully blue, matching the pattern on the left side. The door will open and you can jump slash into the next room. The only backup you should know in this room is the super rare scenario where your characters die falling off the platform before calling them in to pull the levers. If this happens, you'll hear a death sound at some point after this platforming. To back this up, simply pan the camera right and call in P2 once you are behind the wall. Note that if you do this and call in as Han, you will need to switch player 2 back to Chewie when you enter the barge. Once inside the sail barge, call in player 2 and start moving forward with both players. As soon as you are in the targeting range of the wall, shoot the metal barrier with EBB. Continue shooting with Chewie to kill the enemies deeper into the room. Eliminate all the enemies with P2 to clear a path for P1 to the elevator. Be sure to avoid dying with Luke by staying back or to the left to dodge the explosions. Once you reach this spot on the floor, perform a quick double jump and slam at the peak. This will skip having to call down the elevator and enter the next room. It is important to do a quick double jump for this trick, as spacing your jump out may result in a lower double jump. An alternative option is to do a buffer jump and slam at the peak, but this is only recommended if you are having trouble with the quick double jump strat. If you miss the trigger on your slam, move to the elevated ground by the elevator and backflip or spam a double jump, slamming at the peak to enter the next room. The next room is home to one of the most precise tricks in the game, Disco Skip. There have been many setups to do this trick across the years that have ranged in difficulty and consistency. The most consistent setup is known as Pixel Disco, which involves looking at a specific visual cue to line up characters to clip them out of bounds. Switch P1 to Han and begin jump rolling toward the left disco speaker on the wall. As soon as you are able to, start building the speaker with P1 and position Chewie along the wall, making sure to also pull out Chewie's gun. To set up his position initially, run into the corner and hold left until the left side of his body is close to this circle on the wall. Once you are in the general vicinity of the correct spot, you can use Chewie's right leg to identify his exact positioning. The correct visual cue looks like this, where the edge of his foot has a visible spike on it, protruding upwards from the left side. You should see a very tiny pixel to the left of the spike, indicating that Chewie's positioning is correct. If you see this much of the spike, and the pixel has turned into a small line, you are too far left. If you are just barely too far left, you can tap up to put yourself in the correct spot, but this is risky. The safer strat is to move back upwards and tap left again to set it back up. If you see no spike at all, you are too far right. It's worth noting that there is a range of positions that will work with Chewie. They are usually somewhere between here and here. The goal is to have a decent amount of the spike visible without the line protruding from the pixel. It's possible to barely see the line start to form on the leftmost frame, and the rightmost frame is the first frame that the pixel disappears. Anything past these and your attempt will miss. Once you are aligned correctly, finish building with Han. If you are positioned correctly, you should get pushed out into the left wall. To cross to the other side, hold left and jump around the wall with a circular motion, eventually back to the right. The collision here is finicky, but if you die, you should respawn in the spot where you got clipped out of bounds. If you pop inbounds in front of the wall, you'll have to reset up Disco Skip. Shoot the disco with Chewie to break it. Note that if you are up against the disco, you may get a shot without EBB, skipping a potential death. It is important to practice the out of bounds movement to get an idea of how to safely navigate behind the wall. Once you are on the other side of the wall, move Han to this spot centered on the wall. You can shoot EBB into the wall with Han to reset his hearts. Line Chewie up so he is directly above Han like this. From here, simply hold straight up, tapping right a few times if necessary to hit the door. If you are unable to find the door, manually drop Han out, as standing against the far wall for too long will force an auto dropout on your controller player, which is very slow to fix in the end room. The M platform consists of 2 strats broken up into beginner and advanced. Both contain high amounts of 1P2C, so it is highly recommended to practice this room thoroughly. Once you gain control of your player, run up and shoot the top grate containing the first explosive, and then the bottom grate which contains a power-up. Grab the power-up with P1 while waiting for the explosive to slide out, then start pushing the bomb once it is fully emerged. As you start pushing the explosive down, call on player 2 if they aren't already, and immediately switch them over to 3PO and head towards this panel on the top target. Continue to push the explosive with Han and watch out for any enemy spawns. The power-up does a decent job of neutralizing any skiff enemies since it deflects blaster shots, but it does not make you immune to Gamorrean attacks, so be sure to eliminate any of those by spamming attack once they aggro on you. Activate the panel as soon as you are able to with 3PO and leave him in place. Jump around the railing to the right explosive and push it in its place to reveal the bottom target. While this is happening, your party should head to the right, and you can switch to a blaster character to blow up the top target from the right side by aiming up left and doing a jump shot. Once both bombs at the bottom are in place, drop out P2 and run down towards the bottom and blow up the last target, also using a jump shot to avoid accidentally shooting an enemy. Every single enemy spawn is random, so it is important to be aware of all of them as you move across the room and prioritize Han's movement instead of 3PO's, since they will only target player 1. It is also possible for the power-up to despawn, making you vulnerable to every single enemy attack. If this happens, it becomes even more important to kill any enemies with Han if they come near you, since taking damage not only drains your health, but briefly stops you from pushing the bomb. The advanced route saves around 10 seconds to the beginner route, but depends much more on RNG since you will be avoiding the power-up entirely. Hold up with P2 and up right with P1 towards the first wave of enemies. Jump shoot the grate containing the bomb on the top with player 2 and kill each of the 3 enemies that spawn with player 1. Move over to the top bomb with player 2 and stand here with player 1. Begin pushing the bomb with Chewie while player 1 waits for the next set of enemies to spawn. If you are standing in the correct spot, 2 enemies will drop down. If they are skiff guards, shoot 2 shots to kill them and jump roll over to this bomb with Han. If 2 Gamorreans spawn, shoot them with Han as well, but you will need to shoot 3 or 4 shots instead, as they will block the first one, then explode on the next one. As soon as they're dead, jump roll to the bomb on the right. Going too far ahead with player 1 can cause the camera to pull player 2 away from the bomb's path, so be sure to prioritize Chewie's movement. You can prevent this by making sure you push the right bomb as fast as possible. Once the right bomb is in place, head over here and switch player 1 to C-3PO. He may be hidden, but will normally be in this general area. Activate the panel as soon as you are able to. Swap player 1 to the nearest blaster character, then destroy the targets. To properly blow up the targets, you will need to be positioned precisely. For this target, stand here and shoot facing left at this corner. For the other target, stand here and face up or up left and aim at this corner. If you can, drop out player 2 before the level ends. If you break player 1's target first, skip this step and drop out in the next level instead. While this route has nuances in RNG, it is very consistent if you execute it correctly. This concludes the Carkoon tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 6-3, Speeder Showdown. As a relatively easy level in the run, we've given it a difficulty rating of 3 and RNG rating of 1. Goal times will be indicative of your natural progress and skill, though it's good to not dismiss practice on this level, as time loss can sneak up on you. Let's begin. Immediately switch to Luke. If you ended Carkoon with both players in, move both players forward and drop P2 out as soon as you can, and switch to Luke. After that, double jump on top of the flower. Try and get a decent edge jump off the flower and do a spaced double jump to land on the tree. Runners commonly miss flower jump by not spacing their jump enough, or by taking off from the lower part of the flower in the front, so it's important to keep that in mind. Keep going straight forward and force the ramp. Jump onto the right side of it for an optimal line, then slash into the transition. Form a jump slash during the screen wipe for some extra movement, then head in this direction. Once you pass the tip of this leap, do a spaced jump slash to get more movement during the camera pan. Hop into the left speeder and head right towards the barrier. It's important that your speeder is angled more towards the right side of the barrier once the camera pan starts. Otherwise, you'll be facing the wrong way once the pan ends. Head to the bottom corner, and before you reach it, call in P2 and hold right with them. P1 should now have extra height by sitting on top of P2. With P1, move the control stick in a circular motion clockwise so that you're facing away from the barrier. Once you are perpendicular with the barrier, go neutral on the stick and press or spam jump to do a 360. And at the peak of your 360, drop out P1. This should eject Luke from the speeder, and you can space a double jump to clear the barrier. Sometimes, when you call P2 in, Leia will die on the barrier. This is usually caused by Leia's angle being directly at the tree next to the barrier. This can be caused by a late call-in, or by P1 being too close to the corner when you call in. To prevent this, call in earlier and make sure you are initially aiming at the barrier with P1 so you start further back. Once you get over the barrier, it's good to know that the transition to the next room has a slight gap between the barrier, and sometimes you can accidentally jump over it. If you land on the barrier, fall off the barrier, then hold down to hug the barrier, then hold forward to hit the transition. If you notice you are going too far and haven't hit the transition yet, head back to the barrier and walk forward again to hit it. This room is fairly straightforward. Just take a straight line toward the left lever at the end of the room. It's important to note that from here until the end of the level, if P2 is dropped out, they will try to path back to the speeders behind the barriers. Keep P2 dropped in to avoid accidentally hitting any previous transitions that will load past rooms. Right before you get to the lever, do a spaced double jump slam to get above the lever. The transition to the next room protrudes out of the wall, so you can hit it from the outside. If you miss the double jump slam into the transition, you can back it up by jumping onto the lever with Leia and jumping into the transition like so. You can do a quick damage boost onto Leia with a jump slash and pull Leia's gun out. Entering the room, do a jump shot with Leia to destroy the leftmost grapple. Head to the top lever with Luke and pull it, and head to the bottom lever with Leia and pull that one. Start holding right with Luke after he pulls the lever. Once you see the second camera pan begin, jump slash to gain some movement. After the camera finishes panning, continue towards the catapult, and once you cross this yellow line, do a spaced double jump to get a good timing on the catapult. Turn the AT-AT left and shoot the satellites, while Leia continues right and shoots any troopers and the grapples at the bottom. Shooting the grapples will remove the trooper's ability to spawn, which will make this room easier While this is happening, make sure you're still turning clockwise with the AT-AT and shooting the satellites. Head towards the bottom right lever with Leia and pull it as soon as you get there. After the camera pan ends, head towards the last lever, but don't pull it once you get there. Wait for the visual cue of the AT-AT center panel to not be visible from either side, or, in other words, wait for the AT-AT to be facing perfectly forward. Once that happens, pull the last lever and head down left with Leia, and jump out of the AT-AT with Luke. Jumping out will allow the AT-AT to move during the camera pan. Once the pan ends, hop back in and shoot the bottom right satellite first, and then the top right satellite last. Be careful not to move the AT-AT up too soon, or you may miss the bottom satellite like this. Put Leia in front of the right lever, and as soon as you destroy the last satellite, jump out of the AT-AT and start angling towards the left lever. Take 2 steps, and then do a space slash for extra movement. Note that if you left troopers alive and Leia dies during this camera pan, Luke will lose all movement and be unable to do the jump slash. Once the pan ends, pull both levers to end the level. This concludes the Speeder Showdown tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 6-4, the Battle of Endor. Endor is the level with the most amount of gameplay, and is a heavy movement level with difficult skips and enemy management. Because of this, we've given this level a difficulty rating of 10, and an RNG rating of 7. Goal times are incredibly important here, as this level should be consistently practiced to drastically lower your average times as your skill improves. Let's begin. Begin by swapping P1 to R2 and P2 to Wicket. R2 is the bottleneck here, so pay more attention to him. The beginner method to play this room is to drop Wicket out after switching to him. Take a good line to this section of the railing and begin flying slightly before you get there. Fly until you get up top and then release fly. Start another fly and go across the gap. Fly around the tree here and release your fly to fall onto the platform. Fly around this box and start heading towards the railing. Fly from this top ledge and land R2's right side on the railing to get another fly to cross the gap. Head behind these 2 orange objects and fly with R2 to get on this railing. Once you are on top of the railing, fly around the tree to hit the transition from the back. The advanced strat is to keep P2 in for the whole room to save a dropout. While flying from the first railing, use the hatch with Wicket. Once Wicket comes out the other side, go around the tree and keep going right. Do not worry about his line at all, since R2 is the only bottleneck. Bring Wicket to the edge of the platform, and once R2 gets on top of the final railing, you'll need to jump off the edge with Wicket to move the camera enough for R2 to hit the transition. Once you enter room 2, switch P1 to Han and call in P2 if they aren't in already. Start shooting to the right with Han to blow up all the boxes on the ground and the top grapples. A power-up should spawn in from this rightmost box. Grab it with Han and build the box. While building the box, use the hatch with Wicket to go to the top platform. Once the box is done, stand on the right side here and push it up until the bottom of it is almost lined up with the top section of the checkered floor. Move to the right side and push the box left. While pushing it left, head to the lever with Wicket and begin spamming special to use the lever as soon as possible once the box is in place. Once you've pulled the lever with Wicket, start heading down with Han and shoot any remaining grapples and troopers to clear the area. After that, position Han here and Wicket here. The box should get pulled up top, and after the pulley is fully off screen, start pushing right with Wicket. Once the box is lined up with the target, push it forward to insert it. Once it's in, begin moving down with both players. Double jump with Han over the edge at the last possible second, and jump down with Wicket to give him some death movement during the camera pan. During the camera pan, start spamming jump with Han for a potential early movement like this. After the camera pan, move to the bottom button with Han. The rest of your party will then choose buttons. Go to the last remaining button with Wicket. As soon as the last buttons light up green, quickly double jump with Han straight down to get ghost hearts for the rest of the level. Try not to pre-fire this jump. Simply react to the button turning green. If you do go too early, just double jump over the edge right after you step on the button again. For 12 button room, there are 2 main strats broken up into beginner and advanced. For the beginner strat, switch P2 to 3PO and drop him out. Head slightly down with Han and shoot the troopers below, then shoot the troopers at the top of the platform. You have to kill all of them, otherwise your party will not follow you. Next we have a trick called Hill Roll, which utilizes a pixel on the hill to get to the top and pull the lever early. Once the troopers are all dead, head to this patch in the grass here. Do a quick dive roll with Han onto this section here, then do another dive roll upwards to try and get a roll off the sliding collision and land on the top. Pull the lever with Han, go forwards a bit, then pan downwards to check if all 5 of your party members are following you. Sometimes the AI will get stuck at the bottom of the ramp and not follow you, so make sure they are all behind you before continuing in the room. If you see one missing, head back a little to bring them on screen, and they should take the ramp up to the top. Only continue forward once you know for sure that everyone is with you. Head up the room and kill the 3 stormtroopers to the left. Then shoot the panel. After you shoot the panel, fire shots toward the right side to kill the pack of stormtroopers. It's really good to kill all of them and not leave any alive since they can shoot you while you are building the 3PO panel. Either during the build or after it, call in P2. While P2 uses the panel, go up left with Han so that your AI follows him up there. Once 3PO is done, switch him to Wicket. You can start heading to the right with Han and have Wicket step on this button on the left. It is very important that your button order is correct. Otherwise the AI will freak out and you will have to do some backups. Examples of this may look like this, where your party goes to the wrong buttons. If you get this case where a character appears to be stuck on a button, the only way to fix this is to swap to them and continue the room with them instead. Make sure that Wicket is the first one to step on a button, and then have Han step on this button second. The AI should follow suit and step on the rest. Head up left with Wicket to use the hatch while Han heads upwards to build this ramp. Once Han is done, you can optionally fire some shots at the spawning stormtroopers down to the right before heading left. When Wicket gets to the top, pull the lever. Once the grapple pieces fall down, build them with Han, and during this build, have Wicket fall down and step on this leftmost button. Stormtroopers may appear while Han is building, so be wary of that. You may have to stop building to shoot them. Once the grapple is done, pay attention to where Leia and Chewie are positioned. If they are pretty close together, that's good. Just take the grapple up at the same time as them. However, if they are far apart, you can try and push the one closer to the grapple away from it so they can't take the grapple as fast. If one of them takes it too fast, the other will get cut off and not make it to the top. There is also a case where one of them takes it too fast, but the other character just barely makes it to the top. If this happens, push that character that barely made it forward more so their AI will path towards the buttons instead of the grapple. Once all players are at the top, step on the remaining button with Han, drop P2 out, and jump roll towards the end of the room. The advanced strat in this room is known as 12 button skip, and is one of the most challenging skips to learn and difficult to pull off. Start by switching P2 to Leia. You don't need to worry about killing any troopers, as you only need P1 and P2 for this. Do hill roll to get up top. Since P2 is called in, if you miss hill roll, you can optionally make it up top by putting Han in this corner, then jumping into his head with Leia. Once Leia hits Han's head, double jump with him to perform a 2-player height boost and get to the top. Pull the lever with Han and go up the ramp with Leia. Shoot the 3 stormtroopers on your way to the gate, and make sure to be jumping with both players so the inclined ground doesn't slow you down. Do not shoot the panel in the middle, as you need to use its collision to get past the first gate. Once you are up next to it with Han, jump roll onto the front section. You will then jump upright, barely moving at all before going neutral to land on top of the gear. Once you land on top, jump dive onto the light, and jump dive again to get over the first gate. With Leia, again, jump onto the front section, barely move upright to land on the gear, Then jump onto the light and jump across to land on the first gate and clear it. Getting a jump off the gear here can be difficult, as you may often slide off of it and not get a jump at all. Sliding will usually happen if you are too far left on the gear, so try and aim slightly to the right of the center. If you aim too far right, you won't get a jump at all. You may also have this case where you overshoot the light or don't land on it. You can optionally single jump off the gear for a different spacing. Just find what works best for you. To skip the second gate, start running into this corner with Han, then put Leia against the wall here. Run upright with Leia towards Han, and jump with her so that she collides into Han's head at the highest point possible. You can use this visual cue with the gate to know when to jump, jumping right when she touches this part here. Right as she hits Han's head, quickly double jump and angle your stick mostly right but slightly up. If done correctly, you should get a massive height boost. There's some invisible collision you have to maneuver around that can be represented by this visual. While going right, once you pass this protruding corner, quickly move the stick up to get over the rock. Once you are on the other side, move Leia down here and continue to the end of the room with Han. Pan the camera up left and Leia should auto drop out before hitting the transition. A common problem with the second gate is not getting enough height from the 2-player height boost. This is likely due to Leia running into Han at too low of a height. Make sure to try and hit the highest part of Han's head with Leia's feet, as hitting any part of his body below his head will not get enough height. Getting low height may also be caused by jumping too early with Han. Make sure you wait for Leia to hit his head before beginning the jumps instead of attempting to pre-fire it. Another common mistake is Han's angle on the way up, and when to turn up. You want to be running into the corner upright, but make sure once Han takes off to angle the stick down slightly so he doesn't hit the front of the rock like this. It can be hard to get a feel for when to turn the stick up to get around the rock and invisible wall. Here you can see Han standing on the invisible collision at its furthest point, showing just how far it protrudes out. Remember to look at this tip on the rock to know when to turn up with Han. Learning 12 button skip is an arduous process that can take many hours to get down, so patience is key. It's recommended to focus on getting the second gate skip down first before putting a lot of time into the first gate skip, as if you are having trouble with the first gate skip, you do have the option of doing the beginner strat up until you unlock the first gate, and then performing the second gate skip. If you do this, make sure you drop out manually and skip the auto dropout, as you will get redropped to a different party member. There are 2 strats in this room, broken up into beginner and expert. For the beginner strat, make sure you shoot these plants as you progress down the room, as there is a slight chance the characters in your party can get stuck on one of these plants. Shoot your shots with Han in between your jump rolls and take this line. After you destroy the second barrier, shoot this plant and grab this power up. Take this line to these pieces and build the ramp. You may have to shoot these plants or ATSTs if they are in the way, or take a wider line around them. Jump up and go to this corner. Next is a trip called Paul Skip that will trick the AI into thinking we are on top of the bunker. Stand here with Han, and Leia and Chewie will teleport on top. As soon as you see one of them come into frame, call them in as P2. Next we will set up Endor Super Jump. Position P2 here in front of this object in the back, jump from this spot, and land on top of this object in the front. This object cannot be respawned on, which is why it's necessary to jump on it. Then get a jump off the edge of the object and land on the edge of the bunker. Fall down and cut forward to make sure you don't touch the grass, positioning them in the top right corner. While you are doing this, move downwards with Han to get the other player on top of the bunker to follow them down. A good way to think about this can be to look at the other character on top of the bunker and pretend you are controlling them with P1's movements. Once they fall off the bunker, switch P2 to them and push the player you just switched off of into the corner. Push with both players like so, and once they jump through the door, swap to them with P2. If needed, you can move left and right with P2 to avoid dying while P1 pushes the third player into the corner. If your third player super jumps and they don't get stuck in the transition and instead land on top of the bunker, you likely did not position them correctly and will have to set the trick up again. Drop out P2 and position Han in the corner again to get both of them up there and try again. The expert strat in this room is called Paul's Grand Adventure, or PGA. This is only recommended for top runners to be used to save the run. It also requires 2 controllers and a keyboard. For starters, the auto dropout in the previous room is required. Immediately upon entering the room, call in P2 on your second controller. Aim down with P1 and up with P2 and perform a double swap, remembering to press tag with P2 first to keep P1's ghost hearts. Head down and tag P2 to Chewie on your way. Right before you jump over the log, pull Leia's gun out and put it away once you hit the tree. Once you are in the corner with both players, pull Chewie's gun out and drop out Leia. Pan the camera upright with Chewie after the dropout. As soon as Leia super jumps, call in player 1. If done correctly, your party should be out of bounds and you should call in as Han. You may release the camera pan to call in faster, but letting go of it too quickly will cause you to call in as C-3PO instead. After calling in, you can drop out P2 and continue out of bounds. Make sure to stay to the right of the trees so you don't pop in bounds. Once you get here, walk a bit and then jump dive under the floor. Take this line straight to the bunker door, trying to be as high up as possible without popping in bounds. Once you get close to the door here, start slow walking. Once you fall, keep holding up until you can jump again. As soon as you get a jump off, go neutral and keep jumping slowly so you don't accidentally jump roll with Han going for the door. If done correctly, you should pop up and hit the transition into the bunker. There is a lot that can go wrong with PGA. The beginning drop and warp is very precise with the timing, and pulling each character's gun out when told to do so is necessary for trooper de-aggros. You'll only get one shot at the drop and warp due to the enemies, so if you notice something go wrong, it's best to ditch the strat and continue as normal. Hitting the door is the most inconsistent part of the skip, and is part of the reason this strat is not typically done in runs. If you pop in bounds in front of the door, you'll need to go back and destroy the barriers to get your party over. You can optionally avoid this by shooting these barriers while out of bounds, but it is a little slower, to the point where PGA is not worth it at all. If you pop in bounds behind the door, just hit the back transition to reload the room, and your party will spawn next to you, allowing you to do Paul skip as normal. Entering the bunker, progress with both players and shoot the gate when you get close to it. Han should be in front since he has ghost hearts. P2 should also be spamming shots, but be careful since they can die. Try your best to clear out the main room quickly, aiming right with P2 and clearing the rest of the enemies with P1. Don't worry if you leave a couple enemies alive. Head to the left and shoot the door open, and have Han go to the right so he can get close and clear the stormtroopers in there. P2 can shoot the objects to clear the left side of the room. While P2 is doing that, kill any remaining enemies behind you with P1. Have both players step on these buttons simultaneously to combine the camera pans. Next, send P2 to the other button and try to position P1 under the first part of the ramp before the button is pressed. Once the ramp is active, have Han go up while P2 switches to 3PO. Han will push the box into the slot, then 3PO can come up to the top. If you're comfortable enough with 1P2 seat, Han can jump down and push 3PO to the top to save a small amount of time. Have 3PO use the panel, then walk down and switch him to either Chewie or Leia. Han will wait to pull the lever until P2 has gotten here. Hold right with P2 after passing the door, and if done correctly, P2 should auto switch to R2 and skip the camera pan. Swap P2 back to either Chewie or Leia, then continue into the main room. Have P2 use the lever to the right, and after they pull it, drop them out. Do a jump dive with Han before the camera pan for some extra distance. Once the pan ends, fire shots to destroy the second door if it's not already. Round the corner and do jump shots at the enemies in the next room. Kill them all and then fire a shot to destroy the leftmost wall. Make sure to not accidentally shoot the glass here, as that can kill the troopers behind that wall, which will lose some time. Walk into this corner and pan the camera right. A brief moment after you see the stormtrooper pull out his gun, call in P2, and that should de-aggro the trooper and force him to use the lever. You can skip the next camera pan by dropping out P2 once you see the screen move like this. In the case that the stormtrooper did not de-aggro and pull the lever, or he died earlier from an EBB shot, simply swap your P2 to Wicket behind the glass and pull the lever with him. Move Han out of the corner to here, and once you see the screen move like this, drop out player 1 instead of player 2 to skip the camera pan. Call in P1 again, drop out P2, then move right with Han until Wicket is completely off screen before calling P2 back in and swapping to R2 if he's not already. Then use the panel. While that's happening, place Han on the elevator to take the first cycle. Performing this section fast and correctly is critical to hitting the last camera pan skip. As soon as the elevator reaches the top, jump across with Han and begin building the bridge. Switch R2 to 3PO and stand on the edge of the elevator as it comes down. Try and push one of them off with 3PO if needed. Then, once 3PO reaches the top, the bridge should almost be finished. You can start moving to the right slightly before it is completed. Head towards the panel with 3PO, pushing him with Han to save some time. Use the panel with 3PO, then position Han next to the lever. Swap 3PO to Chewie or Leia, whoever is closer. Stand in the direct center of this section of the platform and swap to the player that comes up, right as the camera begins moving after pulling the lever. If the player you swap to is Wicket, try and switch to Leia or Chewie right after for quicker movement. This CPS is much more inconsistent than the first two, so don't be discouraged if this one gives you trouble. Jump down with both players and make your way to the levers in the middle of the bunker. It is slightly faster to pull the right lever with Han and the left lever with Chewie, so you can send Han towards the end faster. Build the 2 bombs with Han at the end and the front 2 bombs with Chewie. If this gives you trouble, you can pull both levers at the same time and build the bombs together. Dropping P2 out at the end of Endor may make the start of the next level easier for you, and is recommended for beginners. If you are confident in 1P2C, stay dropped in. This concludes the Endor tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 6.5, Jedi Destiny. This level is the level in the game with the least amount of gameplay. We've given this level a difficulty rating of 5 and an RNG rating of 1. The main skip in this level, Ultra Kill, can be tricky to learn, but once you get it down, it is consistent. For that reason, goal times aren't super important on this level, as long as you aren't completely neglecting it. Let's begin. If you dropped out in Endor, simply hold right, spam switch to Vader, and then slash while moving down. Call in Luke, and after the Emperor attacks Vader 3 times, begin moving towards the stairs. Place Luke in this position. If you didn't drop out in Endor, move down right with player 1 and slightly down left with player 2 at the start of the level to ensure the Emperor jumps to the right, then face right with P2 and start spamming Force. This will give you camera pan movement with Luke, and you can bring him over to Vader. Once the camera pan ends, do a double swap and jump into the corner with Luke. Start heading toward the stairs, and let the Emperor slash Vader until he has only 1 heart left when you're here. Then head down right with Vader before you start running into the corner. Try to run at this angle aligned with this line on the ground. The Emperor will kill Vader, and as soon as he respawns, drop Luke out. Be sure to react to Vader respawning to drop out. Your goal is going to be to push the Emperor off of the edge. However, due to his AI pathing, he will try to go back towards the center of this section of the room. We can counter this by pushing him backwards, utilizing Vader's lightsaber to do so. Oftentimes the Emperor will slip away from you, so to stop him from moving, you can do a ground slash with Vader to force the Emperor to block it, momentarily stopping his momentum and giving you more time and space to push him. You can chain these safety hits if need be to guide him towards the edge, and it is recommended for most, if not all players, to use safety slashes in order to push the Emperor off of the edge. If you do a safety slash and accidentally damage the Emperor, he will jump back to the start, and you will have to set up Ultra Kill again. To avoid this, try and only attack the Emperor from the front, as this will allow him to actually block your attack. If you attack him from behind, he has no way to block it and will instead take the damage. Try to practice guiding the Emperor in the room so you can get a feel for the timing of when to slash, how much time you have to move, and where the Emperor's AI will path. Note that if you damage him 4 times, he will progress to the next stage of the fight, which is a massive time loss, so be very careful to avoid this. This concludes the Jedi Destiny tutorial. Welcome to the tutorial for 6-6 into the Death Star. This is the final level in episode 6 and one of the trickiest levels in the entire run. We have marked this level with a difficulty rating of 7 and an RNG rating of 9. While goal times can be useful for every level, the large variance in this one due to RNG will make learning and practicing it a bit more complicated than the average level. The largest source of variance within this level appears in the very first room, which comprises the majority of the RNG. In this room, you need to collect 8 torpedoes to progress, which are attained by killing TIE fighters. Each TIE fighter has a random chance of spawning with a torpedo to drop on death. Our primary goal in this room will be to minimize the amount of time killing ships. This is why Tractor Beam is helpful, as you will spend less time chasing ships down. Let's begin. Call in player 2 during the opening cutscene of the level before it starts. If player 2 is on controller, you must wait until the cutscene ends to call them in. Note that Tractor Beam will stun any enemy ships that get near you, making it much easier for you to kill torpedo ships. The main goal here is to kill every ship you see, with an emphasis on picking up torpedoes when you see them. Also note that it is important to not chase ships. Almost every ship will eventually come back to you, and chasing them brings you far away from the Star Destroyers. If needed, take your time to kill more regular ships while you wait for the torpedo ones to return. There is a more advanced technique in this section as well. It is possible to get a torpedo dupe if you place both players in just the right spot, such that they grab the same torpedo on the same frame. While this may sound frame perfect, it's actually not. The easiest way to accomplish this is to have both players on top of a torpedo when it becomes active and able to be picked up. This is why it's most easily attainable at the very start of the level. An important tip to keep in mind is that you can be quite far away from the torpedo targets and still have them hit, as is shown clearly in this clip of the room in Freeplay. The most important thing to remember is that keeping your ships close together and slowing them down will allow for a higher degree of control over both players. Going too fast is a common pitfall with newer runners, so take care to avoid that when possible. As you collect torpedoes on both players, progress through the 4 Star Destroyers, shooting with each player once they have targeted the correct side of the ship. Once you are done, have player 1 slowly move over to this power-up and collect it. Getting torpedoes while waiting the 10 seconds for the Mitro to start will also save some time in the next room. In the first stretch of this room, you may shoot or run into these pillars and objects, but there's one that will explode and kill either your player 2 or both of your players if you did not get the power-up. This can be avoided by simply going around it without shooting. Be sure to take a tight line around this corner and this corner, and hug the left side of the room as you approach the torpedo dispenser. You will need 4 torpedoes to proceed, but should aim for a full set of 6. If you are able to get 2 on each ship in the first room, then you can just fly over the dispenser and pick 2 more up. If you got at least 1 on each ship, you can fly over it and slow down, so as to pick up 2 on each ship as you pass. If you got only 1 or no torpedoes, slow down and immediately flip as you pass the dispenser, picking up either 5 or 6. As you proceed to the next section, take care to avoid damage on your players when possible. If necessary, sometimes a set of hearts will spawn in the middle of the room. Once you are near the mouth of the hallway, spread both players apart, keeping 1 against each wall. At around this mark, you can shoot your first set of torpedoes. You do not need to wait for them to target, since moving forward will target them while the torpedoes are in motion. Don't move on either ship while you wait for the torpedoes to hit, and once the targets have switched to the other set, shoot your next 2 torpedoes. Move right towards the next torpedo dispenser. Once again, you will need both players to have 3 torpedoes, so approach the dispenser from an angle where you can backflip. In the case that you enter this room with 0 torpedoes instead of 1 on either player, you can do a 360 on top of the dispenser before you backflip to gain an extra torpedo. Continue through the room, holding attack to destroy incoming enemy ships. Additionally, you can barrel roll with your ships to avoid shots. The TIE fighters will only target player 1, so you should only be rolling with that player. As you approach the next set of targets, keep your players in the center of the hallway. At this point in the room, turn your players outwards to face the walls. Align your players so that they are facing directly away from the missile turrets. Ensure that both turrets are being targeted, and fire a torpedo with both players at once. Get ready to enter the core as the torpedoes are making their way to the targets. If you blank on one, the best backup is to ensure you are facing directly away from the turret, and fire your torpedo. If the hatch is not reopening, make sure you go far enough away from it before coming back into its proximity. The core is a very difficult room and will be broken up by player level. Let's begin with the beginner method. When the camera pan ends, hold up and then right, curving around to the right while attacking with both player 1 and player 2. This should clear the first 2 targets. Drop out player 2 and head to the right to shoot the next target. It is very important to note that if you are too close to the targets, they will stun you, so you may need to let your ship drift next to the targets and give them time to open. After the right target is shot, head to the third target on the left and spam shots, killing any TIE fighters near you. Continue on to the 4th and 5th targets, keeping this distance away from the panels. After they are all broken, the core is now breakable. However, for beginners, we recommend that you make sure you shoot the 2 targets on the left first, grabbing the red brick to be safe. Many runs have been killed by missing this red brick, so try to avoid that mistake early. Let's discuss how advanced players should play this room. Hold attack with both players and traverse the outside of the room to the left. Player 1 will shoot the targets while player 2 will open the targets ahead. Keep moving down with both players and shoot one of the torpedo targets covering the IT brick with player 2. After this, player 2 will come down to open the bottom right target and move to the core, while player 1 will follow behind and break the final target. As soon as you break the last target, move towards the core with player 1 so both players can attempt to break it. Once it is broken, fire a torpedo with player 1. Finally, grab the IT brick. If you only shot 1 torpedo earlier, break the other torpedo target while facing away from it at an angle between 90 and 180 degrees. Note that there is an essential backup if you don't have enough torpedoes to get the red brick and shoot the core. You may play the start of the room as normal, then shoot as many torpedoes as you can at the red brick. Head to the center and wait for torpedoes to spawn from the core. These randomly spawned torpedoes will shoot out in a random direction and may be difficult to grab quickly. The last section of this level is essentially an auto-scroller. Hold down and attack on both players, and to optimize your lines, hug the wall when a bend in the hallway is coming up. Note that your split time will be optimally just under 1 minute and 34 seconds from when you exit the core. This concludes the Into the Death Star tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 3-1, Battle over Coruscant. This level is an auto-scroller, with minimal strats you can do to save a couple seconds. For that reason, we've given this level a difficulty rating of 2 and an RNG rating of 1. Goal times for this level are not important, but as you get towards a higher skill level, this can be a good level to examine for some potentially very easy time save. There are a few things you can do in order to speed up the level. The 2 most notable are using 2 players in order to push each other forward, and pushing into the sides of the map in order to drag the camera in the direction the tracks are going. Regardless of whether or not you are doing the 1P2C, you still should do the camera hugging. It's mostly recommended to hug the camera in corners and do nothing else, but it's slightly faster to occasionally separate your ships and join them up again, as it pushes the front ship slightly forward. This is more advanced, so don't focus on it too much, but it will be demonstrated in this video. Before the actual level, we'll perform another reset. There is no shop trip in this split, so once you load into the game, head to episode 3. You can get switches off to other characters to gain some distance in the episode 3 cantina. Just be sure to watch out what characters actually spawn, as you can get some bad characters that are slower to switch to. There's a lot to memorize here, and the camera hugging only saves about 2 to 4 seconds, so don't worry if you want to just fly through the level normally. First, you want to be shooting with both players the entire time. This will kill ships coming towards you, preventing damage and giving you hearts as needed. When starting the level, you immediately want to hold into the top right corner with player 1, while player 2 goes a little bit later. This will cause player 1 to be in front, being the most optimal arrangement for this level. If during the level player 2 gets in front, just keep playing as normal. The time difference is quite minimal and trying to rearrange them will be slower. Switch to the bottom right when you get past this first set of turrets. When you pass this minikit, switch to the top left corner. You can shoot these buttons by tapping right with both players to flick a couple of shots over. Continue holding top left, only to come into a void die into the wall. Once you reach this ship, switch to top right coming around this corner, but quickly switch back to top left for the entire next section of the level. When you come over this ship, switch to top right once again, shooting these two buttons. Once you shoot the two buttons, switch to bottom right. Only going back to top right once you come underneath this ship. Safely navigate into the tunnel, holding up right when you come out. The next red brick pickup of the run is coming up. So be sure to cut to the left side of the screen once you get past this ship. As long as you are at any height on the left side of the map, you will collect the red brick, so your only concern should be hugging the left wall here. Up until this point, and as long as you didn't hit any larger ship, you should never die, but after the red brick, you need to take some care of your heart count. The most important thing is to understand that all dropped hearts from enemy ships will go to the player in front. So firstly, recognize which ship is where and who is low. To get hearts to the ship in the back, you can separate them freely, and maintaining a heart count of 3 hearts or more is the most crucial part of the rest of this level, as a death is extremely punishing and can set you back up to 20 seconds if it happens right before the end. All ships are scripted, so you can prepare for what is to come, and the most dangerous enemies are the 2 tri-fighters directly after the red brick. If you happen to be low, make sure to dodge the shots, as they will always fire towards the bottom left. After this, hug the left side here once you pass this minikit in order to avoid dying to these red lasers. As you approach the final turn, go to the top right, finishing off in the top left of the screen for the final section. Only coming out to shoot the final targets. Make sure to come back to the center of the screen before entering the final tunnel, as just holding top left into the end will cause you to die. As mentioned before, you still want to take this route if you have one player called in, but there is a small time save you can do with just one player. After you collect the red brick, we will use the 2 droid tri-fighters to intentionally lose some health. Ideally, you can take enough damage to get to exactly 1 heart before this tri-fighter right here, and then deliberately die. While this may seem strange, the game actually has a built-in mechanic where your ship actually moves faster after respawning, and it saves a few seconds to die right after the checkpoint here. It's worth noting that this is only a 1-player strat, and this is slower to do with 2 players. However, it is still 4 seconds slower than just playing the level with 2 players. This concludes the Battle over Coruscant tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 3-2, Chancellor and Peril. Easily the hardest level in Episode 3, we've given it a difficulty rating of 9 and an RNG rating of 6. There are lots of droids to manage through micro-RNG that can accumulate time loss throughout the level, so crowd control skills will help. Goal times for this level are extremely important to pay attention to, as this should be a level of constant practice where your gradual skill improvement will apply to not just Chancellor, but the whole game. Note that your skill level will heavily determine the strats you choose, so there will always be room to improve. Let's begin. There are 2 ways to start Chancellor, with the beginner and advanced version of the first room. The beginner version begins by calling in player 2 if they are not already in. As the level begins, perform a jump slash with Obi-Wan. As soon as the screen wipe finishes, while in the end lag animation of your jump slash, pause on Anakin. You can spam pause to do this, or time it when the wipe ends. Scroll down and turn on EBB and Fast Force, ignoring Tractor Beam. Exit the Extras menu and drop out. Walk forward with Obi-Wan and perform a well-spaced jump slash, pressing attack here, just before the camera pan trigger begins. If done correctly, player 2 should walk forward while the camera pan is happening. Once the pan ends, call them back in and head towards the door, killing the droids with player 1 with force pushes. Force the door with player 2 and enter the next room. The advanced strat here is called Grievous Door Stuck, commonly abbreviated to GDS. This is a highly precise trick and a one try. By pausing on the exact frame that this camera pan begins, we can drop out, granting us some brief camera pan movement, allowing us to tag an off-screen player to skip the camera pan entirely. This will allow us to enter the door before it ever closes in the first place, while the droids are still coming out. To perform this trick, begin the level by jump slashing with Obi-Wan, run forward with both players, and keep Anakin close to Obi-Wan. Once you reach this line on the ground, do a fast jump slash with Obi-Wan. As soon as you have pressed the inputs for the jump slash, hit the pause button. If you take too long, the camera pan will play, and you will miss the trick entirely. After pausing, frame advance by pressing A followed by the pause button just 1 frame later. There are multiple hand positions you can use to do this. Here are some examples. Frame advance until you reach this frame. If you see the camera pan start playing but are not paused, you either pause buffered with too large of a gap and went past the first frame of the camera pan, or you simply pressed pause too late. This is a very difficult tech to master and takes lots of practice. When you do land on the correct frame, scroll down and drop out. As soon as you drop out, swap to Obi-Wan with player 2, like so. Be careful not to move Anakin too far away or in an awkward direction, as you have a short window to swap to Obi-Wan to skip the camera pan. Once you have done this, space jumps to avoid getting shot by these droids, and run to the door to progress to the next room. If you did the beginner strat in room 1, run over to here with player 2. Force the droids with player 2 while player 1 walks down. If player 2 is at 1 or 2 hearts, you may take an intentional death instead. Walk off the platform with player 1 and, once you see a redrop happen, drop player 2 out. If done correctly, player 1 should warp slightly further down the room. If you did the advanced strat in room 1, stand still as the room begins. Once Anakin reaches this line on the ground, call him in. Jump around these droids to dodge shots and bring Obi-Wan over to them. Force push the droids with player 2 from this spot on the ground and stand completely still. Run off the top platform with player 1 and wait for him to get a redrop in. Once you see this happen, pause on player 2, scroll down to the extras menu, turn on EBB and fast force, exit the extras menu, and drop out. The rest of the room is the same, regardless of what strat you elected to do in the first room. Jump onto this pipe here, then turn left and get an edge jump. On your double jump, cut back slightly upright to land in this wedge here. Go neutral to get another double jump to make it up top. Note that if you die after landing in this pixel gap, you may have to walk into the corner and then go neutral to get a jump once you have respawned. Once you get to the upper platform, pan the camera upright and force the droids close to the gate. Pick up a heart if you are very low and, once the gate is broken, head down the hallway into the transition. If you are still at 1 or 2 hearts, double jump or weave side to side to avoid getting shot and dying. If you performed the advanced strat in room 1, player 1 will be Anakin. As soon as you enter the room, tag player 1 to Obi-Wan and call in Anakin as player 2. If you did not, you will already have the proper character management, so simply call in player 2 as Anakin. Stand here and wait for the droidicas to stop and shoot at you. Deflect the bullets back at them to blow them up. Coordination here may be difficult, so try to focus on this droidica and prioritize deflecting with player 1. Once you have killed the droidicas, walk forwards and either force the battle droids into the commander, or, if the commander is the only one left, ground attack him twice to kill him. There's multiple ways you can take out the next 2 sets of droids. To kill the pack of droids in this next section, you can either slam or force push them. Note that if you do force push one of the packs, you cannot start the force push on the commander droid, as they will get deactivated rather than dying, and require 2 hits to kill instead of 1. While force pushing both packs is technically the fastest, if your players get separated during the beginning of the room drastically, you may find slamming the droids to be a faster option. Find which one of these combinations is the most comfortable for you, as the time difference between them all is negligible. As soon as the droids die, you will have a crucial window to correct any problematic heart management. This will depend on the strat you are going for in the next room. If you do plan to perform the advanced strat, MVE, hit player 1 down to either 2 or 3 hearts. Player 2 is less important in this scenario, but it can always help to reset his hearts if he is low. If you are not performing MVE, simply kill player 1 if he is low to reset his heart count. If you have already done this or your heart management is already correct, try to position player 1 outward and further right, as R2 will come out further during the camera pan. Switch to R2 with player 1, and force push him towards the panel with player 2. Send Anakin into the smaller room, and, once R2 is done using the panel, swap him to Obi-Wan and force the bomb to Anakin. Finally, force the bomb with Anakin, then do a double jump on the side to get up to the top of the ramp and enter the next room. The next room will be broken up into 2 strats. For the beginner strat, start by jump slashing with Obi-Wan when you enter the room. At the same time, switch player 2 to R2, then drop out. Do a buffer jump to get up to this platform, then a quick double jump to get onto this lamp, then space a jump across to reach the elevator. Force the lever and go up the vent. Once you get to the top, try and avoid getting shot by the droidica. Note that if you are low on hearts and die before landing on the ground, you will get a very bad respawn. Perform a double jump slam, and when you see R2 land on the ground, call him in. If Obi-Wan has 2 hearts or less, let him die to the droidica to reset his hearts. If he has 3 or more, start ground attacking the droidica to kill it. While you're doing this, bring R2 over and use the panel. If you're doing the beginner strat in the next room that involves cycle skips, drop R2 out. Otherwise, keep player 2 called in. The other more advanced strat in this room is a drop-in warp known as MVE. While this strat is very difficult, it is extremely consistent with proper practice. As the room begins, jump slash with Obi-Wan. Run to the right with both players and, when you reach here, single jump with Obi-Wan. As soon as you land on this ledge, jump once with both players. As soon as you land on this platform, stop moving with Anakin and instantly press force to kill this droid. Note that if you are too far right with Anakin, he will target the platform instead of the droid. Forcing this platform all the way will make the drop and warp impossible, so try to avoid targeting it. While Anakin forces the droid, jump up to this lamp. Space a jump with Obi-Wan over to the right to land next to the elevator. While doing this, move Anakin into the corner and hold up right. When you land over here with Obi-Wan, stop moving Anakin, and force the lever to turn the elevator on. Immediately run directly to the right until you are here, just far enough to the right that you will hit your head on the doorway of the elevator and slide up, or just barely be inside the elevator. If you are too far left and get stuck, simply tap right to slowly ascend upwards. If you move too far right here, the trick can still work, but it may be less consistent. Once Obi-Wan's shirt is fully off screen, pause with Anakin and drop out. Timing this dropout is essential to the success of the trick. Next, we will call Anakin back in with a very specific timing in order to warp him out of bounds behind the wall. There are two methods to time this. The first is the recommended audio method. As soon as you drop out, you will hear Anakin perform a double jump. A good way to think about this is as if he is jumping in a rhythm. Listen to his first two jumps and call in on what would be the third jump if he continued jumping at the exact same pace. The other option is a visual cue. You may time your call-in as soon as Obi-Wan reaches the very top of the elevator, or as soon as this orange lever goes off screen. If done correctly, Anakin will call in like this, out of bounds. To ensure the most consistent possible movement out of bounds, make sure Obi-Wan is on 1 or 2 hearts when entering this room. This is because the droideka up top will almost always shoot Obi-Wan at least once, causing him to respawn at the bottom, which slightly adjusts the camera. Once you are out of bounds, tap up twice using this timing. It is very important to practice this timing as it is relatively precise. After tapping up, hold left and double jump until you are aligned here. Let go of directional inputs and begin spamming jump. There are 3 possibilities here if you performed the up taps correctly. Either you will spam jumps until you hit the transition, entering the next room. You will spam jumps until hitting your head on the door, which means you are aligned under the transition and can continue jumping straight up to enter the next room. Or you will attempt to spam jump and not be met with the ability to jump at all. If this happens, continue to spam jump while very slightly tapping up as well. Eventually, you will start to get jumps, meaning you are back in out of bounds collision. This also means you are now aligned directly under the door, so stop tapping up as soon as you hear the first jump. Jump up directly into the door, entering the Chancellor fight. This trick can fail in a number of different ways, so we will discuss all of the backups and possible mistakes. One important piece of the trick is to ensure Anakin is all the way into this corner before dropping him out. If he is positioned incorrectly, he may not path to the spot to warp at all. Another way this can fail is if Obi-Wan is in a weird part of the elevator, like this. Outside of this, if you do not get the out-of-bounds Anakin call-in, either you messed up the beginning of the room, or simply mistimed the call-in. If this does happen, you can go set the warp up again. But it is safer to perform the beginner strat instead, since you are already up top with Obi-Wan. Once you have gotten the out of bounds call-in, there are still a few ways to mess up the movement out of bounds. If you did not tap up enough before jumping left, you will pop in bounds in front of the door. If this happens, slam the droideka and perform the beginner strat. If you tapped up too much before jumping left, you will pop in bounds behind the door instead. The best backup to this is to slam the droideka from behind the door with Anakin, run over to the droideka with Obi-Wan, and drop out Anakin as soon as you can start attacking the droideka, killing it with a 3-hit attack. Watch Anakin's lightsaber through the door, standing here to ensure you are far enough to force him to super jump. Once you see his lightsaber perform this circular motion 3 times, run over to the door and tag him, as he will be super jumping into the transition. If you attempt to tag him and either can't get a swap, or swap to him and he is still behind the transition, swap back to Obi-Wan and stand here to wait for him to super jump again, using the 3-circle visual cue to time it again. If you jump left and can't get a jump at all, so you try to tap forward, but you fall and die instead of ever hitting out of bounds collision, you did not tap up enough on your initial up taps here, and did not tap up enough on the taps afterwards once you were out of bounds. Be sure to practice the timing of tapping up twice to make sure you are moving forward a consistent amount every time. Like much of this level, the Dooku fight has 2 strats. The beginner strat performs cycle skips on Dooku's lightning phases. To do this, start by jump slashing Dooku, then spam a double jump. Next, do 2 buffer jumps after, making sure you're moving around to dodge droid shots. Once you are almost to the top of the second buffer jump, press attack to slam. You should attack Dooku right as his lightning cycle starts, skipping the portion where you would normally have to tag a different player to attack him. If you mess up the timing at all, Dooku will push you away. Note that you have a large window before the lightning cycle comes out where the slam will register, but if you are late, it will not register at all. A quick backup to missing this is to either switch to your other player to attack Dooku, or call in player 2 and attack, then drop out. On the first cycle, try and attack Dooku from the top so that when he pushes you away after the cycle, he will push you close to the stairs. Run to the top of the stairs, slash Dooku again, and on your jump timings, grab the power-up. Use the same exact jump timings as the first cycle to skip the second. If you mess up the second cycle, it's recommended to back it up with a player 2 call-in, as sometimes Dooku will push player 1 into the door, not letting you land to go tag the other character. Jump down to the bottom for the third cycle, again positioning yourself in either the top right or top left so you are closer to the stairs after the cycle. Once the Mitro cutscene ends, jump up the stairs and head towards the end of the room, slashing into the transition. The advanced strat here is called Chancellor Super Jump, or CSJ. Depending on what you did in the last room, the start to this room may vary. If you are entering with Obi-Wan on player 1 and R2 on player 2, you'll start by positioning R2 while you have Obi-Wan clear out all the battle droids. However, the most common scenario is entering with both Jedi, where there are 2 options. The first option is to swap player 2 to R2 while Obi-Wan clears the droids. To do this, hold up with player 2 as the room begins, and spam jump, tapping right very slightly. Spam tag to switch to R2 while Obi-Wan clears out the right pack of droids with force pushes. Once you are done, move to the left pack of droids and force them with Obi-Wan. While you kill the droids, have R2 move to this spot on the ground, run into the wall, and then fly over to the door, being careful not to land until you are under the door frame. The second option for the start of the room is to clear both packs of droids with both Jedi. This may take some more difficult coordination and is subject to RNG, as you can get shot with either player while forcing. As soon as you are done killing droids with this strat, switch player 2 to R2 and force push him with player 1 until he is in this spot. Run into the wall, then fly over to the door, taking care not to land before you are under the doorway. You can perform this trick on both sides of the door, which is entirely up to preference. However, for the sake of the tutorial, we'll only explain it on the left side, which is the most common side. If you do want to set it up on the right side, simply run into the wall from this spot on the floor. The entirety of the floor against the wall is unrespawnable ground, meaning to set up the super jump, you must bring R2 away from the wall before you run against it. If you don't do this, you may get this state where you are running into R2, but he doesn't super jump. This is due to him not having a respawnable position at all, and if this happens, you'll need to set the trick up again from the beginning. Once R2 reaches the door, force push him to deactivate him. This will prevent him from moving while you are blocking him, and forces him to super jump. Character management earlier in the level should force Obi-Wan to be player 1, but if for whatever reason Anakin is player 1, you'll need to swap to Obi-Wan, as the lightsaber collision is different between the characters. Once R2 is deactivated in the corner, drop him out and start slow walking with Obi-Wan by barely moving the stick into the corner. This is an example of the difference between slow walking, walking, and running. While you can hit this trick with any range of movement, slow walking is by far the most consistent. If you are running into R2 at full speed, the timing window from when he super jumps to when he pops back in is shorter, making it harder to react to. If it helps, you can also pause buffer before R2 super jumps to help yourself force push him, but this is typically only recommended if you are performing this trick on the right side. Watch R2 and, once you see him jump, tap force. Once you force push him, instantly call in. If he deactivates inbounds, you are likely too late on the force push and will have to set it up again. To make the window for force pushing him out of bounds more lenient, you may slow walk into him at a more upwards angle, like this. Once R2 is out of bounds, since he can't jump, we will have to ride up a slope next to the door to gain height. The slope positioning is hard to explain, so it's recommended to get a feel for it in practice. Move up close to the door by holding up right, then hold up left to gain height. You will inevitably stop gaining height with this angle, so you will have to circle back around with a clockwise motion to ride up the slope again. In order to maintain the height you gained on your initial slope ride, move forward once you reach here. Once you have gone past the slope, turn right until you are here. Move downwards the exact amount that you moved up after riding the slope, and hold up left to ride the slope again. If done correctly, you will be close to the upper floor with just 2 slope rides, but it may take as many as 5 or 6 when you are starting out. This movement will take some getting used to, so don't get discouraged if you are having trouble with it. Once you get close enough to the top, you have 2 options to enter the next section. The first and simplest option is to move forward and press jump to fly. This can be risky because if you are not high enough, you will fail to pop and bounce and fall and die. The second and safer option is to perform slope rides until you pop and bounce automatically without ever flying, like this. If R2 ever does start falling, drop him out as soon as you can in order to avoid redrop-ins or any potential hard locks. Let him respawn and call him back in to set the trick up again. Once R2 is at the top, if you have a second controller connected, you can auto-drop out Obi-Wan. Do this by running forward with R2 and not moving Obi-Wan at all. After player 1 drops out, make sure to press any valid call-in button on your other controller while moving with player 2 to clear the dropout. This does not include triggers, the joystick, or clicking the stick down. If you don't have a second controller, just drop out player 1 manually once you make it up top, and continue to the transition. If you're having trouble with the slow walking setup, you can alternatively do a setup that lets you stay stationary and also lets you do it with either Jedi. If you are starting the room with both Jedi, hold force on player 2 once the room begins to blow up this bomb. If you are starting with R2 on player 2, force the bomb later in the room once you have killed all the droids. The start of the trick is the same, setting R2's respawn location and flying with him into this corner. Deactivate him, drop him out, then stand on the right side of him. Tap left so that your Jedi is facing left, and you should see sparks flying from the lightsaber, indicating that R2 is getting pushed. Then, force and call R2 in as soon as you see him super jump, and from here, the trick is the same. CSJ is one of the most technical tricks in the entire game, and requires a ton of practice and resilience to get good at. Once you start learning it, invest a lot of time into it, as any fail state on the trick can be catastrophic. There's 2 strats in the elevator. The beginner strat involves running down the left side of the elevator and simply slashing into the transition. The advanced strat is a drop-in warp, where the start will depend on what strat you did in the previous room. If you did cycle skips, you won't have to do any character management at the start. If you did CSJ, there is a specific sequence of inputs necessary. As soon as the wipe begins, drop inputs on player 2 and call in player 1. Next, instantly press tag on player 2 to swap to Anakin. As soon as the wipe ends, drop out player 2. While dropping out, start panning the camera up to get your party off screen. Immediately after you drop out, do a double jump towards the elevator and start coming back towards the camera a little before your jump is finished. Once you start running down, you can stop panning. Hit the far left of this fan to gain height. Once you've gained some height, start spamming F2 at a medium speed to call in player 2. Spamming too fast will cause him not to call in at all. Drift player 1 left so that he won't keep riding the vent up and hit the ceiling, which would cause him to die. Dying at any point in this room will cause it to restart entirely. Once player 2 calls in, it's heavily advised to wait until the redrop-in finishes to avoid any chance of hardlock. However, it is faster to react to the call-in and pause right away. Drop out player 1, then jump over this ledge and slash into the transition. If you ride the fan all the way up and never get a call-in, you can land and perform the strat once again, using this fan later in the room. Call in player 1 if you did the drop-in warp. Once the slope of the floor starts ascending, make sure you are jumping. Cut this corner, and, if you have player 2 called in as Anakin, you could force this gear with Anakin to get rid of the gas. Then swap player 2 to R2. If player 2 is below 3 hearts, run off the ledge to take a death and reset your heart count. If R2 is too far behind to do this, prioritize resetting your hearts and jump off as Anakin before dropping out. If you have only 1 player dropped in, you'll have to do the first gas jump. To do this, single jump onto the ledge with Obi-Wan, then space a double jump around the gas, taking your first jump with a down right angle and your second jump with an up right angle. The gas can be represented by this visual, and it deals damage if you touch it. If you miss the gas jump, make sure to wait for iframes before attempting it again. Perform the second gas jump in the exact same way. Walk forward with Obi-Wan before jump slashing to bring down the ramp for R2. Cut the corner and start panning right. Once you reach the wall, drop in player 2 to call in R2. Note that if you were unable to swap to R2 before dropping out, walk right and pan right until this panel is off screen. Then turn around and call in when R2 is fully on screen. If done correctly, player 2 should call in as R2, use the panel with him, and position Obi-Wan in the middle of the door. Here you will queue 800 by 600 for 3-3, then enter the transition. It's recommended to Alt-Tab in the midtro here, so that you don't forget later. Switch R2 to Anakin as soon as you can, then space a double jump with both players when you reach here. Jump over the Magna Guards with Anakin, and hang left with Obi-Wan to grab the power-up. When you reach here, you may queue 1920 by 1080 if you would rather not do it in Grievous. Continue down the hallway and jump over the right wall with Anakin, while Obi-Wan runs into the droids. Ideally, the droids will fire EBB shots at Obi-Wan, which may deflect and blow them up. Once you are here, try and force the levers quickly before the droids can shoot you. It is important to begin forcing as soon as you reach the ground to target the levers instead of the droids. If they are giving you trouble, force push them to kill them. Try and go quickly, since the Magna Guards are much more annoying to kill. If you do take long enough and the Magna Guards are on you, there are 3 ways to kill them. You can force push a droid into a Magna Guard to instantly kill it. You can stand on top of these ledges to stay out of the range and face downwards to target the levers. Or you can simply kill them with jump slashes and jump slams, and then force the levers as normal. This concludes the Chancellor and Peril tutorial. Welcome to the tutorial for 3-3, General Grievous. This is the third level in episode 3, and the shortest level in the entire run. We have marked this level with a difficulty rating of 2 and an RNG rating of 10. Goal times for this level are not particularly important due to the incredibly high level of variance and randomness. Note that your hardware also plays a significant factor in determining your consistency on this level. Stable FPS is likely to guarantee you a more consistent Grievous. Let's begin. This level uses a quick kill to take all 10 of Grievous's hearts, known as Grieve Cheese. When damaging Grievous, he will progress through a scripted boss battle. However, if we damage him only while none of our players are within this box, he will take damage and not progress to the next stage of the fight. In order to accomplish this, we will need to put Commander Cody on this rock. As soon as the level starts, begin panning the camera upright. You should hold this camera pan for essentially the entire level. Run over to the edge of the circle and perform an edge jump with Cody to land on the rock. Be sure not to jump too early, as this jump has very little leeway. If you miss the jump, wait for iframes before you attempt the jump again. Once Cody reaches the other side, place him here. He should be standing halfway in the shadow and halfway outside of it. While you do this, put Obi-Wan in this spot. To execute this trick, we will use Obi-Wan to lure Grievous to the edge of the circle before jumping onto the rock. Stand here until you see Grievous come on screen, then jump over to the rock. Tap down left with Cody to aim at the circle, and as soon as Grievous disappears from the screen, start spamming shots. You can try timing the shots if your spamming is not as fast. You should shoot 4 or 5 shots at Grievous, and some of them may damage him. This is the major RNG element of the level, although your hardware also plays a heavy part. The best case scenario on each cycle is dealing 4 hearts of damage, while the worst case is dealing none. After you connect all of your shots, jump back over to the edge of the circle and repeat this process. Once Grievous is down to 1 heart, you can either perform another cycle or run over to him and simply jump slash him to end the level. Note that it is very important that you are not on the center circle when Grievous takes damage. If you are, he will progress through the fight and jump over to this platform. It is also important to know the backup to this situation if it does happen. Simply stay on the rock with Cody, tap left, and shoot these 2 bombs, which will cause Grievous to jump back onto the main platform. After he does this, you can damage him once with a jump slash before continuing with regular Grieve Cheese. This concludes the General Grievous tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 3-4, Defense of Kashyyyk. A sneakily hard level, Kashyyyk should be one of your most practiced levels as it becomes relatively consistent at a top level and will also improve your overall skills at enemy management. We've given it a difficulty rating of 7 and an RNG rating of 4. Goal times on this level are crucial to keep in mind as you don't want to fall behind other runners with your improvement of the level. Let's begin. This is one of the only levels with no screen wipe to start the level, so make sure you are moving immediately after the cutscene ends. Do a single jump with Yoda and force both lights while Chewie is running against the bridge. Once the bridge starts falling, do double jump with Yoda to progress forward. It's a good rule of thumb to always have Yoda's lightsaber out when you're jumping with him so that your momentum doesn't slow down when he touches the ground. Make sure you stay close to the inside of the tree for a good line. On this last bridge, start aiming towards the left side of it so you'll be closer to the clones at the top once the cutscene ends. It may be tempting to jump slash into this cutscene, but make sure to not do this as your movement before the cutscene persists through it. This Order 66 section can be challenging based on your 1P2C ability, but with practice can become relatively consistent. Once you gain control, do a ground attack with Yoda to kill this close clone. You can either keep chaining ground attacks to kill the remaining clones at the top, or do one double jump over them to the lights to start forcing them. It's a good reminder that Yoda is your bottleneck in this section, so try not to take too long killing clones with him. With Chewie, you'll want to take some shots while running right, and once you know you won't hit the invisible walls on the side when shooting upwards, then start aiming at the troopers closer to Yoda and killing them so that Yoda can continue to force the lights as soon as possible. Kill any remaining clones with Chewie, and once the lights are almost done, start heading to the bridge with Chewie as he's your next bottleneck. When the bridge starts falling, continue with both players doing a double jump and then a big jump slash with Yoda before the camera pan. This is done so that you can gain enough distance to aggro these troopers early, giving you ample time to kill them. If you don't get far enough on your slash, it will look like this, and you'll have to wait to kill everyone before progressing. Once the camera pan ends, continue forward, but wait to shoot the troopers until Yoda is on the circular platform, since if you kill Yoda too early, he will respawn back here. It is recommended that once Yoda has touched the platform, that you kill him along with the rest of the clones so that Yoda's hearts will reset. Send Chewie up the grapple, and if you can, try to kill any straggler clones with Yoda. Leaving these clones alive may cause Chewie or the freed Wookiee to get stuck. Take the second grapple to get up to the top, tap the up input with Chewie, and shoot towards the clones. You should see your bullets target the right trooper followed by the left here. Position Yoda near the bridge here while you're doing this. Make sure you hear both clones die before you drop out Chewie. If you drop out too early, the bullets will lose their EBB effect and might not kill the clones, forcing you to go back up to the top. Jump with Yoda across the bridge and head to the right. Do a double jump slam on these 3 boxes, and at the peak of your slam, call Chewie back in. Start forcing the grapple with Yoda, and you can use Chewie as a body blocker for the clones if needed. Once the grapple is about done, head over and use it with Chewie. Once you hear the grapple noise click and Chewie is no longer using it, tap up slightly and spam shots to kill the clones. Once they're dead, jump off and kill any remaining clones that are not already dead with Yoda. Continue forward with both players and shoot these clones with Chewie to free the last Wookiee. Head to the buttons and place Chewie on the far right button and Yoda right next to him. If needed, you can shoot Yoda or Chewie to reset their hearts here while you wait for the Wookiees. After the last Wookiee step on the button, wait until the top of the bridge is almost visible before beginning your double jump with Yoda, as you can get some extra jumps off of it. Once you get close, slash into the transition. The opening is usually considered the hardest room in Kashyyyk due to its variability with the clones. It's good to keep in mind your bottlenecks in the room as they are constantly shifting between the 2 players. Make sure you're aware of the character icons of the 3 Wookiees. If you think you freed one but you still see the icon highlighted, you didn't actually free it and you may have to backtrack to do so. The clones will affect the pathings of the Wookiees, so it's extremely crucial that you kill every single clone during any downtime you have in the room. Entering the beach, continue left with both players, making sure to always be double jumping with Yoda with his lightsaber out. There is a power up in this bomb that you can collect with Yoda. Once you pass that bomb, start aiming shots towards the last 2 bombs with Chewie to blow them up before Yoda gets there. Force the bridge with Yoda, which is easiest to do when standing in this exact spot, then do a double jump with him to force this plant that reveals the grapple. Have Chewie stand on this dark spot on the ground and aim forward with him. Once Yoda forces the plant, you can start shooting the targets at the top from the ground. There's a target on each side, so if Chewie has shot a target but is not changing his aim after one is destroyed, you might need to micro adjust his angle to aim more left or right. You can sometimes get a case that looks like where it may appear to be shooting a target but it's not destroying. This is usually caused by being too close to the target, so try to stand further back with Chewie to avoid this. Runners typically use this black spot on the floor to align themselves in a good spot to shoot. As you're shooting the targets with Chewie, bring Yoda to the gate, and once it starts falling, double jump on it and do a jump slash into the transition. If you get to the gate early, you can jump on this white wheel and off to the left side to skip waiting for the gate to fall. In the next room, spam slash to the transition with Yoda for extra movement. Grab the power up with Chewie and continue towards the end of the room. Make sure to do a jump slash into the transition at the end. Starting in the final room, start going forward with both players and pull Chewie's gun out if it's not already. Take a wider angle with Yoda here so Chewie can clear these clones and droids, then right here take a very tight angle with Yoda around the tree so that Chewie can kill the remaining clones without Yoda dying. If you die here with Chewie, it's recommended to not progress that much forward as the camera will drag. If you die with Yoda though, keep going with Chewie and catch up with Yoda later. Once you round the corner with Chewie, do a jump shot to get the clone out of the AT-RT, and you can optionally kill the clone as well. As a small beginner strat, you can hop in the walker with Yoda, walk closer to the elevated ground, and jump out to get there. Then you'll do the same with Chewie. However, the intermediate strat is to bring Yoda to this protruding section of the wall, put his lightsaber away, and do a medium space double jump to get a pixel jump and make it to the top. Then you'll get in the walker with Chewie and jump to the top with him. It's also important to note that if you get a redrop in here with Yoda here at any point, you will have to drop him out at some point to clear it, as that'll be detrimental in later levels in the run. Drop Chewie out and keep going left with Yoda. Try to avoid taking any damage from the incoming boulders if possible, as your heart count should ideally be high going into the last section. Next we have another pixel jump to get to the top faster. Come left to the protruding wall here and make sure you're close to the wall and hold straight right into the wall. You'll want to space your initial double jump a little bit here to land on the pixel. A good way to think about it is that you basically want to jam Yoda into this pocket in the rock here coming in from the outside. Simply hugging the wall and falling into it will usually not work. It's recommended to keep Yoda's lightsaber out here, but if you're having trouble with the jump, you can also try it with his lightsaber away. If this strategy is too hard, you can jump up in this spot and still cut off a bit of movement. It's worth noting that the pixel jump here saves less than 1 second compared to jumping up over here. It should be treated as an advanced strategy that should only be done at a higher level. Continue right with Yoda and force the platform. Stand on the left button with Yoda and you can pan the camera up to try to get Chewie to show up faster. If for some reason Chewie is not showing up at this point, he likely fell down to the very bottom, which can either happen by dropping him out too early or by not making the jump up top with him. In that case, you'll have to go all the way back down to get him. Once Chewie steps on the button, call him in and continue down the room. Start shooting at the walker to get the clone out of it, and you'll want to clear this pack of enemies here, so fire some shots at them, then round the corner with Yoda, and then fire some cleanup shots to kill the rest of them. Once Yoda reaches this gold stud here, you are in range to force the first 2 lights. Once Chewie gets over the small hill, fire shots to the right to clear those clones. After the first 2 lights are forced, do a single jump with Yoda forward and slightly to the right and force the remaining 2 lights in the back. Once a light is forced, it's destroyable, and it's best to clear them with Chewie's shots. Once Chewie clears the right side enemies, start shooting the lights. If the clones on the left are giving you trouble while forcing, you can kill them real quick with Chewie as well and then finish the forces. After the lights are destroyed, kill any remaining clones and drop out player 2. Once the ship is forcible, do so to end the level. This section is hard for the same reason that the first room is hard. Enemy management is a skill that only develops over time spent with the game in levels like this. Kashyyyk is often one of the hardest levels for beginners, but gradually becomes easier as time goes on and is honestly somewhat of an afterthought for top runners. Practice this level often, and it will improve your skill not just in Kashyyyk, but throughout the entire game. This concludes the Defense of Kashyyyk tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 3.5, Ruin of the Jedi. Most of the difficulty in this level resides in one room, which will be a primary focus. With this in mind, we've given this level a difficulty rating of 4 and an RNG rating of 3. Goal times here should reflect gradual growth with your skill, as this is a pretty standard level. Let's begin. As the cutscene ends, press tag to swap to Yoda, then slash once for some extra movement. Space your double jumps and follow this line to the door. Once you are up against the door, quickly hold neutral, force the door, walk forward 1 step, and do a well-spaced slash into the transition. If you jump slash too early, the camera pan skip will fail. Spam slash through the transition. Space double jumps up to the red pillar, with one of them being a buffer jump to put Yoda in the correct spot, like so. From here, there is a beginner and an advanced strat. For the beginner strat, you can force the staircase and proceed up. For the advanced strat, you can make a jump from the top of the red staircase all the way across the gap. The staircase jump can be pretty tricky and can lose a fair amount if you fail, so keep in mind how important your edge jump is here. Once you've made it up, continue doing spaced jumps. Once you get close to the gears at the end, force the left red cover first, followed by the right cover. Next, jump into this spot behind the right gear. You can force the farther gear when it comes up, and after it's done, you can stay in the very same spot and force the closer gear. Wait a second before moving after the forces to avoid taking damage and dying, then enter the next room. The next room is the library. This room is home to one of the largest drop-in warps in the entire game, fittingly known as Library Skip, which is performed at the end of the room. First, switch Yoda to Obi-Wan immediately as you enter the library, then call in player 2 as Yoda. Obi-Wan will need to be on controller for Library Skip, so if you are on keyboard, simply call in Obi-Wan as player 2 on controller instead. Space double jumps with both players and take a straight line to the box with the power-up. You may do a buffer jump here to optimize your movement over to the box with Yoda. Do a ground attack, then grab the power-up with Obi-Wan. Do ground attacks with Yoda to kill these 2 clones on the left while walking forward with Obi-Wan. Turn around with both players once you're here, and do a double slam with both of them to kill the rest of the clones. If there are any clones still alive, try and kill them with Yoda if you can, as he is not the bottleneck and can catch up faster than Obi-Wan. After the troopers are dead, head towards the door with both players. As you move to the door, ensure you keep Yoda behind Obi-Wan and take this line to the door. Do not veer off of the path in any direction. As you reach the door, jump onto this platform with Obi-Wan. As you do this, pan the camera upright between these 2 angles on the stick. Position Yoda against the door within these boundaries. Stop moving with Yoda and wait until he is completely still. While you do this, position Obi-Wan here on the platform, letting this line in the wall divide his character roughly in half as a visual cue. Make sure that the camera is fully panned upright and drop out. It is crucial to wait until the camera has fully panned upright before executing Library Skip, otherwise your AI will not have time to pathfind behind the door. An easy way to tell if your camera is panned up enough is if Yoda has disappeared from the screen entirely, including his lightsaber. To perform Library Skip, simply single jump with Obi-Wan and call Yoda in once you have reached the peak of your jump. There are a few visual cues you can use to time this call-in, as it is rather precise. One option is to watch Obi-Wan and, once he starts falling, call in Yoda. This is the most common option. Another option is to watch the background and wait until you see the camera stop moving upwards to call him in. A final option is to call in when you see Obi-Wan fully disappear behind this arm. But only do this if you are confident that your positioning before jumping is extremely consistent. After you drop in, hold down and jump slash into the transition to enter the end room with Yoda. If you jump too quickly after pressing down, you may get a backflip, so be sure to press the inputs with this timing. If you miss Library Skip, a number of things may have gone wrong. The most common mistake is mistiming the call-in. If you called in too late, Yoda will likely spawn at the door where you dropped him out. If you called in too early, he will likely spawn all the way back here, which is much more costly and can distort the camera and AI pathing. Another common issue is attempting the trick too fast. Make sure that you have let Yoda fully stop moving and the camera fully finish panning before even attempting the trick. Going too fast can cause the trick to miss, even if you pressed the inputs otherwise perfectly. If Yoda warped all the way back here, bring him over to this spot on the ground, then move him to the door and simply attempt it again. Otherwise, position Yoda at the door as normal before re-attempting the trick. As you enter the end room, start holding upright on Yoda and forward on Obi-Wan. Force confuse the troopers with Obi-Wan and land here with Yoda. Take one more step forward and, once you've reached this mark, force the wheel to end the level. Be sure to continue forcing the wheel if your force is interrupted by a trooper shot. Once you have finished the force, drop out Yoda. Note that if you got a redroppin in Kashyyyk, you will also want to drop out your controller player first to clear the redroppin. There is also an advanced strat here to skip the Yoda dropout at the end of the room, using an auto dropout. This is rather difficult and takes some practice, but can save half a second to a full second if done properly. When entering the room, continue as normal, but instead of force confusing the troopers, stand here with Obi-Wan and deflect the first shot the troopers shoot at you. Make sure Obi-Wan is in the way of Yoda, preventing him from getting shot and having his force interrupted. Hold block until all of the troopers are dead. Once the wheel is fully forced, walk over to this spot on the floor. While you do that, follow this line with Obi-Wan by holding this angle on your controller. Make sure that Obi-Wan either goes down this ramp or falls off of this ledge, which will cause Yoda to get auto-dropped out. Note that if you do fail this, and both players are dropped in entering Vader, the first room will become very difficult to execute properly with the advanced strat. This concludes the Ruin of the Jedi tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for Darth Vader. This level is extremely unique as it is the only level in the game where dying will restart the entire room, no matter where you are in the level. While this may seem punishing, it is a relatively easy level with only a couple advanced small skips, so we've marked it with a difficulty rating of 4 and an RNG rating of 2. Goal times aren't very important here, but it's good not to neglect them so you don't fall behind. There are 2 ways to play this room. Let's start with the beginner method. Hold straight down and jump over the gaps with decently spaced double jumps. It may help to pan the camera down for the duration of the room in order to see the platform coming next. It's good to practice this room a few times if you aren't familiar with it to get a good idea of when to jump. The advanced strat involves doing a drop-in warp to send Anakin towards the transition at the end of the room. Start by running into the top right corner with Obi-Wan to get Anakin off screen. As soon as you touch the corner, hold down and stay relatively close to the wall. As soon as you reach the edge of this gap, do a quick double jump, land, and walk 1 step. Do a well-spaced jump and call in P2 at the peak of your jump. Immediately pause with P1 after calling in. Drop him out and hold down left. It's worth noting that sometimes Anakin goes too far, so you might need to come back and hit the transition from the front to enter the next room. This can be represented by this visual. There are some good backups to note with the drop-in warp. If you are even a little slow, you may have to set it up again. The quickest way to do this is to jump into the lava to restart the room. If you either attempted to call in and it didn't work, or if you called in and didn't pause in time, walk a little more forward, do the double jump, and attempt to call in again. Room 2 will also be broken up into beginner and advanced. For the beginner strat, call in player 2 and double jump over to the door on the right. Force the 4 pillars and 2 locks on the door. The advanced strat involves using this pillar on the right to clip Obi-Wan out of bounds and hit the transition behind the door. Immediately upon entering the room, call P1 in and walk upright with both characters. Take 2 steps with Obi-Wan before jumping on top of the pillar. You want him to land on the upper portion of the top of the pillar. Go neutral with player 1 and force the pillar with player 2. Just before the pillar is done forcing, run forward a little to get an edge jump off the pillar and do a well-spaced double jump to land right next to the door out of bounds. Note that you must run forward before jumping to avoid getting a backflip instead of a double jump. Walk next to the door and you can either walk into the door or jump slash into it. If you try to hit the door but fall under the ground, start jumping up under the door, and when you get close to the floor, go behind the door and keep jumping up to hit the transition. If you don't make the jump or pop in bounce, the fastest backup is to do the beginner strat. Start by going right with both players and slamming the pillars with P2. You can alternatively slash the left pillar with P2 once you reach here, and the right pillar with P1 to save under a second. Once the bridge starts coming down, double jump onto it with both players. Leave P2 behind this pipe, and once it becomes forcible, do so while Obi-Wan crosses through the fire. It's important to continue to hold force with Anakin, as you can get some rare deaths if you let go too early. Force the 2 gears and the wheel with Obi-Wan. After this, you can let go with both players and optionally force the handle down to avoid any potential rare deaths. Drop out P2 and stand on the rising platform with P1 to enter the final room. It's important to note, if you are not already Obi-Wan, switch to him. This will save time in the end fight, as winning with Obi-Wan plays a shorter end cutscene. Do a double jump and then a buffer jump to cross this first section. From here, follow the path to the left and then to the right before you make it to what we call the house. Once you jump up to the middle part of the house, you'll want to jump onto the corner of each section with a quick double jump to get up quickly. You can do these double jumps with a circular motion on the stick to get around the lip sticking out. After you get to the top, if you did so very quickly, it may be advised to wait a little before jumping off, as you might fall short of the end platform. Try and get a decent edge jump along with a well-spaced jump once you make it across. If Anakin has not already warped, start panning up and run forwards to try to make him warp faster. The end fight is fairly simple with a tiny strat. Let the CPU attack you with the 3-hit combo, and once you see your character model light up red, press tag to switch to the other character. If done correctly, you should only have to do 3 swaps. On the final set of hits, we want to call P2 in right before the last hit of damage to end the fight. If we fail to do this, the room will restart as it registers us as losing the fight. Wait for the visual of the second swing to begin, then call in P2 and the level should end as soon as he attacks P1. Alternatively, if you're worried about missing the timing, you can call in and swap and do the final 2 hits yourself. This concludes the Darth Vader tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 5-1, Hoth Battle. Hoth is a hard level to grasp, as time loss can be hard to distinguish even at a high skill level due to RNG. Because of this, we've given it a difficulty rating of 7 and an RNG rating of 8. Goal times are incredibly important as you improve, as this level is very easy to bleed time on. Let's begin. For the level, we will perform the final reset in the run and head to the shop. Scroll left twice to buy infinite torpedoes, and then keep scrolling left to buy vehicle smart bomb. Exit out of the shop and swap to your other player, and then head to episode 5. Slash into the door and then swap and do another slash in the episode 5 hub. Head into Hoth Battle and start the level. When you gain control of your player, head to this bomb dispenser on the left. Once it's fully rolled out, press special to start towing it and move forward, spamming shots to get rid of any rocks or enemy spawns that get in your way. As you're about to reach the wall, let go of the bomb while aiming for the left side of the barrier. Try to release it while carrying as much forward momentum as possible so that the bomb has a faster path to the barrier. Enter the next room on the right side of the transition to avoid taking a death in the explosion. Hold up right and make your way towards the AT-AT, killing any enemies in your path. The set of rocks contains a power-up, so shoot the rocks and try to grab it on your way to the barrier. However, it's worth mentioning that you won't lose any time if you do miss it. Now we will set up for the first of 2 barrier skips. Aim to the left of this rock, and when you're about to hit the collision, tap up right and then immediately go neutral to stop all your player's momentum. The collision should push you slightly to the right. Once this happens, tap down and do a 360 in a very quick succession, calling in player 2 at the peak of your flip. Player 2 will either land on top of the barrier or past the collision. Hold up right with player 2 after you drop in to ensure you land on the other side. Then, on player 1, pause and turn every extra on except for tractor beam and drop them out. If you're an advanced runner going for Grand Theft Falcon in 5-6, scroll back up to EBB after turning on IT before dropping out. Make sure you don't press any controller inputs right after dropping out, or else you will not be able to call them back in later. Once player 1 has dropped out, follow the path forward as player 2 towards the second barrier. Once it breaks off in both directions, move to the left and hold up right into the barrier to ride up the left side. Once your ship passes the far left edge of the barrier here, perform a barrel roll once. Your ship should 180 automatically at the top. Call in player 1 after the 180 and then head into the arena with both players. Some important nuances to know about the first barrier skip is that while it may seem like facing fully away from the barrier is the key to a high success rate, the reality is that you want to be as close to the barrier as possible with the most amount of height possible, and being at a pretty skewed angle still allows you to get the trick. Another common nuance is when player 2 appears to get stuck on top of the collision after calling in. While it might seem like there's no way out of this, since holding straight forward doesn't do anything, you can very quickly get unstuck by tapping right in addition to holding up. If, in the rare case that you're unable to call back in on controller, call in player 1 on a different input device, whether that be F1 on the keyboard or with a second controller, drop out that player, wait until the player model fully disappears, and call back in on your normal input device. The arena will be broken up into 3 sections: beginner, intermediate, and expert. For the arena, you will be doing double VSBs, which once again stands for Vehicle Smart Bomb, while shooting to clear the waves of enemies faster. You can go left or right in the arena, just find what is comfortable for you enough to continually press special on both players. Start holding special on player 1, then wait roughly 2 seconds before holding special on player 2. Once player 1's VSB blows up on screen, let go of special and hold it again to start up the next VSB. You will do the same thing once player 2's VSB blows up. Each VSB takes about 3 seconds of holding special before blowing up, but it's worth noting that the 3-second length will not reset if you let go of special. You will instead always maintain that progress whenever you hold special. Your goal here is to stagger your VSBs so there are explosions continuously happening on screen, maximizing your chances of killing enemies and finishing the waves quicker. The first 2 waves will be the exact same, the only difference being the first wave is the probe droids and the second wave is the AT-STs. After you kill the last enemy on wave 2, make sure you fly in a direction that gets this opening where the enemies come out off screen. One of the 2 AT-ATs in wave 3 always spawns in this spot of the map, and if you don't do this, the AT-AT will be far away from the arena, and the only way to bring it back in is getting it off screen in order to bring it into the arena. Right before the second wave ends, drop out player 2. As soon as wave 3 starts, look for your first AT-AT. If you're close to the entrance of the arena, you can wrap this AT-AT first, as this one, once again, will always spawn here. If you're on the other side, you can optionally drive around to find the other AT-AT that spawns in a random place first and wrap that one. Once you see your first AT-AT, press special and begin wrapping around it to collapse its legs. Once the AT-AT is on the ground, head to a bomb dispenser, pick up a bomb, and throw it into the AT-AT. If you just barely miss the AT-AT with your bomb, but the bomb is right next to it, since it will be difficult to grab the bomb again, you can simply just hold VSB to blow up the bomb next to the AT-AT, causing it to kill it. Once it's blown up, head to the next AT-AT and do the same. It's important to note that if an AT-AT spawns on top or right next to any rocks, you will likely need to shoot the rocks in order to successfully wrap the AT-AT, as not shooting them will cause your cable to snap when you go around them. Once wave 4 begins, start VSBing around the arena. Once you see the AT-AT, wrap it and blow it up. If there's any enemies left after the last AT-AT, keep holding special after letting go of your last bomb to start VSBing again and finish the level. The intermediate strat is very similar to the beginner strat, but instead of doing waves 3 and 4 with 1 player, you will stay playing with 2 players for the entire arena. Once wave 3 begins, look for your first AT-AT and begin to tow it. As you're towing it, head to a bomb dispenser with your other player and grab a bomb. Grabbing a bomb can be tricky to not lose time with, as the camera may pull the player wrapping and lose some time. Try to grab a bomb once the player wrapping is heading in a direction where the camera has more space. In other words, if the AT-AT is on the left side of the camera, grab the bomb once the player wrapping starts heading to the right, and vice versa. Bring it over to the AT-AT, and once you finish wrapping the AT-AT and it begins to fall, you can move forward with the player with the bomb and send it into the AT-AT. Make sure not to launch the bomb into it too early, otherwise the bomb will blow up but won't actually kill the AT-AT, forcing you to grab a new bomb. If you get this case where both AT-ATs are within a close distance from each other, it is possible to wrap both AT-ATs at the same time. This is not technically faster than towing one, blowing it up, then towing the second one and blowing it up. Both strats are similar speeds, so use them on a case-by-case basis. If both AT-ATs spawn right next to each other, it is usually advised to tow one by one so that you can focus more on towing and not getting your players stuck on the other AT-AT. Once wave 3 is finished, utilize double VSB in the last wave and 1P2C the last AT-AT. Full 1P2C in the arena is one of the hardest 1P2Cs to be efficient with, especially with the high adaptability required due to the RNG. Practice the arena a lot to improve your efficiency and get more comfortable with the 1P2C. The expert strat is risky due to a higher chance of soft locking in the arena. Soft lock can happen when you kill an enemy off screen and don't move it on screen quick enough. It will appear as if you still have an enemy to kill in the arena, but driving around you'll find that there are no enemies to kill. If this happens, you'll have to restart the level, essentially killing your run. This can technically happen with any of the 3 setups, but it's more likely to happen with the expert setup. However, it's also important to be very sure the enemy is not there before quitting, as they can appear late sometimes. Start the arena by holding down right on player 1 and down left on player 2. Hold special on player 1 for about 1 second, then release player 1's VSB and start holding special on player 2. Wait until player 1 is close enough to grab the bomb in the center, then press and hold special to start VSBing again while also blowing up the bomb. Make sure to not try and grab the bomb too early, as there may be an ATST in the top right corner that you'll grab instead, which will make your camera positioning worse. Continue VSBing until the enemies are dead, then briefly let go of all directional inputs on both players before flipping to the left with player 1. Once the flip is complete, head left with both players. It's important to stay parallel with this building in the center, keeping player 2 on the left and player 1 on the right. You'll be on the left side of the arena entrance, and before wave 2 starts, do a 180 with both players and go neutral. Before the next wave starts, start holding down right on player 1 and down left on player 2, just like the first wave. Note that if you position yourself like this, the camera will be extremely wide and cause issues when the next wave starts, so make sure you are not stretching the screen out while hugging the center of the arena. Start VSBing once the wave starts, making sure to stagger your VSBs for optimal efficiency. From here, the rest of the level is the same as the intermediate strat. Hoth is a challenging level to get a hang of, often being a level beginner and intermediate runners struggle to get consistent times on. The 1P2C is challenging, and the large amount of adaptability is required due to high variance with the enemies. Practice this level frequently and familiarize yourself with the different situations you may encounter and improve your skill. This concludes the Hoth tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 5.2, Escape from Echo Base. This is a very movement-heavy level with complex 1P2C and some difficult skips. We've given this level a difficulty rating of 6 and an RNG rating of 2. Goal times are important due to the low RNG rating, making it an important level to consistently practice. Let's begin. There are 2 different ways to play this first room that vary depending on how many players were called in at the end of 5.1. For the beginner 1-player strat, start by spamming jump rolls out of the cutscene towards the center of the door. Once the pieces fall, build the bomb with Han, then run towards the right and shoot Leia once you are far enough away to not die from EBB. The splash damage should break the bomb, and once the explosion fades, spam 3 jump rolls and then stop rolling. Fire a couple shots to kill the snowtroopers, and then do 2 more jump rolls to get to the bomb. Once the build completes, you can spam attack and the bomb will explode, revealing the door to the next room. For the advanced 2-player strat, begin by spamming jump rolls out of the cutscene with Han towards the center of the door. Once the pieces fall, build the bomb as early as possible with Han and move Leia on P2 here. Shoot the boxes on the left with Leia as Han is building, and then move Leia so that she is facing forwards and centered within this section of the wall here. It's also important that she is roughly in line with this line on the ground here. Too far in front of this line and she can die when the bomb blows up. Once Han finishes building, move to the right side of the door and run into it. Then fire a shot with Leia while the completed bomb begins falling in the air. Jump roll with Han immediately so that he bonks his head on the door like this. Follow with Leia, but wait a brief moment before you begin moving so she doesn't die from the explosion. Do 2 more jump rolls with Han, and then fire a single walking shot as you turn the corner to kill 2 of the troopers, and then kill the final trooper with Leia. Do 2 more jump rolls with Han, and then build the bomb. Fire shots with Leia to destroy the bomb as soon as it is built. Reset hearts if needed, and then proceed to the next room. Regardless of how many players you have called in at the start of this room, do 2 jump rolls with Han and then a single jump to get behind the bomb and push it into its place. Kill the 2 snowtroopers and then reset your heart count by shooting EBB shots. Now there are 2 different strats for this next section, so we'll begin with the beginner strat. Have player 1 Han stand on the right side of the door, and if you have Leia called in, have her on the left. Then do 4 jump rolls with Han once the door opens, staying close to the wall on the right. After the 4th jump roll, do 2 delayed jump rolls with a blaster shot in the middle of each. Here you only need 2 well-timed shots to kill all of the snowtroopers. You can also fire a couple extra shots here to destroy this back gate, which will be helpful later if you're doing this beginner strat. You can also do this with Leia if you have her called in. Turn the corner and fire 2 more shots to destroy the boxes in your way. Make sure to not shoot too many times that you blow yourself up. If there is still a box in your way when you get to the door, you can move right up against the box and fire a single shot to immediately destroy it without the EBB explosion that would normally kill your player. Immediately do a jump roll into the room and start building the bomb cart. The turnstile isn't pushable right away, so you can use this downtime to reset hearts on player 1 with an EBB shot against a wall. At this point, call in player 2 if they're not already, and push the turnstile. Put a player here next to the door in the center of this light circle on the ground. This will cause the cart to push you into the next room and skip the camera pan. Calling in player 2 here is important, since if you don't, your players will get teleported back when the camera pan starts to play. Jump roll out of the transition and shoot the gate if it is still there. Place Leia in this corner by the rocks, and Han just to the right of the wall here. Time a shot with Han onto Leia when the cart gets here, so she gets iframes for the explosion. If you time this late enough, she will spawn inside the explosion instead of being pushed back by it. Once she respawns, move left with her and move Han far enough left so that you can see 3PO. Once she gets past the door frame and you see 3PO start to move, drop out player 2 and head here with Han. Pan the camera up and drop in P2 once you are about to hit this wall, then switch player 2 to 3PO and use the panel to enter the next room. The advanced strat for this section uses Boom Skip, a difficult strat done to skip rescuing 3PO by clipping out of bounds with the bomb cart. It's very precise and only recommended for advanced runners. When at this door, make sure both players are called in and perform a double swap to get Han onto your keyboard player. This next bit of movement is the exact same as with the other strat, just your players will be swapped. When you enter this room, Leia is actually going to be the player to build the cart, while Han moves down left until he's in this corner of the track on the ground. As soon as the bomb is complete, drop out Leia, and then after the camera moves over, hold directly left with Han until he's at the wall. This should put him in about this spot. From this point, you only have about 3 seconds to get Han in the pixel perfect position before the cart arrives to clip him out. There are a couple different visual cues you can look at here, but the best one is the top of his right arm. You're going to be looking at the gap between this part of his arm and the line above. If you are too low, you can simply tap straight left and that will very slightly move you up. If you are too far up, move down and then tap left once again to move up into the perfect spot. The most important thing to note here is that Han has a slight idle animation. His arm will move up and down slightly as he stands here. You should pay attention to where his arm is at the top of the animation. The ideal position is when there is about 1 or 2 pixels of space between his arm and the line when at the top of the animation. If the pixels touch or overlap, you are too far up and Han will pop on top of the cart. And if there are too many pixels between the two, Han is too far down and he will pop down like this. Now, one really weird thing to note about this trick is that there is actually another clip frame slightly above the top miss frame. Here's an example of that miss frame. Han is slightly too high here, and the lines are very slightly intersecting. As you can see, we get the miss case where Han pops on top of the cart, meaning that we were too far up. However, if you're in this position and you very slightly tap left to move up until the lines are overlapping slightly more, this frame will actually work to clip Han out as well. Now, this frame is way more precise than the lower set of frames, so it's always recommended that you aim for those, since there are a few different frames there that all work when you have that slight gap between the lines. Really, the only case where this might be useful knowledge is if you're running out of time to set Han up and the lines are just barely intersecting, and a very slight tap left could move you up into this other clip frame just in time. But in general, aim for the lower ones. Another thing to note is if you play on a higher resolution than 1080p, there will be, of course, more pixels here. But the same principles apply. Avoid the lines touching or overlapping, and avoid too much space in between. An alternative visual cue that is less consistent but some find to be easier to set up is to look at this part of Han's left shoulder here. If the point where the dark blue section and the light blue section meet is 1 pixel below this gray line, then you are in a pretty good position to get clipped out. After you clip out of bounds, do a jump roll up left, and then hold up, and then quickly switch to upright. With this specific movement, you will fall through a hole in the floor to get fully out of bounds. Continue to hold exactly upright until the camera pans to this point. Then start heading up towards the door. When Han passes the turret pieces, go neutral for a split second, call in P1, and move to this spot. If you try to call in too early, you risk reloading the previous room. Try panning the camera left here when you drop Leia in so it doesn't pull Han off course. Once you're past the door with Han, jump up so that you pop up behind it, and then drop him out when he hits the ground to set up a super jump. Wait a second before moving to the door, and then once you hear Han jump or see his character model stuck in the door, press tag to switch to him and hit the transition. Boom skip can be tricky since you have very little time to set it up before your first attempt. If you do end up missing boom skip on the first try, hitting it second try will still save roughly 2 seconds. The increased downtime allows you to have more time to set up the trick, and if you're confident in the visual cue, it can be worth it to go for it again. Getting Han into the pixel perfect positioning in such a short amount of time will be tricky at first, but with practice, it can become very consistent. Similarly to Kamino, Echo Base also has an incrementing loop counter that can cause gizmo softlocks in Cloud City Trap and Betrayal over Bespin. If this happens in Cloud City Trap, you can back it up with a super jump in that level. However, if this happens in Bespin, it is a true softlock and you will have to restart the level to continue. The loop counter is constantly incrementing in this level, waiting for this cart to be built. Once the cart is built, the loop counter stops and will only increment once every time the cart passes the junction. This incrementing starts as soon as you start Echo Base, and the value loops at a frequency of 4.27 seconds. The ranges are slightly different between CCT and Bespin, so it's good to be aware to ensure you don't build in a danger zone. Assuming you entered the level quickly, try to not start building the bomb at any of these split times: 114.9 to 115.4, 119.1 to 119.6, and 123.4 to 123.8. This likely won't happen if you're executing the beginning of the level well, but for newer runners it may be more likely to hit one of these ranges, making it important to be cautious of these times. Do 2 jump rolls with Han upon entering this next room, and call in player 2 if they aren't in already, switching them to 3PO. 3PO is the bottleneck in this room, so focus on taking a good line to this corner, staying on the icy floor to get him there faster. As you make your way over with Han, start spamming jump shots to kill the troopers on the other side and blow up these center boxes, as the one on the right contains a power-up. Make sure the boxes are on screen before you hit them to reduce the chance of the power-up despawning. Don't collect it right away though, as we want to collect it right before it disappears so that we can have it further into the room. Kill the rest of the troopers, making sure not to shoot this mini-kit on the right side of the room to avoid this small cutscene. Once all the troopers are dead, jump roll to catch up with 3PO. There are 2 methods to push 3PO up the corner. The easier method is just to use this box to push 3PO up the left edge. If you do fail to get 3PO up, you can simply push the box down, right, up, and try again. The harder but slightly faster method is to use a 2-player height boost by lodging 3PO into the corner. Hold up with 3PO and jump into him with Han so that Han's feet hit 3PO's head. Make sure you are perfectly in line with 3PO when jumping. Once 3PO gets pushed up, jump up with Han, destroy the grate containing the panel, and build it. Use the panel with 3PO and jump roll with Han once the door opens. Tap left with 3PO and switch to Leia as she walks by. Being fast here with Han is critical if you want to utilize the power-up for fast build on the bomb and invincibility when the bomb explodes. If you reach the bomb after the power-up has started blinking, the power-up will run out before you can hit the transition, so make sure to move out of the way with Han before you shoot it to avoid a death. Once again, there are 2 ways to play this next room. For the beginner strat with 1 player, spam jump rolls to the left side of the room, then head up this hill staying close to the right side for an optimal line. To hit all 5 buttons without having to go all the way up again, you're going to want to take an intentional death by rolling off the hill to the left just before you touch respawnable ground at the bottom. Aim for the first button, then curve up left to hit these 2 middle buttons and fall off the edge. If done correctly, you should respawn at the top. You can then just jump dive and roll down to hit the other 2 buttons. Now, if you do respawn at the bottom, you likely turned left too late and hit respawnable ground, in which case you'll have to go all the way back around to the top. For the advanced strat with both players, take a tight line with both players around the edge and pull Leia's gun out if it's not out already. Make sure that when you go up the hill, you are always jump rolling with Han so you don't slow down. Once you get to the top, you're going to hit the 3 buttons you always hit with Han, but you're going to hit the last 2 with Leia instead. Han is the bottleneck in this room, so don't rush it with Leia here. If you see that you missed a button with Han, you can back it up by hitting it during her slide down, or by doing the same respawn strat as the beginner route. You can skip the camera pan here by timing Leia's roll. To do this, wait for Han to begin his first jump roll at the bottom of the hill, and then begin your slide down with Leia. Once again, Han is the bottleneck here, so waiting a bit with Leia does not lose time. Do a second jump roll with Han, and then start running towards the right side of the door. Once you see Leia about to hit the last button, do a final jump roll with Han to hit the transition during the camera pan. Now make sure you do aim for the right side of the door, since you can hit your head on the icicle on the left side. For the beginner 1-player strat in this next room, spam jumps with Han upon entering it, and then shoot the boxes on the right, followed by the boxes on the left. Push this box forward, and once it's fully on the button, jump and stand on the left button. Wait for your characters to step on the remaining buttons before jump rolling to the end of the room. For the advanced strat, shoot with player 2 immediately after the screen wipe begins, and spam jump rolls with Han. Leia's shot should blow up the far left box. and then you'll want to shoot the closer boxes with her shortly after. Ideally, this shot will blow up 3PO and kill him, halting his progress in the room, which will cause him to be closer to the buttons. While you're doing this, push the box forward with Han and then jump onto the left button. Here it's very important that you step on the button with Han first and then with Leia, as doing it the other way around will confuse 3PO about which button to pick. If he does this, simply step off the buttons with all players before getting back on with Han first. It's worth noting here that the buttons stay pressed for a small amount of time after you jump off, so if you time it correctly, you can actually begin moving forward with Han before your final player steps on the fourth button. Once the door opens, continue down the hallway with both players and enter the final room. For beginners here, spam jump rolls with Han upon entering the room, and then head up towards the power-up. After grabbing the power-up, start firing shots towards these generators on the wall, keeping the shield up. You can aim a shot to the left first to blow that one up, before destroying the right one on your way there. Once both have been shot and the shield is down, jump onto the remains of the right generator. Here you're going to perform Falcon Jump, a well-spaced double jump to get on top of the Falcon with Han. Your first jump off the generator will be straight up, and then your second jump will be straight left, with this jump timing. The most common way of failing this is not holding up enough and being too far in front, so make sure you space your jump enough. Head up to the pieces on top and build them before heading to the ground to do this final build. Then enter the Falcon to end the level. For advanced runners, take this same line with Han towards the power-up on the right. While doing this, shoot with Leia towards the left generator, killing any troopers in your way. Shoot the right side generator with Han as he's making his way over, and then do Falcon Jump the same way. Move towards the build with both players, building the top turret with player 1, and the bottom door with player 2. Once they are completed, move Leia into the Falcon after the camera pan to end the level. This concludes the Echo Base tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 5.3, Falcon Flight. This is by far the most RNG heavy level in the entire run. We've marked this level with a difficulty rating of 3 and an RNG rating of 10. Goal times on this level can gauge your proficiency with the non-RNG sections of gameplay, but the level is highly inconsistent at any skill level. Let's begin. For the beginner strat, start the level by heading over to this Star Destroyer with both players. Keep your players together while holding or spamming shoot, and perform a loop around the 4 Star Destroyers using this route to destroy all 16 turrets. This is an easier and safer strat, but not necessary if your 1P2C ability is decent already. For the intermediate strat, as the level begins, move the Falcon over here and the X-Wing over here. Spam as fast as you can on the Falcon to take down these 4 turrets while the X-Wing moves in this direction. The Falcon will auto-target, but damages them much more slowly, so you will likely have already broken between 6 and 8 of these turrets when you are done with this left Star Destroyer. Follow this path, and once you have damaged all 4 left turrets with the Falcon, bring that player over to the final Star Destroyer. The X-Wing should also converge on that same ship at a similar time, like so, destroying the final 4 turrets. Once you have finished taking down all the Star Destroyers, either grab hearts from ships or take damage on the Star Destroyer wall to reset your heart count. If you are planning on going for Dagobah button skip or GTF, take this moment to queue 50 Hz. As the cutscene begins, Alt-Tab and switch to 50 Hz. The next room is very straightforward. Follow these lines until you reach the inside of this tunnel. Position your players like so and shoot torpedoes with them. Try to maintain an angle similar to this with each ship to avoid blanking. Once your torpedoes have hit their target, fire 2 more torpedoes from this position and head to the end of the room. Next, fly over to this section with both players. It may help to shoot with the Falcon to kill any trailing TIE fighters. As you approach this area, spread your players apart and slow down slightly with player 2 before positioning them like this and firing torpedoes. Move your players slightly forward and shoot the next set of torpedoes. Move through the exploded barrier, keeping the Falcon in front. As you reach here, fire a torpedo with the Falcon. Move a bit forward with the X-Wing until you are here, then shoot. This should target this part of the barrier. As the X-Wing has a much higher idle velocity, it will automatically float forward a bit into this position. When you reach here, fire your 3rd torpedo from this angle. To hit the 4th torpedo, make sure your player is as close to the barrier as possible, like so, and shoot when you are directly in front of the target, which should instantly break the final target. Head into the final room. This room contains the largest source of RNG in the entire game, the boulder. The boulder is a giant spinning rock with 6 targets, which are always positioned the same, but the velocity and the angle of the boulder's spin is completely random and constantly changing. The best way to raise consistency in this section is to avoid dying with your players by hitting this kill plane. It may also help to pan the camera such that the target you are aiming at is always on screen. Take turns shooting with either player, ensuring you do not double target any specific target. It may also help to be facing away from the boulder when you fire your torpedoes. After breaking all 6 targets, proceed to the end of the level, avoiding this area on the side, which will flip your character around. This concludes the Falcon Flight tutorial. Welcome to the tutorial for 5-4. Dagobah. This is a commonly slept on level in the run, and perhaps one of the most complicated ground levels to contain only a limited number of skips. We have marked this level with a difficulty rating of 7, and an RNG rating of 2. Goal times on this level are very relevant due to the low RNG rating, and we highly recommend putting a large amount of practice time into this level to improve your 1P2C ability. Most of the rooms in this level will be broken up by skill level due to the large number of differing strategies throughout the level. Let's begin. The beginner strategy for this room differs only slightly to the advanced strategy. Use this method if you do not switch to 50 Hz in Falcon Flight. Begin by walking forward with Luke and starting to build the first ramp. While it is building, put R2 around this mark inside of the ramp. He will clip on top of it when it finishes building. After this, go up the ramp with R2 and fly into the ledge to skip the next ramp. He can make it up himself, but it is recommended that you walk into R2 with Luke and push him up the ledge. R2 is the bottleneck in this room, so prioritize progressing through the room with him as much as possible. As you move through the first passageway, be careful not to attack with Luke, as it will instantly kill both of your players, even if you are in range of a punch. Once you are at the lake, fly across with R2 and land on the middle island. Fly across to the last section and make your way toward the panel, moving up onto this platform and fly over the plants with R2, entering the transition. If you fall into the water, go over to the ramp on the right and fly over to the section with the plants. You do not need to go all the way back to the beginning of the lake to recover. The advanced method in this room will add more difficult 1P2C and some small time saves. Note that if you are going for the advanced strat in the next room, Dagobah button skip, it is slightly faster for controller players to perform a quick swap at the start of this room for better character management. Hold left on R2 and press tag as soon as the screen wipe ends. Then continue as normal with R2 on player 1 instead. At the start of the room, have R2 go over to the left ledge to skip the first ramp. Once he is slightly above the normal ground, have R2 fly into the center of the platform and push him with Luke to give him a height boost. If he is too far left, he will not make it up the ledge consistently. Have R2 fly into the second ledge and push him again with Luke. As R2 is the bottleneck, you will want to push him with Luke for the entirety of the room up to the lake. Once you get to the lake, fly over the water with R2 and jump from the edge of the main platform with Luke. Angle Luke upright, and once you are past the peak of Luke's jump, aim up and slightly left before shooting. Shoot as late as possible to break the plants. Otherwise, you will hit an invisible wall with your blaster shot. If your first shot misses, repeat the same thing when you respawn to break the plants before R2 gets over. Have R2 land on the middle island before flying over to the plants and hitting the transition. If R2 has reached the plants and they are not broken, come over to this slope next to the panel and fly over the plants from here as a backup. Once again, if you fall into the water, go over to the ramp on the right and fly over to the section with the plants. You do not need to go all the way back to the beginning of the lake to recover. Before we begin with the second room, note that you will only die in the lake water in Dagobah if you are fully submerged up to the top of your character's head. This applies to every character besides R2, who can swim in the water but cannot fly out of it unless he gets onto any other collision. In addition to this, the entirety of the set of buttons and bridges in this lake is still present underwater before the buttons are activated and moved to the top of the lake. The beginner strategy here loses around 15 seconds to the much more difficult advanced strategy in this room. Begin by walking forward with Luke until this spot and start building the first button. While building, move R2 next to the button on Luke's left. Wait until the button finishes building and move Luke to be directly centered on it. Once he presses the button, if you are on controller P1, face left with Luke and right with R2 and tag to swap your players. This will avoid a potential controller redrop in on hut skip later in the room. Have R2 get on the first button and fly over to the second button. When R2 has pressed the second button, have Luke jump onto this spot to stand on the third button before it has fully risen. As soon as he presses the third button, fly forward with R2 and jump up to the right with Luke to land on the button R2 just took off from. R2 will land on the fourth button. Once he activates it, have Luke jump forward into the water to land on the bridge that is rising up. While this is happening, have R2 fly down left to land on the fifth button. Once he is positioned on the last button, Luke can run forward to land on the sixth button platform, at which point he can double jump roll to land on the ground. Once you are around this spot, drop out R2. It is important to note that if you drop him out and instantly hear R2 make this noise, that means he fell in the water. If he did, the fastest backup is to call him back in, move back to the first button, and fly to the final spot again, before finally dropping out once again. Next, walk up to this rock. Avoid hitting the hut cutscene, which is represented by this trigger. Once you are at the rock, do a single jump forward to land on this ledge, and do another single jump when you land on the ledge. In order to make sure you get a second jump from the ledge, make sure you are neutral on the stick or keyboard before the jump. It is important not to spam jump while trying to get up, otherwise you will roll into the hut skip trigger. Once you are up, stay behind the trigger and wait to perform hut skip. The advanced strategy in this room saves around 15 seconds and requires a lot of practice. It is one of the hardest pure 1P2C tricks in the game to execute, so take your time learning it and don't worry if you can't master it instantly. Before you enter the room, make sure R2 is on controller. If your controller player is on Luke instead, swap your characters at the start. As was previously mentioned, Luke will only die when his head is fully submerged in the lake. R2 will never die, but he can only act in the water if he's on a piece of collision. The way we can get both players across is by using the underwater buttons before they are activated. We can have Luke jump on these buttons under the water while R2 uses them to fly across. Once again, these are the buttons we normally raise by completing the puzzle. Here's a visual of where they are without the water texture. These are the spots you are aiming to land on with both players. First, let's discuss how to get Luke across. Luke can begin by running into the water until he is mostly submerged, before jumping to land on this button. Before running into the water, center Luke around this line so that he can hold straight up when jumping onto the first button. Once he lands, hold up left and run a bit before jumping. When landing on the next button around here, switch to running up right. Run slightly more than last time to land on the second to last button. To reach the last button, center yourself once again with this line, hold straight up, and double jump. The double jump is necessary to increase your distance to make it to the final button. Once you have landed and finished your roll, hold straight up and single jump. You will slide up the front of the rock, allowing you to get another jump once you're at the top. This completes Luke's division of button skip. Let's continue on to R2's division. R2's visual cues are made with an emphasis on not having to focus on him. Once he hits the buildable pieces here, begin your fly and don't let go. R2 will aim for the same spot that Luke lands on this button. Once you see R2 land, let go of A and press it again to fly to the end. Once he gets to the end, R2 will fly up this rock. This is why 50 Hz is necessary for this level. Begin to fly once R2 lands on this final button. Fly into this part of the rock to get up fastest. Once he gets up the rock, run up to this wall, let go of directional inputs, and immediately fly with him to get him to land. From there, run to this spot before dropping him out. While we broke these two sections of the skip up here, the fastest method is to complete them at the same time. This takes lots of practice. Optionally, during this trick, you can have Luke stand still here to essentially mark where R2 needs to land and to avoid the players colliding during the trick. To approach hut skip, bring Luke over to this big rock in the corner. It is very important that you take this line to the rock. If you are too close to Yoda's hut, the cutscene you want to skip will trigger and you'll have to do the backup. This is represented by this trigger. Once Luke is next to the rock, jump up to this small ledge here, then go neutral, then jump again to get to the top. Keep R2 dropped in, following behind, until Luke is on the rock and set up for hut skip. Drop him out once you are either on top of the rock or at this spot on the ground. Once you are on the rock, be very careful. If you go too far forward, you'll trigger the cutscene. Hitting this trigger will lose well over a minute. You do not have to go much further forward from where you land at the top of the rock. Next, wait for R2 to make this noise. To complete hut skip, wait around a second and a half, call on R2 and immediately pause with Luke and drop him out. Proper timing entails pausing just frames after calling in. Once Luke has dropped out, start heading this way with R2. While moving to this mark, pan the camera up. Once you are there, turn around to switch to Luke. Jump up to the top platform here by doing a quick dive roll with Luke in the corner. The following trick is known as pickle jump. There is collision on this branch that Luke can land on. He can get a jump off of this branch to make it to the other side. To make it here, run near the bottom of the platform and then jump straight left. Right before you are about to land, hold up to center your character on this mark of the branch. There are two methods for this trick. The fastest method involves going neutral on your stick or keyboard and holding jump just as you hit the collision to buffer a jump off of it. The other method, which is slightly easier, involves spamming jumps and holding left to get a dive off the branch. Once you make it to the other side, blow up the barrier and jump roll into the next room. If you performed the faster single jump strat here, you can optionally jump roll over this box to get a slide and save some more time. Let's discuss the backup if you miss hut skip. This can happen from walking too close to the hut, walking too far forward into the trigger, not pausing early enough on Luke during hut skip, or waiting too long to do hut skip. In the event that any of these happen, the fastest backup is to do mushroom skip in the room you are placed into after the cutscene ends. Upon entering this training room, drop out Luke and continue to the end of the room with R2 in this direction. Move to this platform right before the two forcible mushroom platforms. Mushroom skip is performed by flying with R2 directly into the wall here to land on this piece of collision on the wall. Once R2 is on this collision, hold into the wall, then go neutral and immediately start flying towards the mushroom. The next fly is slightly different. Fly into the wall until you are about next to the second mushroom, then start flying upright into the wall. You should eventually land on the wall. Move into the wall again, and go neutral before immediately flying to fly across to the R2 panel. Use the panel and exit the room under this gate. After the camera pan ends, switch to Yoda and jump up to the top platform. Space a jump with Yoda across the gap and slash the barrier to enter the next room. The start of the cave will vary slightly depending on if you do Dagobah button skip or not, as well as if you are on keyboard or controller for player 1. When the room begins, you will be R2. If you are on controller, simply go over to Yoda and tag him. You cannot tag instantly when the room begins, so you may need to press it a few times. Alternatively, if you are on keyboard, you'll be on player 2 as R2. Call player 1 back in, swap player 2 to Luke. Once your character management is complete, drop P2 out. Now, space 3 double jumps with this timing to get to the edge of the first platform. Space a jump onto the first button platform and space a jump across from it. Avoid stepping on any of the buttons in this room, as it will allow R2 to cross and interfere with the Vader fight later in the room. Space another jump, then perform a well-spaced jump onto the next button platform, as well as one off of it. Now, do 2 well-spaced jumps over the hill and a single jump followed by a buffered big jump. This will set you up to perform a well-spaced jump onto the first wooden platform, and a very well-spaced jump from the first to second wooden platform. This gap is large and requires a good starting position as well as good spacing. If you are dying to this jump, go over to the left and space some jumps on the hill instead. This movement is more lenient in this section, but slightly slower. Once you have reached the second wooden platform, jump to the left platform with a spaced jump. From here, space jumps all the way to the camera pan. Hug the left wall around the corner for the best possible line. Once the camera pan starts, do a space jump slash to get extra distance. While the camera pan is happening, if you are on controller, hold down on the C stick and up on the control stick. Once the camera pan ends, press F2 once Luke is fully on screen a few times to call him in. However, if you are on keyboard, you can just press F2 and he will call in. When you have called in Luke, force the first box. This box must be forced in order for the fight to progress. While forcing it, jump slash Vader with Yoda once. After this, double jump away with Yoda and do the second heart of damage with Luke to Vader. As Vader teleports away, jump onto the left box with Yoda and hold force with Luke once Yoda is on top of it. Begin to spam the force button once the box is halfway up to get extra movement during the camera pan. This will enable Yoda to go up to the platform and get a jump slash off before the camera pan ends. Deal the 4th heart of damage to Vader once the camera pan is over. While attacking Vader, move Luke over to the right and repeat this same force movement on this box to have Yoda come down to the ground. When the camera pan ends, put Luke on the box and have Yoda force it up. Make sure to release the force on the box right before Luke double jumps off of it. Hit Vader twice and position Yoda at this mark. When the camera pan is about to start, do a double jump slam with Yoda to hit him during the tail end of the camera pan. Jump slash him one more time. For the final force movement, this one should be done on the left box. This one differs slightly to the previous two. Hold force on the box before the camera pan even begins, and once you see the box start falling, you can begin to spam it as Luke heads towards the end of the room. As a note, if you are a beginner and are struggling to 1P2C this section fluidly, take it slower and drop the force movement in the camera pans to focus on getting the correct slashes in the right places. Once again, this room will be broken up by skill level. It is a very complex room with a lot of moving parts, so do not hesitate to try out the beginner method if the advanced route is giving you trouble. Let's begin with the beginner route. As you enter the room, do a space jump with both players. Once you land, start pressing force on both players at the same time. There are 7 flowers you need to force. Each player should get 3 before Luke forces the final flower. After this, have Luke build the turnstile. There will be a bat near you, but the bat will only ever target P1. If you have Luke on P2, he can safely build without any danger of the bat interrupting him. While this is happening, have Yoda do a ground attack to kill the bat. Do not jump slash any bats in this room, since the ground attack will target properly and the jump slash will not. Once the build is done, have Luke push the turnstile to this mark. While this is happening, have Yoda head over to the bridge. Drop out Luke once the turnstile is pushed enough. Once Yoda is on the other side, force the ramp attached to the bridge. Make sure your player is not in the way of this bridge when you force it, or else the force will not complete. Space jumps with Yoda over to the 2 boxes. There are 2 options here. The fastest strat is to jump on the right box, space a jump down, and slightly right to land on an invisible piece of collision, and jump across to the top. A slower but slightly easier strat is to jump onto the left box, force the right box up to this mark, jump onto it, and go across the top. After you are up, push the box at the top to the right until it is around this corner, and then push it down. Make sure to pull your lightsaber out as you walk around the box, since Yoda puts his lightsaber away automatically when he pushes boxes. As you push it off, do a double jump slam off of the top to kill some bats. There will be a group of bats on the left, and one more that comes out later on the right. Try to kill every bat on the left before you start building, and then call on R2 when he's on screen. R2 should block the final bat on the right as you finish the build. As the build is finishing, move R2 over to the panel and use it once the build completes. Make your way over to the X-Wing with Yoda as R2 uses the panel. When the camera pan ends, hold force and make sure a bat does not interrupt him. Note that Yoda must complete this force and Luke cannot end the level by forcing the X-Wing. Let's discuss the advanced method for completing this room. As you enter the room, do a space jump with both players. Once you land, start pressing force on both players at the same time. There are 7 flowers you need to force, so you should get one with each player 3 times before Luke forces the last one. After this, have Luke build the turnstile. There will be a bat near you. Have Yoda do a ground attack to kill the bat. Note that both Luke and Yoda should only ever ground attack to kill bats for proper targeting. Once the build is done, have Luke push the turnstile to this mark. While this is happening, Yoda should jump over to the bridge. Do a single jump into the water and walk until Yoda is almost fully submerged, then space a jump across. Be careful not to go too early or the bridge will not be high enough to keep Yoda alive. Since Luke is taller, he can walk further into the water and space his jump less to cross. Once Yoda is across, force the bridge while Luke follows you. Do not stand in the way of the bridge, since it will not complete the force if Yoda blocks it. Space jumps over to the left box with Yoda while Luke follows. There are 2 spots Luke can stand in to force the box. The faster and slightly more difficult one is this spot next to the plant, where Luke stands at this mark. The more lenient and slightly slower one is this spot, where he is standing to the left of the box. Either spot works, but the spot in front of the box can be finicky. Once the box is halfway up, space a jump up there with Yoda. If you time this correctly, player 2 will get re-dropped, which will actually force R2 to drop and warp next to you. If this doesn't happen, there's an alternative strat later to bring R2 over. Push the box to the right with Yoda until it is at the corner. While you are doing this, slam as many bats as you can with Luke. Again, if you are unable to hit them with your slam, do not do a jump slash, but rather a grounded attack since it will target them more reliably. Have Yoda come around behind the box, pulling his lightsaber out since he puts it away automatically when pushing a box. Once the box falls down, build it with Yoda. If you did not get the R2 drop and warp earlier, then build it with Luke instead. If you build it with Luke, have Yoda kill the rest of the bats and kill the one on the right, staying over there for 1 to 2 seconds to have R2 pathfind to P1. Yoda can then swap to R2 and use the panel once the build is complete, and Luke can swap to Yoda to move to the gate for the Force. If you did get the redrop in, have Luke kill the last bat on the right and then quickly swap to R2. Stand in front of the panel, use it when the build is completed, and have Yoda jump over to the X-Wing. Once the studs have bounced 3 times from the wall breaking, wait a few frames and then start to force the X-Wing. This concludes the Dagobah tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 5.5, Cloud City Trap. An iconic level in the game due to its trick-heavy nature, we have given this level a difficulty rating of 9 and an RNG rating of 3. It is one of, if not the only levels where your movement skill is less important than your ability to execute the skips. Goal times in this level will be reflective on how comfortable you are with each trick, which you can only achieve with lots of practice. Let's begin. Start by force pushing R2 with Luke, and then jump onto the X-Wing. Force the wing with Luke and fly across the gap with R2. If you're fast enough, you can preemptively fly with R2 to where the wing will be, and if done correctly, you should land near the edge of the wing right when it finishes. Once you land with R2, you're going to set up a super jump called DV0. Position R2 here, in the center of the platform where the shadow starts. Take off from this point and fly to the edge of the platform. Circle around to where the mini-kit is, and as soon as you grab the kit, drop R2 out. You need to wait a bit for R2 to super jump before you can call him in. An example of a timing you can use is the mini-kit slamming into your inventory as a sound cue. Then count to 2 and call in. Some runners like to walk on the wing with Luke and do a jump slash off the edge and call in after Luke dies as a timing as well. Find a timing that works for you. R2's positioning for the super jump is semi-precise. The key here is his starting position before you initially fly off of the center of the platform. If you stray too far from the center where the shadow starts, R2 won't get stuck in the door and you will have to set up the trick again. Another common way to miss this trick is calling in R2 too early. It's better to call in late than early here, so be sure to practice the timing. In the next room, do a double swap by holding down with player 1 and up with player 2 to get R2 onto your controller. If R2 is already on a controller, don't worry about this. Move towards the right side of the door with R2 and the left side with Luke. Stormtroopers will begin falling and shooting at you. Slash towards the door with Luke so that he is against the door, and continue to hold attack after your slash so that Luke is blocking. Keep holding attack until a blaster shot deflects and blows up the door. If Luke doesn't die, you can get a small force push and do a bigger force push on R2 after the door explodes. If Luke does die, you might only be able to get a small force push here. Keep going to the end of the room with R2 and slam the first pack of troopers once Luke reaches them, holding attack after. Use the panel as soon as you can with R2, and once you hear the panel noise finish, you can go down with Luke and do another slam to kill the remaining troopers. There should be 6 troopers in this hallway total, 3 in front and 3 behind. If Luke dies to the front pack of troopers, you will have to wait before entering DV1 so the bottom 3 troopers aggro on you and then slam them. Make sure to kill them all before entering DV1, even if you have to wait before entering, as they can shoot off your helmet in the next room. There are 3 strats in DV1, ranging from beginner to expert. Let's start with the beginner strat. Force push R2 to the right and fly to the platform while Luke gets a helmet. Bring Luke down to the circle after the camera pan and slash Vader twice while R2 uses this panel. You can hold attack to do a block in between Vader's attacks and make sure you don't lose your helmet. Vader will then be sent to the vent, and then you should go and slash him. Once he is in the center after his jump back, slash him and then block again for 2 of his attacks and then slash once again. If you do this fast enough, you can get 2 of these vent slashes off within 1 use of the R2 panel. Then use the R2 panel again once the smoke goes away as you do another 2 hits on Vader. Slash him for the final time and then build the crane. Don't worry if you aren't fast enough to get 2 vent hits within 1 use of the panel. It's more important that you are careful about not losing your helmet here than trying to slash Vader quickly. Stand near the right side of the center of the platform with R2 as Luke gets into the crane. Move to the right with the crane and pick up R2 with it. Bring him to the other side and release him. Use the panel with R2 and then jump out of the crane, and slightly after the panel noise ends, you can do a space jump with Luke to make it across. This timing is pretty tight, so if you're scared about losing your helmet, just jump later. Do a double swap and then use the Stormtrooper panel. You can place R2 against the door and then force push him in once the door opens. The intermediate strat or panel fly can be tricky at first, but with some practice will become second nature. Start the room by doing a small force push into a big one. Fly to the platform with R2 while Luke gets a helmet. After the camera pan ends, jump over the corner with Luke and bring R2 up to the 3rd stair. Take off from the 3rd stair with R2 and aim for the panel. The goal here is to land on the white part of the panel with R2's left leg. In order to do this, you'll have to release the fly before you reach the panel. Once you land on the panel, try to take off as late as possible to get an edge fly for maximum distance. This is the line you need to take with R2 to make it across and avoid the kill box. You can aim towards the right side of the 3 lights at the end here. During all of this, Luke should not be moving. The hardest part about the trick is landing on the panel, so don't get discouraged if this takes a long time to get down. Once you're across, make your way to the panel. While R2 is making his way to the panel, start heading over with Luke. Make sure to not get attacked by Vader or you will lose your helmet here. Start your jump across slightly after the panel noise ends. R2 should be moving up a little after he uses the panel, and then once you make it across with Luke, do a double swap on both players. Use the panel with Luke and place R2 against the door. Once the door opens, force push R2 into the transition. The Expert Strat, or Fast EV1, is highly discouraged for all runners on normal PB pace runs. This strat should only be utilized in an attempt to save the run if PB is no longer possible. Start by only doing a small force push on R2. It's good to keep in mind that with Fast EV1, Luke is the bottleneck, not R2, so you do want a smaller force push here. Fly to the platform with R2 while Luke gets a helmet. Once the camera pan ends, position R2 here to set up the camera for a good angle. Bring Luke over to the upper right section of the platform. Get an edge jump with Luke and time a near perfect well-spaced jump to clear the gap. Once you clear the gap, use the panel with Luke and enter the next room. With the jump across, the edge jump can be hard to see because of the camera angle. It's best to get a feel for where the edge is during practice. If you do hit Fast EV1, it's worth mentioning that you will need to do a double swap at the start of the next room. As far as jump space timing goes, it's the exact same as the upcoming DV3, so utilize that muscle memory when executing Fast EV1.
The reason Fast EV1 is so risky to go for is because if you miss it, Luke will lose his helmet, forcing you to go back and get a new one before attempting again. Each miss loses roughly 15 seconds, which is why this trick is considered so risky.
If you happen to softlock in DV1 from building that cart in Echo Base at a bad time, it will look like this, where the panel that Vader uses to open the door is missing. But don't worry, you can back this up with a super jump. Position R2 in this corner on the left. Fly with him over to this corner on the right. Position Luke in front of him, force push him, and then drop R2 out. Run up next to R2, then turn directly left so that Luke's lightsaber is angling into R2. You should see these sparks coming from the lightsaber, indicating that the saber is touching R2. After a few seconds, R2 will super jump. Once R2 is in the center of the door, tap force immediately followed by F2 to call in R2, then head forwards to enter the next room. If you mistimed the force or the call-in and R2 gets stuck in the door and you can't move him, you'll need to drop him out and wait for him to super jump before calling him back in and setting up the trick again. While this softlock is extremely rare, this super jump is still a good backup to learn as it can potentially save a run-killing softlock, so make sure to practice this. As soon as you enter the next room, start forcing the fan with Luke. Move right with R2 and do a quick force push on him after Luke forces the fan. Do a second bigger force push on R2 and then bring him near the end of the platform and run into the wall here. Make sure you take off from this specific spot to ensure the best line for R2. There are 2 setups for DVT skip and they diverge here. One has pause buffers and one doesn't. We'll talk about the pause buffer setup first. Start flying with R2 towards this corner next to the fan. Once he gets close to the corner, you can force push him into it with Luke. If Luke's lightsaber is not out already, take it out here. Drop out R2 and then start walking into him. It's highly recommended to count Luke's steps after he starts running into R2 for the super jump timing. As R2 generally jumps around the 7th one, you'll want to start pausing after the 6th one. Buffer pauses by pressing your jump button followed immediately with the pause button. You will eventually see R2 start to fly back through the wall. During your pauses, once you see R2 pass Luke, you'll want to start circling the stick to the right with Luke. Unpause and press special immediately to barely force R2. This should only be a slight tap of the special button to disrupt the super jump so that R2 will stay out of bounds, but not deactivate. R2 should be standing out of bounds now, so go swap to him and follow the wall on the left, making sure not to pop back in bounds. You can bump up against the corner of the fan here and then come slightly down until R2 partially pops in bounds, but not fully. Once R2 is partially in bounds, you can then move up with him until he hits the slope. Hold a bit upright and he'll begin rising up the slope here. Once his character icon reaches this line, you can begin flying upright and hit the transition to DV3. The setup that has no pause buffers is a little different. The trick begins the same way, however you are not going to deactivate R2 when he gets into the corner, and you're not going to pull out Luke's lightsaber. Instead, run into the left corner of R2 here, and then pay attention to how he turns. He's going to look up, down, and then back up. About half a second after he turns back up the final time, tap right and then lightly tap the force button as he jumps. The rest of the out of bounds movement is the exact same. There's a lot that can go wrong with DVT skip, so it's important to put a lot of practice into it. For starters, if R2 pops in bounds at any point, you'll have to set up the trick again. It's important to take the out of bounds movement slow if needed so that you don't pop in bounds. Another common mistake is holding the force for too long during the super jump and either deactivating R2 in or out of bounds. If you deactivate R2 when he's out of bounds, you can push him off with slashes like this, and he will respawn out of bounds. However, if he deactivates in bounds, you'll have to kill him and then just set up the trick again. Make sure you are lightly tapping the force button when attempting this. It's also common for runners to miss the timing window on the force during the super jump. Make sure R2 isn't too far away from Luke when you do attempt the force. This here is the ideal frame. Another common fail state is either misunderstanding the slope or not getting enough height up the slope. When you start trying to ride the slope, if you fall too far down and pop to the left like this, you won't be able to make it to the top and should just immediately fall and take a death. You should still respawn out of bounds though with this. It's also important to not hold up too much or not hold directly right when riding up the slope, otherwise you'll fall off the slope and die. Try to hold a mostly right but slightly up angle to ride the slope. You have limited time to work with on the slope, so minimizing the error in your stick angle here is important. DVT is incredibly hard to learn, but will become much easier to execute once you understand the way the slope works and the nuances with the trick that can only come with plenty of practice. Entering DV3, wait for the camera pan, and then once your players are off screen, swap to Luke to skip the pan. Walk towards the center of the platform, and from here, it's just a well-spaced jump. There are some nuances with DV3 that are vital to know, however. The most important thing to look out for is your edge jump, as you need a really good one to make it across. The skip is almost entirely muscle memory and built from practice and getting good at jump spacing. It's very hard at first, so don't get discouraged if your consistency is not what you want it to be. If you do miss DV3, make sure you wait for iframes before attempting again. After you make it across, it's very important to note that it's actually possible to enter the next room too fast after the window breaks, causing the last fight to soft lock. So wait a split second before entering the next room to ensure this doesn't happen. Jump slash immediately upon entering the final room, and slash Vader one more time after that. You can perform a jump across the first gap here that is a little easier than DV3, but if you miss it once, it is just advised that you force the platform and use that to get across instead. Once you land on the second platform, slash Vader two more times and then jump down to the platform below. Next up is the final trick in the level, which is a panel jump. This trick may look easy, however it is common to mess this one up, so don't neglect practicing it. Do a quick double jump on the right side of the panel, then hold left to slide to the left side. Start spamming jump, and once you slide off the panel, you should get a double jump, which should give you enough height to make it to the top. Slash Vader 2 more times right when you get up, and then cut the corner with the jump and slash Vader 4 more times. You can start your first slash from back here to cut some distance. CCT is one of the hardest levels in the game, so don't set any crazy expectations for you when you get there in a run. Practice the level and the tricks often, and your skill will improve much faster. This concludes the Cloud City Trap tutorial.
Welcome to the tutorial for 5-6, Betrayal over Bespin. This is the final level in the run, and it's a challenging one to end on. There are two main strats in this level, and there's a drastic disparity between them. For that reason, we've given it a difficulty rating of 7 for beginners, and a difficulty rating of 9 for advanced players. We've also given it an RNG rating of 4 due to enemy and civilian randomness. Goal times are very good to pay attention to, as this level is common to bleed time loss in. As Bespin is a large level with lots of strat variants across different skill levels, we'll begin by breaking down its layout. In the very first room, our goal is to progress to this boss fight with Boba before beating him and heading over to this door here. At this point, we will perform an out of bounds called door clip to skip the rest of the room, grabbing a helmet on the other side of the door and continuing to the outside section. At this point, beginner and intermediate level players will continue through the outside section, killing the stormtroopers on this platform, then taking R2 over to this box to perform another out of bounds known as box clip. After box clip, we will take R2 into this room, pull these levers to lower the bridge to the Falcon, kill the waves of stormtroopers on this platform, and finish the level. However, advanced players will opt to perform a tech identical to Falconless used in Death Star Escape to deload the Falcon, allowing us to enter the Falcon door without needing to kill any troopers on the end platform. Unfortunately, as the line to deload the Falcon is here, we have to get past the door we clipped around during door clip to deload it, which we can do with an out of bounds clip at the elevator, known as GTF. By doing this, we can use Chewie for box clip instead of R2, walking over to the end room containing the Falcon instead of the lever room. As entering this room first means we have not pulled the levers to bring up the bridge, we must perform a precise fly with R2 known as bridge skip to get over to the other side, eventually hitting the invisible door to the Falcon and ending the level. Let's begin. For the beginner strat, spam jump with Lando and hold left to immediately grab the power-up. While you are on your way over to the stairs, shoot the stormtroopers in front of you with jump shots to clear the path. Make sure you shoot the wall on the left to open up the lever, and spam special on this lever to use it instantly. You should mostly be jump rolling with Lando when you can, so start jump rolling towards the Boba fight. While Lando is not as fast as Han, jump rolling with him is still faster. As you are about to trigger the camera pan, jump roll and spam shots to try and get an early hit on him. Jump dive and do a quick triple shot by spamming attack. If you still need to damage Boba, finish him off with some extra shots. Note that this fight ends when Boba is at 1 heart, not 0. If you encounter this weird case where the fight isn't over after you've hit him to 1 heart, shoot him one more time to trigger the next phase. As you leave, switch to Leia and then call in player 2 as Lando before having them run over to the door. For the advanced strat, the start of room 1 has 2 slightly different methods. The safer strat is to immediately call in player 2 and head over to the power-up with Lando. While you do this, you can shoot a few shots at Boba to force him to progress further into the room. After grabbing the power-up, shoot the stairs with Leia here to explode the hatch hiding this lever. Stand next to the lever with Leia and kill the troopers dropping down with Lando as you head towards the stairs. Spam special to pull the lever and jump up the stairs with both players. The other option requires a bit more precision with your inputs. As the level begins, immediately jump roll, press attack to pull your gun out, and call in player 2 in this order. After landing from your first jump roll again with Lando, shooting once in between your first and second jump input to break the hatch on the left side of the room. Sometimes this shot will hit this object in the middle of the room instead, and if this does happen, you can back it up with a shot later. Jump out of your roll and shoot once behind you to kill the 2 troopers that drop down. When you are here, jump and put your gun away. Stand still and kick the first trooper, and once the second trooper has dropped down, kill him with another melee attack. Move to the lever and spam special with Leia as you walk up to the bottom of the stairs with Lando. Once you are here, perform a jump roll. As the ramp transforms into stairs, land at the top and progress forward. From here, both strats will converge. Take your gun out with both players and jump roll with Lando, following this line on the ground to the doorway of this side room. Try to follow a similar line with Leia, making sure she does not fall behind too much. Once you get here with Lando, position Leia on this spot on the floor, facing downwards. Jump roll into the room and perform a triple shot onto Boba. Ensure your triple shot is spammed as fast as possible, as this heavily increases your chance of getting an early shot onto Boba. As soon as the camera pan begins, press tag with player 2 to switch to Chewie, and skip the camera pan. If done correctly, Boba will take a heart of damage and fully reposition himself. Wait until he starts moving to judge which of these nodes he's pathing to. Then do a jump roll. As you land, perform another triple shot onto Boba. By shooting just after Lando fires his first bullet, we can actually get a quadruple shot, which both increases our chances of dealing 3 hearts and gives us the potential to deal 4 if necessary. After the fight ends, head to the door with both players. Again, there is an edge case where Boba reaches 1 heart but the fight does not end. This usually happens if your triple shot is too slow. If this does happen, simply shoot him again to force him to leave, as he will never exit the fight on his own in this case. As you wait for Boba to reach the panel, position your characters up against the door in the center, like this. If you are low on hearts, either punch or shoot civilians to try and grab hearts before Boba makes it over. If you have not died in the level so far, you will be invincible shortly after the next camera pan finishes. When it does, jump and shoot with both players to kill all of the stormtroopers in front of you. You are invulnerable to any damage here for a small amount of time, but if you do not kill all of them, clean it up by punching them or shooting them from further away. Make sure to kill all the troopers here to avoid any later aggros. Finish off the troopers down the hallway using both players, moving P1 away once the hallway is nearly clear. You must shoot Boba so he moves to the end of the room, otherwise he will fire shots at you during door clip. For door clip, we'll explain the 2 common setups with Lando and Chewie. Lando will be most common at the beginner and intermediate levels. If you're doing regular GTF, you can choose either setup, which will determine the character you use for the elevator clip, either Leia or Lando. However, if you opt for modified GTF, you will need to do Chewie door clip. For the Lando door clip setup, you may need extra character management if you chose the advanced strat for the start of the room. Be sure to switch back to Leia after the camera pan skip in the Boba fight, and, once the fight is over, double swap your players so that Lando is on player 2. For door clip, place Lando on the right side of the door frame. For this trick to work, player 1 and Chewie need to be far enough away that the door can close. If your AI party member is too close, you can push them back to the right with player 1. Stand here and start chaining jumps with Lando. Eventually, the door should start closing in a cycle. Once you see it close, stop jumping. As soon as it opens again, start chaining jumps. It's very important that you are jumping as soon as possible here, so you can even buffer the jumps. If done correctly, the door should push you out on the 3rd jump. Note that the door will almost always close once before you are able to set up the trick properly, so a case like this does not indicate missing the trick. If you do not get pushed out on the 3rd jump, there are a few mistakes you may have made. The most common mistake is waiting too long to jump after the door reopens. The timing for this jump is precise, so practice is necessary. Another common mistake is getting your jump eaten as the door is reopening, like this. This indicates that you jumped too early, before the door had fully opened. If you get pushed out slightly, but not all the way, this means you were just barely too slow on your jumps. If you do choose to buffer the jumps, be careful not to press A too early or you may dive instead of jumping. Once you are out of bounds, wait to fall under the floor. It is very important that you cut back in quickly, but don't spam jumps. Jump slowly to get your character around this height out of bounds. Once you are safely out of bounds, head over to the door on the right. While you do this, move player 1 like this to keep player 2 in the scope of the camera. As you reach the door, shoot yourself with player 1 to reset your hearts and aggro the troopers on the other side. If you have a separate controller, you can do an auto dropout with the door. If you do not, manually drop P1 out here as soon as you clip out of bounds. Try to cut around the left side of the door out of bounds, like this. If you are low enough, you can go under the door, but being that low is not recommended as you may get redropped out of bounds. You will have to be tight with getting around the door. Once you have gotten around the door, start shooting the troopers from out of bounds. Note that if you are at this height or above, you will risk blowing yourself up and dying by shooting the troopers. Err on the side of being lower to play it safe. Once you reach here, jump and bounce. If done correctly, most or all of the troopers on the other side of the door will be dead. If not, you can clean them up by coming towards the lever and shooting behind you. Be sure to check the very right side of the room if everyone appears to be dead. If you did the advanced strat for room 1, the Chewie door clip setup is recommended. Again, this door clip setup is necessary for modified GTF. It's very similar to Lando, but your character positioning is very important for the door cycle. It's mainly recommended that the setup only be used for people doing GTF, as it is slightly harder. If you did the advanced strat at the start of the room, you will not need any additional character management after the camera pan skip. If you did the beginner strat, swap player 2 to Chewie. Position Chewie on the right side of the door like normal, but place Lando here. Begin jumping with Chewie, and, right before he reaches the peak of his jump, move away with Lando. This should trigger the door cycle, and if you keep jumping with Chewie, he should get clipped out of bounds. If you get partially clipped out, you can jump again 3 times to get pushed out of bounds, fully by the door. If you fail Chewie door clip, move Lando back into position and set it up again. Note that if you see any civilians heading toward you, it may be helpful to shoot them. However, if you shoot down the hallway and hit Boba, he will proceed to the next room and bring more stormtroopers out. Once you have clipped out of bounds, head towards the door, and if you have a separate controller, perform the auto dropout. Again, fire some early shots out of bounds to kill enemies early. Head to the right side of the door and pop in bounds. Again, be sure to check if there is a trooper on the right still alive if everyone appears to be dead. If not, head towards the helmet and shoot behind you. From here, the strats are the same for the rest of the room. There may be a trooper that aggroes down the hallway on the left. This usually happens if your door clip or trooper killing section after door clip took a particularly long time. Grab the helmet, and, while you do this, press a button on your other controller if you performed the auto dropout earlier. Progress to the end of the room, following this line hugging the wall. Be sure not to shoot any shots on your way to the end of the room, as this will cause the troopers to aggro, and you will almost certainly lose your helmet. If the troopers are still aggro after you grabbed your helmet, that means there was probably a trooper aggroed behind you left alive. In the case that this does happen, your best bet is to try and shoot them from a distance like this. If you notice it immediately, shoot this trooper on your left and get a new helmet to de-aggro them. If you lose your helmet, kill all the aggro stormtroopers before grabbing another one. Use the panel to enter the next room. It is also possible to softlock on this door the same way that you can softlock in DB1. If this happens, you will notice the Stormtrooper panel for the elevator is missing. Unfortunately, this has no backup and you must restart the level if this happens. Be sure to pay close attention to your movement in Echo Base, as this softlock is a complete run killer. The rest of the level will be fully broken up into beginner and advanced. The advanced strat is known as Grand Theft Falcon or GTF. This strat is only recommended for more experienced runners and is very difficult. For this reason, we will begin by discussing the beginner strats first. As you enter the outside section, if you did Lando door clip, press tag to swap player 2 and call player 1 back in as Lando. If not, simply call player 1 back in. Jump roll once and progress forward with both players, shooting the boxes and troopers ahead of you. This box contains a power-up, so try to shoot it relatively early on and grab it. Head towards the center of the platform and grab the power-up with Lando when it pops out. Stand in the center and shoot with both players to eliminate the troopers as they drop down. If you are not comfortable with this 1P2C, you can optionally not move player 2 once you get to the platform. If you do this, take player 1 to the center of the platform and swivel around to each trooper that drops down to kill them one by one. While this is slightly slower, it is a bit easier. You will be able to tell if the troopers are almost done spawning when you see the beach trooper appear. Once the platform is done, walk over to these grapple pieces with Lando. As soon as they become buildable, use your power-up to build them with fast build. While you do this, position player 2 here and spam special to use the grapple as soon as it is built. Once you are halfway up the grapple, use it with player 1. Head to the left with player 2 and to the right with player 1. Spam tag to get in the crane with player 2 as player 1 presses special to go up this grapple. Hold up left on player 1 while player 2 holds down right to move the crane over to the droids. Once you reach the buildable pieces here, build them. When the crane is here, press special with player 2 to attempt to pick up R2. If this is unsuccessful, try aiming the magnet more to the left to find R2. Bring R2 over and pull the lever as soon as it is built. Once you have pulled the lever, run off of the platform up top and stand here before dropping R2 down next to you. As soon as R2 is on the ground, switch Lando to him. If you don't swap quickly, R2 may pathfind back towards the main platform, running off the edge and dying. If he does die, he will respawn on the main platform, so try to avoid this. Take R2 over to the elevator and take the grapple up with player 2. Fly over this conveyor belt with R2 and jump with player 2 behind him to push him. Continue pushing him until you get to this ledge. Once you are here, fly with R2 and jump with player 2 to push him up. Keep following R2 as he flies across this gap to use the panel here. At this point, swap player 2 to Leia if you are Chewie or Lando. Wait for the bridge to rise up, and when it does, jump across with player 2. While you do this, move R2 into this position to set up for box clip. Make sure R2 is fully in the corner, as R2 being too far left will cause box clip to fail. Jump behind this box with Leia, being careful not to push it to the left or to the right. Push the box into R2, then jump onto the box with Leia. To perform box clip, run into R2 with Leia, and as soon as Leia touches R2, fly with him and go forward. After you are here, cut into the right to pop into the hallway. Once popping into the hallway, position Leia directly behind the center of the door, shooting the wall to reset her hearts. Continue forward with R2, hanging on the right side, and eventually, Leia will get auto-dropped out. Once you round this corner, take this line to head to the lever room. Make sure not to cut in too early on the R2 fly, as you can hit some collision that can either soft lock R2 or may cause him to fall underneath the ground. If he does fall under the ground, you can ride the slope up with this collision to get him back above. If R2 gets stuck out of bounds, or you didn't position him in the corner for box clip and instead he gets stuck in the middle like this, you will have to go all the way back and get C-3PO with the crane. To do this, drop out R2 and head back. On your way back, jump and shoot this target up top to break the small ledge that will let C-3PO cross. Pull the lever to lower the elevator, then get in the crane. Grab 3PO, and once he's on the other side, swap him with player 2. Take the elevator up and push 3PO along the wall with player 1. Once you reach the end of the room, use the panel with him, switch to R2 and continue down the hallway. Once you reach the smoke, continue to the lever room with just R2. Once you can move, turn around and switch to Lando. Jump up the stairs and head towards the left button on the right side. As soon as your party member steps on the other button, start jump rolling towards the levers. You can get a surf on the levers here for extra distance in the camera pan. To do this, jump roll into this collision right before the pan starts with this angle. Once the pan ends, head towards the left button on the left side, and as soon as your party member steps on the other one, walk a bit before jump rolling back towards the levers. Pull the right lever, then jump roll down and switch to R2 before hitting the transition. Once you enter the next room, call in player 2. Start heading down with R2 and you can push him a little with Leia like so. Hug the left wall with R2 and position Leia here. Once you round the last corner with R2, start shooting the stormtroopers with Leia so you have less troopers to worry about on the end platform. Be careful not to shoot too early or you may kill R2. Once R2 uses the panel, stop shooting with Leia and walk to behind the wall here in order for the camera to stretch enough for R2 to enter the next room. Once you can move, switch R2 to Lando and head across the bridge. You'll keep Leia on the right side to shoot the troopers behind the Falcon, while Lando heads to the front. The key with the end platform is to avoid dying while clearing all the stormtroopers. Make sure when you are shooting that you are doing so from a safe distance so you don't blow yourself up, or punching them if they get too close. Try and switch your focus between the players depending on which of them has more troopers to deal with. The beach trooper will be one of the last troopers to spawn, so once you see him, start positioning Lando closer to the Falcon entrance. Once the last trooper is dead, a short pan will play. As soon as it's done, enter the Falcon to end the run. Make sure to come out to the left to enter it, as you can get stuck on this invisible collision while trying to enter directly from the right. Grand Theft Falcon, or GTF, is a tricky out-of-bounds used to deload the Falcon at the end of the level to skip lowering the bridge and killing all the stormtroopers, functioning similarly to Falconless in Death Star Escape. This is a very advanced strat and not recommended for anyone without extensive experience already. To begin, we need to load the previous room to get rid of trooper aggros. Simply load the room by holding down, use the panel to go up again, then come back down. You can move in the elevator after using it to try and avoid a wild stormtrooper shot to not lose your helmet. However, it is very rare to get shot by the stormtrooper at all. If you want to be safer, you may drop in your other player and stand in front of your player with the helmet to block any shots. If you do this, be sure to drop out before hitting the transition again. It is actually impossible to load this transition while you have both players called in. In the case you do lose your helmet going up the elevator and still make it to the top, it's not faster to do GTF, and instead you should continue without it, following the beginner route. If you get your helmet shot off and die, you must kill all the troopers and go back and get a new helmet. And attempt GTF again. There are two main setups we will teach for GTF that depend on the character you used and vary in difficulty. We will teach modified GTF first due to its ease, though it is technically slower than normal GTF on average by 2 seconds. To do modified GTF, you are required to do the Chewie door clip setup earlier in the level, as Chewie has to be the character with the helmet for the strat to be consistent. Upon re-entering room 1 after the trooper diaggro, immediately call in player 1. Note that the sequence of inputs here should be done as fast as possible, as no precise setups are required. Move forward with both players and use the panel with Chewie as soon as possible while running into him with Lando from the right side. Avoid running into Leia while moving either of your characters, as it can push her out of position and make swapping to her impossible. While Chewie is using the panel, start holding down left with him, and as soon as he turns around after using it, start spamming tag to switch to Leia, while continuing to hold up left with Lando. As soon as the elevator reaches here, drop out player 1. As this is a controller dropout, you can even pause buffer to be safe if you notice that your initial pause is too early. However, you do have a very large window to drop out here. Wait until the camera has panned back to this spot, and then call in player 1 again with the jump button. Press the jump button again immediately for a total of 2 times in quick succession, and hold up left. Note that if you dropped out player 1 earlier than normal, you will want to wait a bit longer before the second A input. Once you have jumped, drop out player 2. Once you have passed this spot on the wall, start holding down left to land under the floor, eventually curving down in quick succession. Jump up once you are under the floor so you don't fall out of bounds. The timing window for calling player 1 back in after the dropout can be tricky. It's possible to call in both too early and too late. There is a rather large sweet spot in the middle that works perfectly. Practice this timing extensively, as doing it incorrectly may cause you to hit the transition up top, loading the next room and forcing you to set up the trick again. Once you are safely under the floor, start walking down and jump up high enough so you're just one jump away from popping in bounds. Note that the higher you are, the safer the strat will be. Follow this line out of bounds and start counting the windows. Once you pass the third window, turn left here, then do a quick jump dive out of bounds as late as possible while holding this up left angle, curving to maintain Lando's angle while out of bounds. This will deload the Falcon and activate the end level trigger. It is very important that you take off with your jump from a high position under the floor, as being too low will cause you to miss the deload. If you are having trouble hitting the deload from this position, you can alternatively go past the fourth window and do your jump dive from there for a safer spot. Once you respawn, pan the camera down and wait to call in player 2. As soon as you see player 1's heart count reach 3 while respawning, call player 2 in. Instantly hold up and tag Chewie, then run forward to use the panel and hit the transition. The other GTF setup is harder but slightly faster. You can clip out either Leia or Lando, so either door clip strat will work for this. Upon re-entering the room after the diaggro, call in player 1. We will teach clipping out Leia first, so if you did Chewie door clip and plan on using Leia, you'll want to switch player 1 to Leia right here after clipping out during door clip. Bring Leia to the left side just outside of the elevator, and bring whoever has the helmet onto the panel. Start lightly tapping forward with Leia. Once you see her gain height and clip up onto this ledge from entering the elevator, you'll want to tap forward one more time to move her inside. Once she's in position, use the panel and drop out player 2. Alternatively, you can use this visual cue to line her up. If done correctly, Leia will ride up the elevator and pop out. As soon as she pops out, tap jump, and angle yourself to land on this ledge here. Fall down behind the wall, and once you are under the floor, start moving down and jumping up until you are one jump away from popping in bounds. Hang close to the left wall and count the windows until you see the fourth and final one. Since Leia has no jump dive, you'll have to go past all 4 windows with this setup. Once you are past the 4th window, cut left and jump out of bounds. Once you die, you should respawn on the ledge you landed on when you initially clipped out of bounds. Jump upright and hold neutral to fall down and hit the transition. If you are lower when you get clipped back in bounds with Leia, you may aim for the front of this elevator instead of the ledge, only tapping up a bit and jumping once again when you land on the lip of the elevator. It is recommended to react to Leia's height when clipping to determine which strat to go for. If you clear any respawnable surface entirely, you will not get a respawn up top and instead get a respawn on the ground. If this happens, pan the camera down and call in player 2 when player 1's heart count reaches 3 while respawning. Use the panel and switch Leia to Lando while you proceed up the elevator. Clipping out Lando is slightly faster because of his jump dive, but Chewie door clip is required for this, and the visual cues are harder to see. The start is the same, positioning the player with the helmet on the panel and Lando just outside of the elevator on the left. Tap forward with Lando, and once you see him gain a small amount of height, use the bottom of his cape as a visual cue to align it with the curvature of the elevator on the ground. It may help to move Chewie here, and pay attention to Lando's head in comparison to the Imperial panel in the background. When you see his head aligned here on the panel, you have been clipped up onto the elevator platform. Again, once he's in position, use the panel and drop out player 2. Once you see Lando pop out of the elevator, tap jump and angle yourself to land on that same ledge to the left. Again, you may target the front of the elevator if your height is lower. Alternatively, you may jump roll onto the wall instead of single jumping. Fall down and get under the ground, jumping up as high as you can out of bounds. Continue down and count the windows, and once you see the 3rd window, cut left and jump dive up left between the 3rd and 4th window. You should respawn on the ledge from earlier, and you can then jump upright and go neutral to land in the transition on the top of the elevator. Again, if you do not get a respawn, simply call in player 2 when player 1's heart count is at 3, while panning the camera down, and use the panel before proceeding up the elevator. Due to the finicky collision of the elevator as well as timing each portion of the elevator clip, there's a lot that can go wrong and some important edge cases to be aware of. If after using the panel your character clips out much lower than you need them to, it means you positioned them too far back and needed to move forward more. Alternatively, if your character doesn't get pushed out at all and rides up the elevator the whole way, hitting the transition into the next room, that means they were positioned too far into the elevator and you needed to stand further back. If you are having too much trouble timing the jump to get out of bounds, you can try pause buffering when going up the elevator to see when your character gets pushed out. If you are bonking your head when jumping after clipping in bounds, either you are jumping too early or moving before you jump. This is an example of jumping too early. Try to wait until you visually see your character get pushed out before jumping. If you are not getting a jump at all, you are jumping too late. If when you reach the end of the level and attempt to hit the end level trigger, nothing happens at all, it means you missed the deload trigger. This is most likely caused by not having enough height on your jump past the windows. Upon entering the outside section, swap player 1 to Lando if not already. Call in player 2 if they aren't in and proceed to the platform. Begin shooting toward the mid-platform, aiming at this box. Head towards the center of the platform and grab the power-up with Lando when it pops out. Stand in the center and shoot with both players to eliminate the troopers as they drop down. Once the troopers are dead, position player 1 on top of the buildable pieces and player 2 in front of them. You can use this piece on the top as a visual cue for when to build, holding special once it fully falls over. Use the grapple with player 2 first, followed by player 1 when he is halfway up the line. Get in the crane with player 2 while Lando takes the second grapple. Build the lever with Lando while you take the crane down right to grab R2. Pull the lever, then drop down with player 1 and release R2, immediately switching player 1 to him. Take the elevator with R2 while player 2 takes the grapple. Fly with R2 over the conveyor belt, pushing him with player 2 the whole way. Hug the wall and keep pushing, then fly with R2 over the ledge and jump with player 2 to push him up faster. Fly over the gap and jump with player 2 to get an extra push. Use this panel with R2 and then drop out player 1, turning EBB off on this dropout if you have not already. Wait for the camera to finish panning over and call player 1 back in. At this point, you want Chewie to be on player 2, so if that's not the case already, double swap your players. Wait until the second portion of the bridge starts coming out and jump across with both players. Put Chewie in the top right corner and get behind the box with Leia. Be sure Chewie is fully in the corner before pushing the box into him. Push the box forward, jump on it with Leia, and run into Chewie. Note that you can shoot any troopers to your right while heading over to the box if your heart counts are low. You can hold upright with Chewie to fall under the floor here. If you see R2 close by, swap player 1 to him, otherwise keeping player 1 as Leia. If you have 2 controllers available, you can auto drop out R2 by falling off the edge with him after walking forward with Chewie like this. If you do so, make sure to press a button on your other controller to clear the auto dropout. Otherwise, if you only have 1 controller, simply drop out player 1. Stay under the floor with Chewie and you can cut some of these corners with jumps. Try and play this safe if you are planning to do so, as missing your jump will cause you to fall far and you will need to cut back in quickly to stay alive. If you do die, you will respawn in the box clip location and can clip him out again. If you are at 1 heart, stay as low as possible to attempt to de-aggro the troopers and prevent them from following you, as they can shoot you through the ground. Head over to the door to the end platform. The transition to this room extends below the ground, so you may run into it at this height or above. Being too low will cause you to die and miss the transition. As soon as you enter the room, call player 1 back in, switching to R2 if you are Leia. Make sure to not touch any directional inputs with player 2, or push player 2 with player 1, as Chewie's spawn position is the perfect lineup for the damage boosts. There are actually a few ways to do bridge skip, so we'll start with the most common and easiest setup first. Bring R2 in front of Chewie and fall off the edge. R2 should respawn with invincibility frames, so use this time to position yourself at this spot on the ground. As soon as you see the third flash of his iframes, run off the edge, getting an edge fly and aiming towards the other side. Your initial angle with R2 should be this down left angle, but slightly more left than down. Once you get to here, start barely moving your stick up to make the angle less down than before. While you are doing this, you want to be spamming shots with Chewie to damage boost R2 to get him across. Spamming as fast as possible will increase the chance of Chewie's shots landing in quick succession, giving you more velocity. This is why the iframes are important, as it will allow you to shoot up to 5 times and get more damage boosts on R2 to increase his maximum distance. Alternatively, if at the beginning of the room R2 only has 1 heart, you can actually shoot him with Chewie once, instead of falling off the edge. This will kill R2 slightly faster. It is also possible to skip the death entirely, but this is an expert strat and is only recommended if you are very comfortable with bridge skip already. This should only be done if you have 4 hearts on R2. This only allows you to get 3 damage boosts instead of 4 or 5, so your angle will have to be much more precise. The most common fail state of bridge skip is an incorrect angle. Your takeoff position is key, as well as getting an edge fly. It may help to try and follow this line on the ground as a guide for your initial angle. Practice the angle as much as you can to familiarize yourself with it, since even just slightly miscalculating it can cause a miss, which can spiral out of control. If you do miss an attempt, this may cause a trooper aggro on the end platform. If this happens, you will hear the troopers on the other side pull their guns out. To back this up, kill the front line of enemies before attempting bridge skip again, since Chewie will target the enemies instead of R2. You will know when they are all dead if your party puts their guns away. Once R2 is across, drop out player 2 and head to the Falcon entrance with R2 to end the level. Avoid hitting this invisible collision on the Falcon. If when you reach the entrance the level does not end, you missed the deload trigger during the backtrack in the first room. It is important that you do not panic and call in player 2 if this happens. Simply move R2 back to where he first landed on the end platform. If you attempt to call in player 2 while R2 is still by the Falcon entrance, R2 may get auto-dropped out, and from there it is incredibly difficult to call him back in. If this does happen, the backup is to pan the camera fully left, dropping player 2 out, and jump dive with Lando across the gap, attempting to call in R2 once he is mostly on screen. After moving R2 to the front of the platform, call player 2 back in. To complete the level, you will have to kill every enemy from across the gap to lower the ramp to enter the Falcon. It may help to turn EBB back on for this. Once all the enemies are dead, drop out player 2 and end the level with R2. Bespin is a very difficult level at all skill levels, but especially once you begin going for GTF. Be sure to practice this level extensively, as nerves can make it even harder, as it is the last level in the run. This concludes the Bespin tutorial and the TCS Any% tutorial.